All right. All right, I think we're up. How's everybody doing today? Good? Get over here to my channel. Make sure we're up and running. Ready to do some serious trading today. That's right. We're going to do serious trading today. Jayhawks entering the tank first, of course, and says, good morning. Everyone have a blessed day. Whoa. Oh, we almost went Titanic. All right. Some of you people may know that I've been trying to come on late at night. Pardon me, I got a frog in my throat here. But I've been coming on, or trying to come on at 7:44 and give us 15 minutes to get out of possible runners that we were in that day that we didn't get out of at 4 o'clock. So we've got until 8 o'clock to execute these sales. And so last night I came on. There were several that were up a lot. And we're going to be looking at these stocks right here. All of these stocks right here. Good morning. We're going to be looking at all these right here, especially this one, and this one, and this one, and these two. All right. So closed at 392, up 2.98% on the day. EGG. We're going to look at these right now. And STKH, SKYQ, STFS, FOSL, NUWE. Those are the ones that I'm going to take the biggest looks at, but we're going to watch ENTX, which was closed low of 295, closed at 313. And so it dropped, I guess, to 306 in the after hours, and then 336. The stock dropped 39 cents in 20 minutes, folks. Just so you know, ENTX. And so we're going to come over to the charts. I'm going to turn off this light, and we're going to look at these. This first one is NUWE. NUWE. And what I like about it the most, is that the 5-day average, the blue, light blue line, stopped right there before. Then, when the second time it broke that line, it receded, but only to right there. A flying saucer coming in from above. It receded, but it did not re-achieve this line of resistance when it receded. It only went to right there. See that? So the blue 5-day stopped. The second time it stopped right there. Then when it came up, of course, it did not re-achieve this line of height, which is right there, resistance. It fell, went to here, dropped to there of all places, which is right on a line where it never stopped here before. Now, over here, it dropped beyond that to the 200 and came back to that line one time. See that? So here you see the little hitch and draw to that line. So that's what created this bounce off that line right there. Same point. There it is right there. So when you see things go down to a certain number and stop at a certain number, you should go back and look at the history when it's falling and look at the history and see where's the resistance point based on its history, okay? All right? This is what I try to teach people here about charts. And it's serious, folks. Let's get serious. So right now, there's a line of resistance over here, right there, right where this drops down to right there, line of resistance. So there it is, trying to resist this. Now, here's the thing I want you to understand. The previous time that the line of resistance was met right here when it was falling and it bounced a little, look where the 50-day was, okay? And look down here where the 200 was. Now they're revisiting this area, but look where the 50 is now, and look where the 200 has risen to. Look where the long-term charts are, and look at the 50 now, turning north right now on the stock. NUWE. And folks, all I do is provide and you decide. Now, there will be, if it bounces off this line and goes on up, there will be, if it breaks here, resistance right here. So you should sell some right here. All right? Right there, you should be selling. When this blue line gets to there, you should sell, regardless of where the price is. And the first time the blue line touched this one, the price was here. So from the blue line to the price is 438 to 449. So it's 12, 13 cents above the blue line. So when this blue line gets up to here, right here, you want to sell about 13 cents higher, okay? You want to be selling. So just add 439 and 13, and that's where you should be selling, 440 to 444. All right? And that's on the stock NUWE, I'm showing you. Now, should it break beyond 439 a share? Well, this thing's going to be gone, folks. NUWE is going to be out of here. I don't know how high it's going to go. I can go and look at the 20-day chart and see. Well, there's no comparison on the 20-day chart, man. We're up into very thin area here now. Very easy to make a move here because no one owns it for more over the last nine. Let's move out to 90 days and take a look at this chart. Let's look at 90 days. Hold on. I have to make sure you guys can see what I'm doing here. That's 30 days. I want 90 there. Okay. Well. Look at here. See, once it got beyond this line right here, ladies and gentlemen, once it was over that line, and then it broke beyond this line. Oh, man. Once this price broke beyond this line, you had to know it was going to gap up because look how fast it fell from here to there, folks. Understand? Look how fast it fell from right there to right there. Lots of chat this morning already. Wow. Jayhawk, good morning. Good morning. Niecy James, good morning to you. STKH, I've got it on there. Yep, I've got it, Jayhawk. What do you think about NUWE? I'm showing you right now, Niecy Jane. It's supposed to be a good one, supposedly. Supposedly, it could be the next DFNS. I see why. I see why. And another thing, this is going to be a significant area of resistance, this top line over here, because this goes way back. See right here? Take a look. Hold on. This line where we are sitting right here, right now, basically, if you drag that over, you have to go a long ways till you see that number, folks. So no one holds this in a long fashion, okay? And so right now, I'm just going to move this up a little bit to there. Where this 5-day moving average is, that's the light blue line, the white line. It looks like white from here. Listen, from that line, look back across the page, look back across history, and it's never stopped in this region. It never stayed there for long or there for long. You understand? It wasn't there for long, but it's breaking over this. And this is a triple crossover on a 90-day chart. The current price in the after hours went over, and the 10-day went over in the after hours, and now here in the pre-market, the 50s crossed over. This is a triple upside crossover in a 90-day chart. Let's see what the 186-month looks like. Oh my gosh. Wow. Man, this is only like 10 days, folks. Wow. Price was $33. Listen. So once this thing breaks away from here, once it breaks away from here, the next line of resistance is going to be right. You can look at here. You can see all this herking and jerking on these prices. So there's a line of resistance right there. And there's a line of resistance right there. There's a line of resistance right there. There's a line of resistance here. There's a line of resistance here. So if it breaks beyond here, folks, first of all, it's going to get halted several times, but then it will eventually get to this line where you should sell it. When the 5-day hits there, you should sell this price, whatever it is. When the 5-day gets there, sell a little more. When it gets there, sell a little more. All right? This is NUWE. And this price here is $13.83, $16.83, and $19.16. You should sell as soon as it crosses 19 all the way up to $19.20. You should be selling in increments from $19 to $19.20. The next number is going to be $23.78 before it stops. And then this last number before a big breakout is $25.64. Well, it will go to here for a line of resistance right there. It will go right there for a line of resistance too. But then it jumps up to here. All right? These are all gaps. And that's a big gap right there. 10-day gap. Now, another thing about it is, look at the volume that's starting to increase. It doubled the day before. And each of these are 4-hour candlesticks. Smoking, man, in the last 8 hours. Look at all the green on that. Wow. NUWE closed at 189, sitting at 416 bid, 417 ask. Well, we'll see what happens with it. It looks pretty freaking good. Looks like it could go off. All right, so I'm going to highlight this area so you can see it on the long-term chart I've got here, which is the 6-month chart. This is a 6-month chart. Going to highlight this area. And there it is, right there. Triple upside crossover on the 6-month chart. The current candlestick has a flat top here, pulling back right now. Definitely pulling back, drawing back. You just put your cursor right there and look at it. There it goes. It's now rising. You can see that clearly. It's rising again. Yes, it's going up. It looks good. It's going up right now. 413 bid, 414 ask. And this is one I'm going to day trade today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because we're going to see some fluctuation, I think, in UWE. Now, if you're joining me late, these are the stocks that have been called out today or last night even. And I want you to know that if you get involved with this stock, you better be anticipating some major up and downs, okay? And this is why I highlighted it, because yesterday's high was 331 at 9:35 a.m. and it dropped from 331 $1.07 to 238. It was at 9:35, and then at 10:06 in 30 minutes, folks, this thing fell $1.07. Understand? So here's the gig. It was at the high of 331 at 9:35 a.m. They dropped it $1.07 at 10:06 a.m. Okay? Then it went from a price of 331 to 238, and then it went back to 322. In 12 minutes, it went back to 322, up $1.16, folks. I'm just telling you. Then it fell 77 cents after 1 hour and 10 minutes at 11:37. Then it went up 12 cents, then down 12 cents, up 12 cents, down 12 cents, up 70 cents, down 46 cents. I tracked it, folks. Up 65 cents, down 54, up 46 cents, down 34, up 30. Man, this thing was radical, man. Look for a while here. It went up 18, down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, up $1.18. Okay, in the after hours, 388 in the after hours last night. And now the bid is 407 and the ask is 408. So it just dropped from 413 to 408. Very, very, very doable. 408 buy. I think right now, NUWAE is a very good buy at 408. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But also, hey, when it gets to 420, that's a sell number, folks. 413 is too. I'm telling you right now. So let's go. Let's see what it does when it gets to 413 right now. Bid is 410, ask is 411. 413 is usually a sell. And if it goes beyond that, the next one is 417, 419, 420. Please sell those numbers. And 413 is a definite sell, and it looks like they halted it 1 penny from that achievement. So now the buyback is going to be here 408 again, 406, maybe even 401. If it breaks 413 without pulling back to 408, 49, or even 411, it's going to go to 420. Okay? Just listen to what I'm saying. If it breaks 413 without pulling back to 409, 411, or at minimum 409 or 411, then it's going to go to 420. And you should just skip the 17, 18, 19s and just sell 19 and 20. Okay? And this would be on the stock NUWE. Now, you might think, well, wait a minute, Catfish, I just bought the daggum thing at 408. Why would I want to sell it for such a measly profit at 420? Well, because from 420, they're going to take it back down to 408, my friend. Simple as that. And maybe beyond that below to 403, 402, 401, or 397. Man, I've seen 420 to 388 dozens of times in my career trading. I'm not kidding. I've seen 420s to 388 so many times you wouldn't believe it. Well, anyway, just saw 413 flash on the screen, and that's where it's going to stop and come back now to 407, maybe lower. Might come to 397 minimum, because they're probably not just going to let this bowl right over $4, man. They're going to try and get on this on the threes, I guarantee you. See, there you go, 407, boom. If you just sold 413, there's the expected drop, 407, 408, perfect. And now she's gone. She's going to gap up to 413 again. They got what they wanted, the 08. That's a 5-cent drop. Okay, here we come now. And we're going to come up to 417, sell 417, 419, 420. And from the 420, your buyback's going to be 413 or 414. If you watch this, you'll figure it out. And when a stock's on a run like this, folks, my numbers on my buy-sell sheet, they work. They work big time. And this is NUWE. Now, I want to look at another one this morning now, SKYQ. I want to look at that right now because I'm holding some of it. Okay. Man, look at all the lines of resistance that are coming in our future on this stock, folks. And the reason I say that is because look at the 5-day now. Look at that 5-day light blue line. I got to dig it out there. It's a light. There it is. Man. Listen, folks. Where this 5-day is, right here, right now, where this 5-day, ladies and gentlemen, is sitting, if you go back in time, that's right here, folks. All right? I'll show you again if I can get on it. Look at that. Do you see that? Look from right here over to this point right here. Do you see where that is? Now, do you see why they fought it so hard right there? And you see why they fought it so hard there? And they fought it so hard there? But first they were strong, then they got weaker, then they got weaker. Now they got even weaker. And I'm telling you, once it crosses this line, folks, the reason it's been fought so hard here, and here is because of this gap that's there. And you can see once it broke over that, it went to that number because that's where the line of resistance is. So right here, there's a freaking gap. From right there to there is a gap now. I'm telling you, the gap exists. The gap is from here to there, and that is about right here to right there. And the gap does exist, believe me. It's there, and they know it. That's why they tried to stop it there once, there once, there once, there once. And then after it took off and it jumped up through the gap that's there, then they pulled it back down to the 200-day to get in. Perfectly done, executed perfectly. Get in on that 200-day and then let it go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you now that this fell so fast in 3 days, there's a gap from here to here again. And once it breaks there, it's going to gap up to there, okay? Because it's never stopped in this region before. It's never gone any resistance from right here to there. There's never been any resistance. And the stock I'm on is SKYQ. Okay, there's never been any resistance through this range. There is a freaking gap there, and there's a gap from there to there. And I'm telling you, folks, right now, in my opinion, there's a gap from here to this minimum price. and that is 546 a share. 546, okay? So when this 5-day moving average gets to 546, I don't care what the price is. You better be selling. You better sell some there, okay? Because there's resistance on that line here too, and right there. So 546, folks, you better sell some. Sell some. All right? I'm just telling you. And in fact, before it even gets to 546, you should sell some at 497, 98, 99, 5, 501, 502, 503, and 504. After that, they're going to pull it back down to 477, 466. You should always sell the first time it approaches that round number. And this would actually be the second time at it because it's already hit 652 about a week ago. So I'm telling you, though, the reason they stopped it here at 652 a week ago, because they know if it goes over there, there's a freaking gap all the way up to here. Man, there's a gap, folks, on this stock, SKYQ. And the reason, again, that they fought it so stubbornly at this line right here was because they knew if it got over that line, it was jumping up to here. Man, there's nothing they can do to stop it. So what did they do? They ran it down here and they did a little double ta-ta on it right there, or at least it was a deep vag. And this is SKYQ now bouncing and breaking over a line where it resisted once, resisted twice, resisted 3 times, resisted 4 times. Then they pulled it below it, and now it's breaking over it the 5th time. It's breaking this line with a pushing 200 below it, rising with the 200-day rising below it. This is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. I provide, you decide, okay? But I'm telling you, man, this thing fell pretty fast from there to there. It fell pretty quickly. Took 1 week to do that. 1 week of trading. And here we are now. A week from now, hey, man, I see some mirroring here, folks. The mirror is right here. Right there's where the mirror is. See, when this thing made this move up here, that's basically this move from there to there. But from this point here, here's the drop. So they had to have the equal drop. And they did drop it even more. They dropped that thing even more. They got it quite a bit lower this time. They got it quite a bit lower. But I'm telling you, this is the line. And then there's the drop. And then there's the drop. And by the way, from that drop right there, folks, there's the freaking pop right there, okay? And I'm telling you, this is called mirroring, folks. And right here, if this be the mirror in the middle on this stock, this is the peak that was there. There's the pullback there, exaggerated. Then it runs through here because it should have, but they herked and jerked it, but it went to there. Once it got there, they pulled it down. They pulled it down, and they got there again, pulled it way down. Get them all out, and get it on the 200. Get it on the 200, for gosh sakes. You don't want to buy this thing all the way up here, that far separated from the 200-day average. Buy it on the rising 200, the rising 200. That's where they want it, on the rising 200, and they got it. Folks, I'm telling you, it looks to me like SKYQ is going to run right back up to here, right back up, and with the resistance right here at this price. When the blue 5-day gets to 546 a share, you should be selling some of this stock, all right? So when this blue 5-day, like light blue line, gets to 546, you should sell some of this stock when it gets right there. Then it'll have the pullback a little bit, come down a little bit, and then it'll go up to this line, and you should sell some right there. And that price is 640, 640. But again, you should already sell it also at $5.98, $99, $6, 601, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it drops back down to $5.80, $5.88, $5.77. Then it goes over 6 and pushes up to $6.40. All right. So this is what I teach people here on this channel, how to day trade. Now, I also hold a lot of stocks long. I don't just day trade. And the stocks that I'm holding long are on this right here. Oh, gosh, signed out. Okay, we're back in. Now, of the stocks that I'm holding long, this is how they performed over the last year. And I cannot tell you that they're going to keep performing like this. But if you'd like this list of the stocks that I'm long on, showing how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, then you can get this list. It's available to all members that join at the Goliath level, the top level. And you can have this list. It shows you the market cap and the PE ratio on every one of these stocks. And there's over 70 of them on here, folks. And you just pick and choose which one's down. Look for the one that might be down the most and then recovering over the last 5, 10, and 30 days. All right, that might be a good pick. Buy the bottom, you know. But these stocks that I've been holding over the last year, many of my viewers who are subscribers at the Goliath level have this list. And they are very glad that they got in a year ago and started buying these stocks. As you can see, for the most part, they've done very well. Now, I make no guarantees about these continuing to perform at this rate, but these are the stocks that I have in my portfolio. I do not day trade these stocks. I will sell them if they fall drastically, but even these ones that have fallen, I'm so far up over them in the last 10 years. This is just the last year on these. Some of these over the last 10 years are even more incredible, like AMD, for example. Holy smokes. AMD, my second largest held position. All right. So there you go. These are the stocks. If you want the list, I'll also send you a list of all my dividend stocks, which are right here. And these update. This is Google. It's updating right now. I'm using Google's Finance for the information. And these charts are only available here on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. There's nowhere else. But if you become a member at the Goliath level, along with the other 100 members I've got right now or so, then you're going to have this list. And you will also, on the dividend sheet, I'll show you on the dividend sheet how much they pay in dividends and what percentage dividend they pay. And again, these are how these performances have done over the last year. And every one of these stocks on this list of over 70 is a dividend stock. And this is how they've done over the last year. Okay? They pay dividends. And this is the amount of the dividend over here. And this is the percentage of the dividend that they pay out. I think you'll be happy if you pick or choose these, like very easy to see which ones are up over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And they're dividend paying stocks, folks. And this is how they've done over the last year. And you don't have to you don't have to extend too much. $24.99, and this is the list you get of all these dividend paying stocks. Shows their market cap, their PE ratio, shows the amount they pay in dividend and the percentage of dividend they pay. All right? And the top 40 on this list came from Roaring Kitty. The top 40 of these stocks that are on this list came from Roaring Kitty, and otherwise known as Keith Gill. Anyway, let's get back to the charting now. I just give you a little bit of background about me, and I provide and you decide, okay? It's just that simple. I provide, you decide. The stock I'm looking at here is SKYQ. They're taking it down, dropped it just then, and now it's got a wick on the bottom of the drop. So she's going to probably pop off here. And I'll let you decide, folks. There's a gap from here up to there, so that's why they're fighting this line. There's a gap. They know there's a gap. So that's why they just fought it, breaking that line, because they don't want it to go over that because it's going to jump up here the 5-day. All right. So anyway, that's SKYQ. Let's take a look at this STKH. STKH. Well, it's got some definite lines of resistance. And one of them is right there. See how the 5-day light blue line dropped to right there and then went up? And then it popped to there and dropped? Well, that's a line of resistance. Okay, now if it breaks over that, that shows strength. And then the next line of resistance on this stock is going to be right here. Yeah, oh yeah, there's a definite line of resistance right here. Okay, and then there's one that is going to exist right here. For sure. One right here. For sure. Here for sure. Man, there's a whole bunch of herk and jerk through here. Okay. So that pretty much lays out all your lines of resistance right there. And then she goes all the way up to there. There she goes. So we got every single line of the 5-day resistance marked out. So we know when the 5-day gets to this line, we should sell a little bit of stock. We know it's going to pull back. I'll zoom in on this so you can see this better. There you go. So the 5-day right now, it should break over this line, but it is a resistance line from previously. So sure enough, it got to there in the price and it pulls back because this is a resistance line. So there's when the 5-day got there, you should have sold right there and then expect a little pullback because this is a previous line of resistance. All right. Then when it gets to the next line of resistance, you should sell there. When the 5-day breaks over this and gets to here, you should sell a little bit of this stock when it gets right there, folks, because again, once this blue 5-day hits this previous resistance point from historically, it's going to have a little pullback most likely. Then it's going to rise to there, sell a little there and a little pullback to there, and then sell it there and a pullback to here, then sell it up here. Sell it there, then a pull back to here. That's how it works. Especially with this stock, STKH. Now, let me show you guys something about this stock. I think you can appreciate this. What I did yesterday was I did a little diagnosing on this stock, STKH. And here's what I observed. Yesterday, hopefully I can get over here to it. Am I going to get to it? Yes. You can't see it here because it's just off the screen. But STKH high. Check this out, folks. STKH high was 331 at 9:35 a.m. Do you see it? Right there in the center of your screen. 331. Right there it is. There was the price. 331. All right? That was the high. Now, I want you to look at this because STKH dropped from 331 at 9:35 a.m. So it dropped from 331 at 9:35 a.m. It dropped $1.07, folks, to 238 in 30 minutes at 10:06. So from 9:35 to 10.05 basically. In 35 minutes, the price fell, folks, $1.07. Now look, from 238, it went back up to 322, up $1.16, folks. After that, check it out. It took 77 cents dive over an hour and 10 minutes, 77 down, hour and 10 minutes at 11:37 in the morning. It went up 12, down 12, up 12, down 12, and then over 10 minutes it went up 70 cents. Then it dropped 46 cents, ladies and gentlemen. Then after that, after dropping 46 cents, it was just incredible. It went up 18, down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, up $1.18. Whoa, holy crap. And then after hours, it was at 388 a share. 388 a share. The bid now is 412. The bid is 413. The bid is 412. And this is the stock STKH yesterday. So I like stocks like that. To day trade them, I like it a lot. Okay, so that's why this one has got this one right here, STKH. That's why it has the asterisk beside it. But folks, if you get in on this, you've got to understand it can be driven down $1 in just 30 minutes. $1.07. It can go back up $1. It can do it back up in just 10 minutes. In 12 minutes, it can go up $1.16, folks. Just understand this. This thing was really wild yesterday. So wild ride for you if you're going to invest in STKH. But I think it's going to be fun, so I'm going to try to day trade it today. All right? And the stock is STKH. I'm going to go to the one-day chart. STKH. As you can see, the low was 212 yesterday morning in the pre-market. 212. This morning's pre-market low, 334. $1.20 higher than yesterday's low. All right? And let's look here at yesterday's pre-market high. Yesterday's pre-market high was here at 317. Now do you know why I tell you to sell the 313, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 320? All those numbers are sells, folks, from 313 to 320. And here they stopped it at 317 and dropped it back to 264, 266 basically. 317 to 266. $0.50 drop. Boom, just like that. All right. Well, I'm just showing you lots of big herking and jerking. Down $1, up $1, down $1.07, up $1, down another dollar. Got a big nut sack, up $1 again, down 50 cents, up 30 cents, 16, up and down 16, 16. Oh, man. This is it. STKH, a wild, crazy ride. STKH. Buy at your own risk. Right now, as you can see, this green 200-day moving average is waving. Look at that green 200-day. Look at it, look at it, look at it. Leapfrogging, coming out, leapfrog, getting more radical. Holy cow, this thing's starting to really, the 200-day starting to look like a 5-day moving average, folks. That is some heavy-duty herking and jerking and roller coastering, man. But the question is, will it beat this number here? Will it break over this resistance line? this previous resistance. And if it does, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, if this goes up here and it, if the 200-day, pardon me, breaks this line right here, oh my gosh, she's over it, folks. I should move it up just a little because it's actually got to break that one. And it's over it. The first resistance to this point. The second resistance, a little higher. And the third time, there she is. Oh my gosh. STKH, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay? STKH. STKH. Well, I'll tell you what. Folks, I am going to trade this. You guys give me just a minute, guys, okay? I'm going to try to get into my account here. So hopefully I put you on pause. They don't disconnect my stream and update my software. So here we go. If they do that, folks, I'll restart the stream in about 5 minutes with the same thumbnail. And then I'll come in here on this chat and I'll put a link to the new thumbnail for you guys that are stuck here. Because sometimes when I try to go away and get a code on my phone, they like to update my software during that time. YouTube does. So let's hopefully I'll give you right back. It should take about 10 seconds, guys and gals. So here we go. I'll be right back, hopefully within about 10 to 15 seconds. All right, I'm back. Okay. And hopefully they'll let me buy this stock. And that is STKH. Okay, select action, buy. Quantity. Let's see. Divided by what? 422. Well, that's a good number. Buy. We'll try to buy 420. Good till cancel plus extended. Just so you know, I have another computer that's over here, and I'm trading with my real account on this, and I really want to buy this at 420, 421, so I'm going to hit review here, order here. This order cannot be placed. Oh, gosh. Opening transaction for this security must be placed with a broker. Contact us. Jeez. Well, that stinks. Of course, STKH, folks. But if you got a Robinhood, they may allow you to trade this. Check your Robinhood or iBroker or whatever. Because I want to trade it on my paper money account. And the next one we're going to take a look at. And by the way, if you're joining me late here, these are the stocks that I have on my watch list today. Okay. And those with the asterisks beside them look the most appealing to me at this time for day trading. All right. So you can take a picture of this, but the reason that they're not letting you trade this stock without the use of a broker is because of these radical swings that I just showed you on it. Okay. That's why they don't want you trading this stock. It's not for the weak stomached. But my assessment tells me that this thing is on the verge of a breakout. If this 5-day comes over this line right here, we're going to see some movement, folks, real movement. If it gets over this line right here, she's going to shoot. All right, I'm going to tell you that right now. And that is the stock STKH. STKH. And you may not be able to get it unless you call or text them, chat. Please remove my restrictions. And the way you do that, folks, is you click over here and you click support. And then you get into the chat. And in the chat right here, you can type, hey, I want to have my restrictions lifted on my account, please. And then there you go. That's how simple it is. They usually assess you for 24, 48 hours, and then you're told, okay, restrictions are gone. So let me get up here and let me try to address everyone who's made a comment this morning in the chat, and then we'll get looking heavy at these stocks. We've got and let's put my timer on, and at 8:48 and 8 seconds, we'll hit the like button together. All right? And we'll sing us a little song. We'll sing us sing a little sing-along song is what we're going to do. And we'll be taking a look at all these stocks on this list that have been called out, but we first want to address everyone who's here in the chat. So we're going to come over here. 28 Trader, good morning. Yes. They just had a reverse split. Jayhawk says they had a reverse split a month ago. So in regards to NUWE, they just had a reverse split a month ago, so it shouldn't happen again anytime soon. They've done reverse split the last 3 years in June, July, and June. Great research there, Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, but it looks good. Yep. And Nisi Jane says, thanks for checking. Their quarter two earnings had a 14% growth. Good. If you want to play it conservative, look for a 250-ish entry out around 3. Yep. Yep. Hey there, 28 Trader. Morning, Hawk. Yes. SXTC. Good. We got a new call out. XSTC. All right. SXTC. Good morning, 28. DCX, called out by Jayhawk. James Holton, I thank you for your call out. Just so you know, when you make a comment or ask to check a stock, I write down the stock that you called out, and I make sure you get credit for it if that thing runs, man, and we make a bunch of money. So thank you for calling it out. And just so I'm aware of this, I want to ask you a question, James Holton. As you can see, we have some stock traders here on this channel that are using all kinds of equipment and software to try to track these hot stocks. So I have their names over here, and I'm wondering, since you shouted that stock out, are you using any type of software or scanners like these folks are that help them find these hot stocks? So if you are, I want to add your name here on the list, okay, and what you're using, if you care to divulge your secrets. And so that's what I'd like to know. And Jayhawk is calling out DCX. Okay. Jayhawk says, would have been a nice short on Hood yesterday. Hawk, I'm watching too. Going to go one way or the other and waiting for market open to see what direction it wants to take. 28 trader, XRX. And honestly, I want to say something too in regards to the top trader list here. 28 trader, I don't see. Yeah, you're using 28 trader. He's the top on the list, folks. The one that just gave out a shout, and he's using Webull screeners. He's using Stock Rocks, and he's got 2 AI in the testing phase. How are those working out on your testing phase, 28 trader? And I appreciate you. XRX got a lot of news. All right. Thank you very much, Jayhawk. Got it? Yep, watching to see if it drops and bounces around. On Webull, 11 things on there within the last 5 hours. Are you saying you're looking to pick some up at $3 if it comes back down to it and bounces? It should not have that EXT in there. Not sure if it'll make it, but in a perfect world, yeah, I'll be okay with 315-ish. Got you, okay. 28 trader. Okay. So you're talking about XRX that you're going to try to get that at the 3 to 315. Kind of hard to tell because you're talking about several of them. DCX and XRX. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to do me a favor. That alarm sounds when we're going to sing here together. And we're all going to hit the like button at the same time at 8:48 and 8 seconds. So please, let's see some love in the tank right now, if you don't mind. If you don't mind at all, I'd appreciate it. And if we can all put a heart on the screen, it would be very much appreciated. And this dang thing is telling me I've got to sign into chat. Dadgummit. Oh, gosh. Dang. I missed it, folks. Silly thing wouldn't let me put a heart on the screen. All right, well, we're going to do it at 8:48 and 48 seconds. In 20 seconds, let's hit the like button. Dadgummit. And thank you for the love. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please press the like button. Ah, okay, cool. CYCU is on the run. Check it out. Okay, got it. Sean Joseph, thank you. Maybe I can buy some of that. Let's see if they'll let me buy some CYCU. But first, let me take a look at it. And I see STKH looks good. CYCU. Huh. That looks like it's on the fall. We'll have to see if it breaks off that right there. It comes off that line. It looks like a good spot. Yes, does. Right on that 50-day. But be careful because if it breaks below the 50, they're going to take it down to the 200, folks. All right. This is a good place to nibble at it. I agree. But CYCU, have they done any reverse splits because they're below $1? So let's go see if they've done any recent ones because they could be a real risk for that. And they have done 2 splits. October, November, December, 2 months apart. Ugh. Oh my gosh. The first one was a 1 for 30 reverse split. October 27th, 2025. So beware of that one on reverse splits, man. They got to be over $1, folks. Stay on the NASDAQ. Danger. Now I want to look at my account charts. Here we go. It could be a good place to nibble at it, CYCU, but if it breaks below this, it's coming down to the 200, all right? I'm just letting you know that. And that one, and that price to buy it there would be $29.85, maybe $29.88. CYCU, okay? Let's get over here and look at these called out this morning. SXTC. I do like it here because, frankly, I never saw it stop in this region right here before. So I like it because this is this is starting to see resistance here, and it never stopped there before, okay? So finally it hits resistance and starts to make a move up. Now, don't be getting me wrong, because this is a line of resistance it should have stopped at. Once it stopped there once and went over, then the second time it got a little below it right there, and the third time they broke through that. So this really wasn't a line of resistance. It looked like one. It looked like a strong line of resistance because this 200 kept climbing and climbing and climbing. But sheesh, they drove it down to this line again, and even below it. And now look at the 200 crashing, the 50 crashing. They're down here, and it stops right there. Well, did it ever stop there before? The only way you could know that is look at a 5-day chart or 10-day. Let's see if it did on the 5-day. So let's go to a 5-day chart on it. Aha. Well, this thing fell from 232. They had to do a public share offer or something. I don't know what it was. They had to do a not a share offering, but they must not a reverse split, but they must have done a public share offering. SXTC. Let's go look at the news on them. XSTC. Oh. What? SX. Oh, I got it wrong. SXTC. Enter. There we go. Well, it was on the list of top pre-market decliners, apparently, on the 28th. On the 23rd, shares are trading lower after the company announced a 9 million registered direct offering. There you go. That's what I thought. Public share offering, 9 million. There you go. That's a lot of shares, folks, when the price is a nickel or 50. Yep, 052. 052. All right, there you go, folks. That's the reason. Boom. And X, X, SXTC is struggling. I'd be extremely careful. That looks like a little pump and dump right there going on. A lot of buying that pumped it, and then a lot of selling that's dumping it. Okay? Pump and dump. Be careful. DCX. Let's look at DCX. Digital currency. 185 high, now sitting 128. DCX. What's the news? Digital currency. What's the news? Rallies over 31% after hours. Here's what's going on. All right. Somebody up typing this story at 1:33 in the morning, probably in California. Jumped 31% after hours Wednesday following the announcement of a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Singapore-based global enterprise AI company Wales AI Limited. According to the digital currency, the MOU, it's a contemplates an aggregate investment of $20 million by DCX to support continued development of its platform. Okay, so they're going to look at investing $20 million. So let's go look at DCX. Do they have $20 million, or are they going to have to get $20 million? So the first thing I'm going to do is come over here and I'm going to put in DCX stock. And I'm going to click on them. DCX, not S, D. There we go. How much money has this company got on hand? Well, one thing that's nice is their return on equity is extremely high. It's 1,177% return on equity, just so you're aware. And their EBITDA is positive, 14.73 million. That's very nice. Their net income, 97 million last year. Their operating cash flow, negative 54 million. Their levered free cash flow, negative 306 million. Whoa. This is not a shorted stock at all. No one's shorting this thing. Virtually no one. Insiders are holding 5% of the company stock available, and institutions have almost none of it. 0.01% institutional investment in this stock. So this is probably not a long-term play, folks, but just a one-timer. Okay, get in, get out. Tag it and bag it, okay? All right? This is the tag and bagger. And by the way, I would already be telling you and advise you to sell this number, 129. I'd be selling that number. Let me tell you right now, that's a number to sell. 129, 130, 31, 32, and 33. All sells. And where was it already this morning in the pre-market? It looks like 184. Wow. 184. DCX. It says 185. 185. And this can be one of those stocks. The one thing I forgot to do to check just then is to see on this statistics on this stock. I also I forgot to write down how many shares are outstanding. 351 million shares outstanding. Pretty amazing to see with that many shares outstanding. Of course, it's only a dollar, but man, that is a lot of shares outstanding. And usually I like to find stocks that have under 100 million shares outstanding that can make bigger moves. But here somehow, this one has 300 million and it's trading 16% higher this morning. This is a sell on it, though, folks. If you own this stock, DCX, I would be getting out right here, folks, at 130, 131, 132, and 133. These numbers are all here on my buy-sell sheet. I'll show it to you now. And these are sell numbers, folks. Now, some things do apply to this, but this is definitely sell nut range. 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. And your buyback will be at 24, 25, 26, 27, or lower. You might even get in at 113 from a 33. I've seen it many. Now, especially if the price is up in the $8 or $9, it's easy to go from $9 and 29, 930, 31, 32 down to 911. All right. When it gets into the higher price range, it's easy to drop even more down to $9 from 930, 901. So, but when you're in the small numbers like here in the ones, then this is where you should be selling right now. And you should sell some at 129, 130, 131, 32, 33, and 34. After that, your buybacks are 124 minimum, 25, 26, 27. Usually, we'll see what happens. But I'm telling you, right now, this is a sell. DCA 131. Get you some. Get you some profit there. All right. And look for a pullback when the market opens to somewhere around 113, 101. Serious. I'm not kidding. 120 could be a very good pullback number to get in on this DCX. But the dang thing's up 16%. We're here on a happy Thursday, July the 30th. Coming into the hottest month of the year. But, folks, the days are getting shorter. And during this time of the year, about 2 minutes per day shorter is where we're kind of in full tilt here, going back the other way towards winter now. 2 minutes per day shorter. All right. Now, let's get back over here to my stream. NUWE is running. I thought it would. NUWE, enter. Oh, man. I told you guys. I called this out. I had it. Look, this is one I had called out this morning right here. NUWE closed at 189. It was down 2% yesterday, but in the after hours, it jumped from 189 to $4.10 high, $4.10 high. This is NUWE over here, right here. NUWE closed at 187, down 2%. After hours, 410 high. Bid was 373, ask was 375 last night. All right, and this morning bid is 525. Bid is 531. By the way, this is a sell. Ladies and gentlemen, you should sell it at 530. This is a perfect example that just hit 530. Now watch what I'm talking about. I'm going to call this out to you. So it just hit 530 and 531. So you could have sold it there. And here's the pullback right on my mark. And now the next sell is 537, 538. Look at him pulling down from 530 though. And this will be good. You'll get to see my call outs and how they work. This is coming to 520, folks, and you might even see a 513 here any moment. Quickly, 508 even. It could drop real fast. Be careful, folks, because you should sell this at 530 for sure. Just then, you should have just sold at 530 and 531. And the next numbers to sell are 537 and 38. But here's the fall to 520. It's coming, baby. 518, 517. But I feel now it's going to make the move to the upside. So it's going to go over 31, and it is going to go to 36, 37, 38. Those are the sells. But in the $5 range, 530, I've sold it dozens of times and bought it back at 497 afterwards. And I'm not kidding you. There it is. There's the 520 buy. There's the 520 buy I called out. I said the minimum will be 520. Now you're going to see the 517. There you go. Buy at 517. That's right. Oh, yeah. There's the 513. We're coming on down to 508. 508. Come on. Come and see it. We're even going to see it drop to 501 or 3 probably. But 508's definitely in the cards here for a buy-in. See, that 530 is a sell, folks. I know what I'm talking about. Now she runs. She's going to jump back up to 530, and she's going to go over to 536, 37, 38. Because they just gapped it down, folks. They created a gap. They made it fall from there down to here. Now there's a gap back up. Watch. It won't take long. See, they're already at 525. Now you're going to go to 530, 536, 537, 538 sells. And your buy right now should be at 507, 508, 501, 497, 498. Oh, yeah, 492. I'm not kidding. From 520, I've seen 488 thousands of times. From 520 to 488, I've seen it so many times. But there's your buy at 517, I said. That would be a number that would come into play, and you just saw it right then. And now we're going to go to 511. If it doesn't go to 511 or 513, it's going to go all the way back up to 538 right here soon. Looking for 511 or 13 here. There's your 513. And here comes your 507, 508 possibly. Maybe even 501, 503. See, that 530 is a sell, folks. There's no question about it. This is NUWE. Okay, here she goes now. She's going to go back up to 520 range. Now, listen, they could trade this thing down all day long. And they can herk and jerk it down and make a lot of money doing it. So let me explain this tactic. Now, they're going to be shorting it. They're shorting it, okay? And they're short selling it. And they're going to continue to short sell it all day long. And how they make money doing this is they short sell it and then they run it all the way down to 508 or $5 or 497 or whatever they've worked out. They've got a number. They'll just keep selling it. And then when they get to 493 or 488, then they'll go up, but they will not go up anywhere near as high as they got before. They'll only go from 488 up to 513, okay? You're not going to see 520 again or 530 again. And then after they get it up to 513, then they drop it down to 466. And they just keep doing this, and they get it down to 466, and then it comes up to 499, and then they sell it down, short sell it again from 499 down to 455. And you're like, oh my gosh, and what is going on here? And then they take up a long position and they run it up to 488, and then they drop it to 450. And this is what they do. And the next thing you know, this stock has somehow sold millions and millions and millions of shares, even though they've only got 2 million available. They sell 200 million because that's what they're doing. They just keep working it down, and they're making money off of it, folks, because they drop at 20, come up 15, drop at 20 more, come up 15, drop at 20, come up 15, drop at 20, man. And they just make money off of retailers all day long like that. And you can make money doing it too, folks. I'm telling you, you can do it. You can do it too. When they're running it down, they're making money, believe me, doing it. And that's how they make money doing it. All right. And you can do it too. You just have to understand how it's working, how they're working it down, how they keep cranking out shares that don't seem to exist. Learn, folks. You'll learn. And this might be a good one to do it on today. NUWE. Look at it. It's at 503, and I called that number out. That's right, NUWE. I'm just going to pull this up on a sheet right here. I'm going to pull. I'm sorry. I'm going to pull it up here. Going to try and put these stocks in here in order. I've got them kind of all over. I want to look at real quick XRX as well. XRX. So we'll put that in here. XRX. Pardon me. XRX we're going to be looking at here. Xerox. Hold on a second. All right, XRX. Good day trader. Herky jerky. 336 down to 323. 13 cents. 13 cents up, 13 cents down, 8 cents up, 8 cents down, 13 cents up, 10 cents down, 10 cents up, 10 cents down, 8 cents up, 8 cents down. That's good. It's a good little herky jerk going on that. You can make some pretty good money on that, I guess, over the long term. All right, thanks for calling it out. Certainly not one necessarily to hold long. Now we're going to take a look here at my monitor page and see if I'm down, and I am, and that's okay. SKYQ. Let's trade. Let's go over and look at SKYQ here. All right. Take it to it. Oh, yeah. Fleece it out. There you go. There's the bottom line, 416. Well, they've seen that line before. That's sure not a first timer for that line, 416, is it? All right. 420. I'm looking at AMIX right here. Now I also want to look at another one here real quick. I called out a few days ago. Some of you may have bought it, may still be holding it. I don't know if you kept any of it or not, But SKYQ, folks, there's your bottom right there. There it is, right there, in my opinion, SKYQ. And why they try to take it down in the pre-market is because there's so much little volume compared to how much we might see coming in on this SKYQ. Now I'm going to show you the 5-day chart on this stock. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock was at $7.13 a share. And I want you to be aware that I call out a mirror right here. And I call this. I call this drop. I call this spring. Okay? I call this drop this significant drop. Then this line is back up to here. Okay? Then this drop is this drop. Then this pop is this pop. Then this drop is this drop. And from this drop, folks, there's probably going to be a fairly nice move back up to this range. Man, there's just a huge gap here, folks, from here up to here. There's just a massive gap that was created in one day. I'm telling you, folks. And that's why they fought it so hard when it was about to break over here and here. It had 3 times they stopped it. Once there, twice there, 3 times. They've got to stop it because, folks, from that line right there, it moves all the way up to here. Okay? Oh, they know. So they said, well, let's get some down below the 200 before we let that freaking thing fly. Let's beat that thing down this morning in the pre-market. Let's get it under the 200 because they know there's a massive gap from here all the way up to this price right here, minimum. And that's $5.54, folks. $5.54. But before they let it make this move, they had to do this humongous drop, which is probably equal to this one right there. Okay? And as a matter of fact, this drop was lower to here. So this drop, in my opinion, is this drop. There's the equator. And then it moves to here. Okay? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because this is mirror trading, folks. And this was this was this was this drop was this drop, just exaggerated. Then up here, then up to there is the same line, folks. See? And from here, look at that drop right there. They knew to drop it to that line again. Drop it to that friggin' line, and then boom. And by the way, right off the 200 that's rising, of course. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's executed perfectly. Over here, the friggin' 200 was falling. That's why when it was here, it fell. Because the 250 were collapsing. Here, the friggin' 50 is over here, up here. And the 200 is rising. And they drove it down below it. It's beautiful. Execution. Executed that manipulation perfectly. And then, mysteriously, the thing jumps from here all the way back up to there. From here all the way back up to who knows where. Because I'm telling you, if it breaks this line, it's going all the way up to right there, minimum. Or at least here, there's going to be some resistance there. All right, that's my call on this stock. That's SKYQ. And I think it's a good buy right here at $4.20 a share. Just below the 200-day moving average. You know, how far has this stock stayed below the 200-day recently? It went back over. Then it went here, went back over. Went here and touched it, went back over. Hey, and now the thing is not flat like it was. It's freaking rising, folks. And so is the 50 and 45. Oh, my gosh. Come on, man. This was all falling, all falling. Look, it's SKYQ. You can be the judge. I provide, you decide. It's as simple as that. But to me, I think this thing's got a gap from right here to there. I sure do. I think it's got a gap from here to there. And I like the rising 200. I like the rising 45 and 50 that are now up above the dang thing. Oh, man. The 45 and 50 are up here, folks. At $4.40 a share is where the 45 and 50 is. And the 200's just pushing it all upwards. This is just manipulation, folks, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. We'll see. We'll all find out. SKYQ. I wonder if they'll let me buy SKYQ on this account. Because I like this one too. Let's try and buy it. Good till cancel plus extended. 420. Let's try for 100 shares here. Hey, let me place the order. And I'm trying to buy 100 shares at 420. And I just saw it hit 419, so I think I'm good. Yes, I just filled, folks, at 420 right there on my real account. So I just picked up, filled, buy 420 a share. And now the last trade was 420. So that's me. I'm in and I am in on SKYQ. It closed at 451 a share, folks. And I think it's going to go. So that's why I just bought it there for 100 shares. And we'll see if I was right or if I was wrong. All right. SKYQ. Buying it below the 200-day moving average. And now we are 9 minutes away from the market opening. In case you're wondering, these are the stocks that we are looking at this morning, and I'm going to try and look at every one of them before the market opens. Wish me luck, folks. Wish me luck. No, I've already looked at these. I looked at them last night, and we're going to jump through these as fast as we can, okay? We're going to go through these one-day charts as fast as we can. It's speed time. Speed round. Here we go. SKYQ, I think it's at the bottom. I think it's a good place to pick up some shares here. That's what I think, and I could be wrong, but I just bought them at 420 myself. SKYQ. Now we're going to go over here to a stock that I looked at last night and I owned a little of, ENTX. ENTX. Well, the low was 291 they achieved, ENTX. And now I see them harboring it here at this price. And that is 295. They like that 295 number, ENTX. And the bid is now 296 and the ask is 305. And now the ask just jumped up to 309. So I sort of like that, seeing the ask go to 309 from 305. And that's ENTX. Next trade I want to look at is NCRA. NCRA. We're going to go as fast as we can at speed round. I like them here. NCRA just bottomed out right there at that number. I wonder why they chose that number, so I'm going to look back to the 5-day and see if it's relevant. And it is not. It is not relevant. It has no relevance. That low that they just achieved has no relevance at all. And I'm going to move it over here so you can see that it has no relevance. The price of $2.24 has no relevance, or whatever that is sitting at right there. Has no previous relevance. It never stopped here before at that price that they just dropped it to, folks. I'm just letting you know that, okay? You decide. I provide, you decide. It's as simple as that. And I'm here to show you that number. It never stopped at before. And that is NCRA, okay? And they just ran it down to a low of 217. And they actually, that's just the 5-day that hit that. I'm sure it was 213, wasn't it? What number is this? 214. Well, they missed that 213, Savannah, by a penny. And that in itself speaks to the weakness of the market makers that are playing this stock. Okay? They couldn't even get 213. They ran out at 214. And I'm going to look at this right now. This is NCRA. Trade NCRA. There it is right there. Look at the volume pouring in on it now, pushing it up over the 50-day. Huge buy-in coming in there. Holy smokes. Big buy-in there. NCRA, folks. Nice. All right. Well, the low was 214, folks. 214. And that was in the pre-market. 214 low. You decide. All right. NCRA. Okay, now let's get back over here. And that's NCRA. Next, we're going to take a look at EGG real quick. Oh, beaten down. Oh, 319 low. Again, that's a wimpy low, man. That is a freaking wimpy low, 319. I'm going to put it there. That's a wimpy low. Let's look at the 5-day. Does it have any relevance? No, it has no relevance. It has no relevance to the last 5 days. Right there has absolutely no relevance at all. There's no relevance to that line. Coincidentally, yeah, there's no previous stop except right there. You see that little one right there? That little stop. That's the only relevance to this line that they just drove it down to. That little tiny stop right there. It never stopped here, and it never stopped here before. But they happened to drive it down to that price just now, and it's never stopped there before. So it's probably not going to stop there, folks. It probably isn't going to stop there. All right? Now, I don't know if it's going to drop or I don't know if it's going to pop, but it sure probably isn't going to stop here because it's never stopped at this number before, folks. And that number is on EGG. And you can see the buyers coming in right there versus sellers right now. Buyers versus sellers coming in right now on EGG right before the market opens. The bid is 321. The ask is 327. The stock is EGG. And I believe, let me see here, EGG, enter. News. Enigmatic invests in Singapore, Canada martial arts film Kung Fu Land. That's what made their price spike, is that they announced they invested in a movie called Kung Fu Land. And that's what made their price spike up. Okay, I'm just showing you that's the long-term chart, and the stock price has now hit that number twice for a bottom in the pre-market, okay? I'm just showing it to you, just throwing it out there, EGG. Next, we're going to look at DFNS. DFNS. All right, man, this thing is getting very herky-jerky. Jeez, it broke 100. It went to 108, folks. Golly, 108. Insane. Well, look at that, Savannah, where they stopped it, though. 108. And everybody in this channel knows that that is a definite sell number, 108. You were right, Jayhawk. It broke 100. It broke 100, Jayhawk. And as we look at this stock right now, gosh dang, I'm going to make this very simple for you. Here was the first low right down here this morning in the pre-market. Okay, there was the first low. Here was your second low right here. Your third low was reestablished even lower. And by the way, your fourth low was here. Your fifth low was here. Your sixth low is now here. All right, I'm just saying. The 200 just keeps porpoising and porpoising and porpoising. Just keeps on climbing, folks. And the 200 days just got a little wobble in it as it probably moves on up off here. And they've run it from 108 down to $84, $85, 86. 108 to 86. That's a pretty typical rundown. Usually from 108, you'll see 177, though. So I'd hold off from 108. From 108, folks, usually you see the 77 or 72. It's the 113 that brings this number, 84, 85. But 108 should see a drop to 177 or even lower, 172 or 72. So there you go, 72. So that's where I'd be looking to get in on DFNS. Okay. Next, STKH. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock was up and down massively yesterday. I could not buy it just now a little bit ago. They would not let me buy it when it was here. On Charles Schwab, they would not let me buy it when it was there. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And we're off and running. And the first thing I want to come over to here to trade, possibly, I'm going to monitor this. And the one I'm down the most on right now is SKYQ and AMIX. I'm down a little on SKYQ and AMIX. Trade SKYQ. I want to look at it on the chart first. SKYQ, enter. There it is, right out of the gate, taking it down. And I'm going to come in here, trade SKYQ. And I want to try to buy it here. And we're just going to come in for 20 shares. SKYQ at 411, 414. My dollar cost average is 406 a share on SKYQ. They've got a spoof bid of 5,700 at 422 right now, folks. SKYQ just jumped to 440. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm selling here. You want to sell 437, 438 here on SKYQ, folks, with me if you're with me on SKYQ. You want to sell 437, 438. Come back in here and try to buy at 420. There we go, over 37.38, and now we're going to sell 443. You want to sell 100 shares at 444. 446, trying to get 100 out there. Take out 30 here at 436, folks. And the stock is SKYQ. Here they're coming down to my 420 buyback now. 420 buyback, 417 through 413. Looks like right now the minimum buy is going to be at 423. So I'll try 422 here, 422. Yep. And what do you know? As soon as I call out 422, they try to dump 422 there. See that? 422. They tried to dump it right then when I called it out. Now we're going to 425. They're dumping to 419 now. I wonder why I can't get these orders to fill. Well, I'm just going to buy market if they're not going to fill my dang order there. All right, I finally got a 422 to fill when I bought market. And the stock I'm trading here is SKYQ. My dollar cost average on it is 407, SKYQ. Here it is on the chart right there. Look at that thing, man. I just bought the low of the day, baby. Nice. Look at it break up over the 5 days here, and it's not going to stop till it gets to here, folks. It isn't going to stop till it gets to there. This is SKYQ. It most likely is not going to stop until the 5-day reaches that line right there. Right here, folks. All right, SKYQ. The 5-day is the light blue line, and it's going to come right up to here. And when it does, I'm going to sell this stock wherever it is. SKYQ. There it goes, and it's going quickly. All right. And I'm going to be right at where I should be, 436, 37, 38. These all should be sells here. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Let's get on out of here. Look at that 5-day just rising, folks, right on up. SKYQ. I'm going to look at now AMIX because I'm down on that. AMIX. Okay, I'm coming in here, trade on AMIX. I'm going to buy some of this here. They already ran it down to 380. Let's try 384, 385. There we go. It's good. 383 is what I want, and 382. Yep, come on down, 382. I just got 385. And I'm sitting on 480 shares of this stock. Oh, man, it just jumped right back up. Golly, look at how fast that thing spiked. Wow. Buy market here. My dollar cost average is 415, so I'm going to pile in here 391, 390. 390 again. Let's try for some 386. $387. Come on, baby. AMIX, it's down 15% this morning. Gosh, I guess I just got a friggin' buy at market. Just got a 390 finally. I'm sitting here at 389, 390, 383, 386. Oh, come on, baby. Come on down to 382. Oh, she's gone. That's it. That's the end of that shenanigans. It's over. They just ran out, and the multiple they had was here at this number. They had 29,000 shares at 390. 29,000 shares at 390. And apparently they're running out here at 388, 34,000 shares. 388, 34,000. Oh, I'm sorry. At 388, only 12,000 shares. Only 12,000 shares at 388. Oh, wow. Very small money here, increments. Very, very tiny. Okay, they don't have a lot of shares here, folks. You're not seeing hundreds of thousands. You're seeing tens of thousands. Takes very little money to make a 30,000 move on a stock. 388 is a favorite accumulation number 2, baby. And I got my orders on down here. I'm waiting for 382, 383. And the stock I'm buying here is AMIX. AMIX. They're coming down. Come on, come on. 382, 383. And my dollar cost average on this stock is $4.03 right now. And I'm trying to get all these I can here around 388. There's one more at 386. 386 again. Last call for 386 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock I'm calling is AMIX. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Very few shares have been here, and every one of them is light colored, folks. They're all being bought on the ask. All these shares are being bought on the ask here. There is none being sold on the bid. Everything is light colored, okay, everyone? The candlesticks are all light in color, and this is AMIX. And every share here being sold is being bought now on the ask. Every one of them. I don't see any sold on the bid. None of these shares have been sold on the bid. It's because they're giving them away, folks, and people are just like, yep, I'm going to buy that ass. That's a good price. I'm just going to buy that. And now I'm going to buy market because I don't believe they're telling me. 392 I just picked up, and my dollar cost is 401, and I want it below $4, so I'm going to keep buying here. I'm going to get my dollar cost down below $4 on this. And I have plenty of cash to buy with here. I always keep lots of cash. And I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to $4. There it is. I just dropped it to 4. And I want to thank any market makers that just made that possible for me. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to try to continue to buy at 392. And currently I have $16,000 yet to invest within this account. And this is what I'm doing. I'm day trading AMIX. And right now I'm down $90 on this stock since I got in. But I'm happy to get these 93s because my dollar cost average has now come down to $4. And that is fabulous. And I'd really like my dollar cost average to come down to $3.99. So I sort of hope all these orders fill. Now I'm done buying this AMIX. I'm done. But I'm going to put a sell. I'm going to put a sell here of 30 shares. Or actually, I'll do less than that. I'm going to do 5 shares at $4 at $3.99. That way I'll know when this thing's about to break over 4. So I'll try to sell $3.99 and 401. And then I'll know that I need to buy even more of it because it's going to break over 4 and head for 425. All right, and this stock is AMIX, ladies and gentlemen. I just bought it down 14%. And if I look at the chart on this, AMIX, I'm going to show you right now. AMIX, I'm going to look at it on the 5-day chart. 5-day is right here. There it is. AMIX, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that freaking rising 200-day average just climbing, climbing, climbing. Oh, my God. And look at the 45 and 50, man. Jeez. And then they try to get everyone out right there where I just bought. And you better look at the bottom of that candlestick right there, folks. You watch the bottom. I'm going to put a line here so you can see. Watch the bottom of this candlestick right here. You watch it, folks. Because the bottom of it is right there. And you better watch the wick on this candlestick. Keep it in your target, right, folks, right there. Watch the wick on that candlestick. And let's take it down instead of the 5-day. Let's go to the 1-day. Oh, yeah. And let me ask you, why did they decide to take it to 380 for the low? Why did they decide to take it there? What was so special about that number, 380, right there? Let's look at the 5-day chart. Have they been at 380 before? Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm showing you the 380 line. It's this top one here, 380, that they just dropped it to the low of. Well, right there, it never stopped at 380. I'll tell you that right now. And right here, hold on. Yeah. I want to extend this out. Hold on a second. I want to move this all the way out so I can see where this 380 line was. There it is. Before 380. Oh, yeah. Now let's take it out to the 10-day chart. Well, they've been all over this line for a line of resistance. 380, folks. 374. Holy smokes. Where was 380? Show me 380. There it is. 380, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. I just bought AMIX at 383. So this is the same line right here. Right there. That line, price line there is right now, you can see 381. 381. 381. Look at it, resistance to the rise, 381. Look at it, resistance to the rise, 381. Look at it blow through 381 right there. Look at it blow through that. And now they drop it down to the 5-day here, which has been a previous low already yesterday, 2 days ago in the pre-market, and here again, and now they're at the same line with the 5-day. But I want you to look at this. When they reached this line, look where the 200 was and the 50-day. The second time they reached this line, look where the 200 was and the 50-day was. And now the third time they reached this line, look where the 200 is right here. And look where the friggin' 50-day is here, folks. Gosh dang. That's why I'm buying this stock here, folks. That's why I'm buying it here. And I just bought it at 372.4. I want this thing at the low of the day, folks. 372. It's beautiful. Thank you. And I know why you're here. I know why you're here at this price. Seen it before. Seen this movie. I know why you're here. Be a real gas for you to get a 366 low, I'm sure. At 367, though, they only had 55,000 shares. Oh, I'm going to buy this at the low of the day. I still got $15,000 to buy with here. Now, I'm going to be buying this on the low, whatever it is. If it's 360, so be it. 361, 362. Seen that number. Yep. And hasta luego, baby. AMIX. And I'm not guaranteeing you that it's going to go blasting back up, but folks, chances are it's going to rise off this line, okay? Chances are it's going to rise where we just bought it. And my dollar cost average is now down to $3.93 a share on it. And the chances are it's going to rise. I look over here now, and I see them trying to force the 5-day down below this line of resistance. But I saw it flatten out first. It's the drop before the pop, baby. I sure hope so anyway. Buying here right now at 366, 367. The lowest I could get was 362. And I like the look of it right now, I have to tell you. AMIX. There's the chart, folks. And that was just lighthearted drop to there. Look at the candlestick come back up to here already. Folks, the reason that they just did that is because they wanted this 5-day to hit the 50-day average right there. They wanted that 5-day to hit that 50 when they bought it. 200. This is the 200-day. The 200-day average. AMIX, folks. Buying on the 200-day. I love it. And they're going to let me drop my dollar cost average down even more here. I just dropped it to 391, and I'd really like it to be 388. And I'm down on it $700 on this position right now. STKH, I'm up $189 on. STKH. Nice. And honestly, I'd like to buy some more here. Let's try some 388, 392, 393. STKH. Man, I showed you guys this thing was very herky-jerky yesterday, STKH. And some of you may not be able to buy it on Charles Schwab, but you might be able to buy it on Robinhood. Now we're going to try to buy 397. There we go. Got a 397 there. Yep, got that 397. I'm glad. Now we're going to try for 394. Now she's back up over 4, and I'm sitting on only 180 shares, so I don't have a lot in this. STKH. The minimum it'll move is 12 cents up, so from 385 to 397. So there you go. It's 12 cents right there. So the minimum they like to run it up and down was 12 cents. I tracked this stock yesterday, folks. STKH. Check this out. STKH. Look at this. Yesterday's high was 331 at 9:35 a.m. And then it fell $1.07. All right? $1.07. The high was 331 at 9:35 a.m. It was at $1.07. And it hit a price, dropped $1.07 to 238 in just 30 minutes. This thing dropped $1.07. Then it went back up $1.16. In 12 minutes, it went back up $1.16, folks. This is the stock STKH. Then it dropped 77. Then an hour and 10 minutes later, it was up 12 cents, then down 12, then up 12, then down 12, then up 70, down 46 cents. And it just kept going. Then up 18, down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, up $1.18. And in after hours, it was at 388 a share. 388 in after hours. So that's why I'm buying it here. I just bought it 392, 393. Trying to anyway. Just got some at 394. And this morning it already hit $5.10. That's right. This morning in the pre-market, $5.10 on this stock, STKH. Typical. They ran it down $1.20. Yesterday, I just showed you with this stock. They ran it down one time, STKH. They ran it down one time, $1.07. And another time it went up $1.16. So this thing could move right here $1 easily. So I'm buying it here at the low. STKH. And I'm up $182 on it right now. My dollar, yep. Here we go. We're getting the 392s there. I'm trying to buy 388. And there she's going right back up to 399.90. Wow. Yep, she's gone back up. She's going to go over 4 now, ladies and gentlemen. STKH. And she could go up $1 right now. She could. She did yesterday. This thing was very radical. And again, you may not be able to buy it on Charles Schwab, okay? But you might try it on Robinhood or you might try it on iBroker, okay? XRX was called out by 28 Trader this morning. You might want to take a look at it. DFNS just hit 107, said Jayhawk this morning. 108, yep. And 108 was a sell on it. You should have got out there. Hope you did. Someone calling out 28 Trader. INVZ leads first ever multi-million dollar deal with defense customer. INVZ. Thank you very much, 28 Trader. Sorry I didn't get a chance to look at that earlier. STKH going up and down now. Yep. Morning, yes. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Mexi Brown. CYCU, NUWE, yes, I got it. NUWE is moving, yes. XRX. A Catfish, what do you think about XRX or STAK? I haven't looked at STAK yet. I just bought SKYQ at 414. Larry Pitts, thank you for that suggestion. I'll take a look at it. Trying to catch up with everybody now. DFNS got close to 100. Oh, it went over. Yep. Crip Walker, hello. Good morning. God bless you. Thank you. Kim Daniel, good morning. Welcome to the tank. Scuba McDubin, good morning. Crip Walker, hello. Welcome. Unboxing Doomday. I wait for USD1. Good night. Unboxing. Good night. Morning, Cat. Just getting my day together. 28 Trader. I think I heard you asking about me. Scanners are still a work in progress. Not fully trusting AI yet. Still mostly relying on custom screeners and charts. Got it. 28 Trader. Good. It may drop to the high threes and bump back up again. Cat, did you get your active trader fixed yet? No, I haven't. No. Jayhawk sent 100. Thank you, Jayhawk, for that gift. Kim Daniel, good morning. Doobie, yes. SIDU, Golden Cross. All right, nice. CRB, thank you. SIDU. All right, we'll look at it. Oh, Kim Daniel, thank you. Thank you very much for those gifts and sparkles. All right, thank you for calling out SIDU. Gary Inwards, I didn't get to bed until 1 a.m. Had to watch Thinkorswim. 5 for me. Mom had bad night. Currently have coffee hooked up to my veins. Oh gosh, Kim. Catfish, are you in on NUWE? No, not yet. Oh my gosh, look at this. I just saw STKH has jumped over 407. I've got 300 shares. I'm selling 410. Gonna sell 413. Selling 415, 417. I'm going to go out now, sell it at market. It's at 408. That's one of my numbers to sell, folks. You know that. So we're going to sell 408 here right now. 30 shares selling at 410. I just sold 410. Just sold 413. 411 just sold. Looking to sell 419, 420 here is an absolute sell. All these are sells, folks. All right. Selling 419 and 20 here. There's 418. I've got 90 shares left. There's 419, 420. Going to try to sell 425 here. Oh, and look at him drop it back to 408 just then. I'm going to try to buy 403, $4. 404, 407, 408. Oh, I just bought STKH at 388. 388. They're trying to buy below my dollar cost average now, folks. Oh, I got a 389. Nice. See why you sell those numbers? See why you sell those numbers where I was just selling all those? I just sold probably 300 shares right up there when we were at the highs. And then look at them drop it back to my DCA, 388. Now we're going to be selling here 12 cents up from that because they can run this up 12 and down 12 and up 12. So we're going to be just selling 12 cents up from 390 be 402. So we want to sell 402s here. 402, 401, $4. And I saw this yesterday with this stock. I tracked it heavily yesterday, and they ran it up 12 and down 12 and up 12 and down 12. They ran it up 16 and down 16, up 16, down 16. They did it over and over, folks. They did it several times repeatedly. Okay, so I'm telling you, you should sell here, right here, 13 cents, 12 cents, 11 cents. They did it lots yesterday. Okay, they did it a lot, and I'm tracking this STKH. Like I said, yesterday I watched them trade this in 12-cent range twice and 16-cent range. I can show you right here, ladies and gentlemen, this stock, STKH. Yesterday's high was 331 at 9:35 in the morning. Then they dropped it $1.07 to 238. In 30 minutes, it had gone back up to 322 from 238, up $1.16, folks. I tracked this stock yesterday. They moved it up and down a lot. And like I said, at one point on this stock, down 12, up 12, down 12, up 70, down 46, up 18, down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, up $1.18, down to 388 in the after hours. I'm just showing you, folks, this thing, 12 cents and 16 cents are patterns they love. I'm just letting you know. And today it looks like they're just doing some maybe even 10 cent because they just missed my sells. Yep, 10 cent range. So now I'm going to have to pull these down because if they're going to trade in the 10 cent trench, that's what I've got to do too. And I just bought it back again at 389 on my dollar cost average. And then we're going to go right back up to 397, 98, 99 most likely. And yesterday they were doing that about every 5 minutes. They ran it up and then down and then up and then down. And that's what it did. Then it would break away from that trench and go. All right, so here we go. We're just going to trade in this trench for a little while. I just bought it again at 389. And the stock I'm trading is STKH. Now, I don't need to buy anymore. I don't need to sit and watch it anymore either. I don't need to. The minimum they're going to pull it down is going to be 383 or 382. Okay, 382 is going to be probably the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. All right, maybe 377. There we go. Hey, I just got a bunch of 381s right there. Nice. 372 I just picked up. Nice. Woo. Well, I just called that out as a low, 372. And now they're going to go for 366.67. All right. So I'm going to keep buying here. I'm in a good shape here. Here we go. There we go. Come on down to 361, 360. There it is. Nice. And why aren't they halting it? Why aren't they halting this thing? And the next numbers I've got is 355 and 357. And but I like to buy 360, 361. They're some of my favorite places to buy. And you know what? I'm not seeing any shares over here. I'm not seeing any volume. I don't see any freaking volume at all. I see candlesticks up here, but I don't see any candlesticks down here. I don't see any volume. How many shares were just here? I'm not seeing any volume at all. None. I'm not seeing any candlesticks. That's strange. I'm still up $85 on this position today. Okay. I'm not down on it. But I tell you what, I'm glad they're letting me drop my DCA down to 382. That's one of their favorite freaking numbers. I wonder why they haven't halted it. Dang. Come on, give me a 366, you wussies. Sheesh. Well, that's the end of that. I'm going to have to go market now. I can't even get a 366. 371. Man, I'm going to be making some money on this stock, STKH. I saw how much they ran this thing down yesterday and then how much it would run right back up. Man, we got some pro manipulators on this stock, folks. I'm telling you. STKH. And I warned everybody about it this morning. If you're going to start trading this, you better be ready for a big time roller coaster. Because yesterday, it was a day trader's dream stock, ladies and gentlemen. It really was. Going up $1.07, down $1, up $1.16, down 97. Now she's rising right back over my DCA now, and I'm going to be even greener. I'm up 232 on this position today, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, you're going to be seeing this trade in a 13-cent range, and they just took it down to 363. So you should be selling it here now as it rises back over my dollar cost average. It's beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, baby. And I'm going to start selling here, right here, 382, 383, 387, 388. I'm out. And look at them sitting, folks, now a penny below my dollar cost average. How do you like that? 1 penny under my DCA. Oh, gosh, you guys have seen this so many times. Look at him now sitting 2 cents under me at 379. I wonder how long they'll be able to maintain that price. I don't see any volume candlesticks here at all. And you know what, folks? I don't like not seeing those, so I'm going to close this out. I'm going to log off here. Oh, baby, look at XRX. XRX. Now, I'm going to log back into Charles Schwab Thinkorswim here. So just give me a minute to get logged in. Just give me a minute here and I'll get logged in here. Doing a little update. Um, Here we go. Now, I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, so you're all understanding this, I have my real account is over here on this screen, and then this is where I day trade with paper money, okay? And I want you all to understand that. I'm teaching people how to use this software and how to day trade technically. That's what I teach people, but with paper money account, okay? And that's how I do it here. And let me get logged in right now. And there's a lot of people here helping out. Someone else mentioned, and I want to try to run up real quick and see. They mentioned what software they were using, and I didn't write it down. And hey, they're over my DCA, and I just sold 383. And now you can see the volume levels they just reached to tap 360 a share. And the lowest price of 360, they had 15,000 shares at 360. 15,000. And then the next heavy level that they ran up, 76,000 at 364. So somebody wanted this stock at 364 in a big way. 76,000 shares. All right, and now she's running up, and now I'm up $257 on this position right now. Up 200 and up 266. STKH. And I've already seen how far this thing can run up, so I just sold it at 388. I'm going to sell it at 392. I'm going to sell it at 389 and 388 again. There we go. Sold it 388. And the reason I'm doing that is because my buy-sell sheet right here tells me to sell 86, 87, 88, 89. And that is why I sell these numbers. I know there's going to be resistance. I just sold 388 again. Then it's going to jump past 389 and it's going to go to 392, folks, and 393. And I'll be selling both of those numbers right now. And I just sold 389, I just sold 392, and I just sold, I'm guessing, 393. Now the buyback is going to be here, 382 to 379 here. Okay, right now. So you might as well come on in. 379, 380, 381, and 382. And I'm going to sell here 393, and I want to sell 395. I want to sell all this right through here. 393, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. I want to sell 4, 401, 402, 403, 404. That's right. I want to sell 405, 406, 407, 408. I'm going out in increments. And ladies and gentlemen, my buyback is going to be 384 now. 384. And I'm going to sell 100 shares right here now at 399, 398. And no, I know this stock can make very, very, very large moves, and that's why I'm just selling in these increments. But I know also, man, you want to sell more shares when you get to 397, 98, 99. Okay, you want to sell these shares here, folks, 50 at a time. All right? Because they're not just going to let it bowl right over $4, folks. I promise you, they're not going to let that happen. They are not going to let it just go blow right over $4, most likely. Okay, it's going to get to 4. They're going to pull it down to 384, 388 minimum. Come on in here now and buying back 20 shares at 380. And I just sold 395 and 96. And now I want to come in and try to buy 387 and 388. And I also want to make sure and try to get 391 and 392 buys here. Because if I sell 4, they're going to come back to 392.
And I only have 310 shares remaining, and I just sold 398. And then watch how fast this thing pulls back to 388, 382, 377, 373, 72. Oh man, from this 4, they're most likely going to yank the crap out of it. Most likely they are. And I'm trying to sell 130 shares there at $4, at $3.99. And here comes the pullback. Here comes the drop now. See, they just simply aren't going to let it just fly right over $4, folks. It just doesn't work that way. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. They're going to pull this back down. They're going to take it down. Especially here, 10:15. Oh, man, wait till you see 10:30s run from 10:15 to 10:30. They'll probably bring this all the way down to freaking 349. Now, that being said, if I don't see this thing pull back now to 392 from 398 where I just sold, then I'm going to take away the 399 order of 100. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to take that away right now. Nope, there it comes. There it is. That's perfect. That's perfect. I just got through filling 384, 384. Very nice. I was expecting that for sure. That was nice. Yes. And now it's going to gap right back up. And now I'm going to get rid of the 399 sell. And by the way, the spoof sell is 1,700 shares, I think, at 392. No, oh, they got 1,500 at 421. 1,500 at 421. 1,600 at 421. 421's the number they think we're going to. All right, here's your buybacks now coming in here. The lowest they can achieve now looks like it's 386. So I'll come for 386. And the stock I'm buying is STKH. And right now I'm also going to be looking at AMIX and SKYQ. AMIX I want to look at right now and SKYQ. There's AMIX. Just got a bottom, 358. And now let's look at SKYQ. And it achieved its bottom just then, and it's rising. So trading SKYQ now. Oh, yeah, I bought it at 408. 409 is my dollar cost average. And we're going to try to buy this now at 420. We're going to try to buy at 421, 422, 423. SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen, SKYQ. 424, 425, we're going to try to buy. And 426. Man, look at all the shares they hoarded here at 417 and 414. Look at them hoard that all up. Nice. Well, heck, I'm just going to have to buy market, I guess. Get in on this dang thing. There you go. There's some 424s for me. Bunch of 424 orders just filled. Nice. 424s. You know, at 420, they had 29,000 shares there. They've only had 29,000. Now, above that, at 425, they had 31,000. And above that, they had 55,000 to give out. But it's already rising over that. And above that, they had 74,000 to give out at 2614. 74 freaking thousand at a freaky number, 42614. And they've acquired 74,000 that they sold at that number, 42614. They threw them out to the bid. Look at the dark area compared to the light area. You can see right here. The dark area right here goes from here to there, and there's the light area, buying on the ask. Folks, this stock is SKYQ, okay? SKYQ. It has the potential to go much, much, much higher from here. And my dollar cost average is $4.10 a share on this stock now. All right, SKYQ. And I just bought STKH at 381. STKH. And I just bought this one at 422. And that is the stock SKYQ that I'm buying here. SKYQ is what I'm buying. And I'm buying at a price, believe it or not, it's 21 cents over where my DCA is. But I just like to buy around 420. I think it's a great number to buy. When they've driven it down from a price of 441 to 420, that's a 20-cent drop. Okay. And right now I'm also going to look here again at, I'm up right now $330 on STKH, but I'm down $491 on AMIX. And I'm going to look at this AMIX right now and decide whether to move it over on a runner. Man, that is just a very small volume rundown to that number. I just don't see any candlesticks at all on this stock. AMIX. I see it down 17%, but on what volume? Just a big sell-off right out of the gate. And then they dropped the bottom to right there, and now that bottom is rising. And their buyers are coming in on this stock 2-1. More buyers than sellers on this number right now, which makes sense. That's why it's rising, folks. AMIX. AMIX. All right, and look at all the freaking buys down here. Look at all this overabundance of hoarding this stock. Oh, gosh, they're just trying to hold this thing, man. They're trying to hold it, baby. They're trying to hold it down. And there's nothing but a gap from here to there. And then it's going to roll over that. And then there's a gap from here to there. And then it's going to roll over all that. It's going to go over all of it, folks. AMIX. Yep, fill the gaps. We're happening right now. AMIX. And I'm filling at 375 on AMIX. I'm buying at market now, AMIX. And I bought it again at 375 market. AMIX. And I have it again at 375, and I'm going to keep buying it here because I want to lower my dollar cost average down to 388. And right now, my dollar cost average is 389. And I don't like that. So I'm going to buy here, and I'm going to keep buying these shares until there are no more at 375. And I do believe that it's going to run pretty quickly back over this right here. I think it's going to come over these numbers pretty quick. All right. I saw a lot of dumping there and a lot of dumping there. So when it gets back up there, probably runs over it pretty quickly, folks. I'm just saying, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And now my dollar cost average has just dropped to 388. All right. My DCA has just dropped to 388, ladies and gentlemen. And I am very, very pleased about that. And I want to say there's a big gap from here, 374, up to 384. There's a big, huge friggin' gap here. All right? And there's been a lot of buyers at 380 and 379 already on this stock. So I think we're going to see it run, folks. Oh, my gosh, it just hit 378. And now we're at 381. I told you there's a big gap here. There's a big gap here, folks. There is a very big gap, and I just filled 378 again. So screw that. We're not going to get any 375s anymore. 376s are gone. 377s. And the stock I'm talking about is AMIX. And there's my last buy at 376 of this stock right there. Yes, indeed. And it's now at 382. I told you there was a gap here. And look at it, gap all the way up to 382. I don't know why it just filled 377. I never put an order in there, but it's buying it for me now. And you better look. I told you there was a gap right here. I said it. And look at it run right up to that number. I told you there was a gap there, folks. And it should go right on up there. And it's going to. And then when it gets here, all this is friggin' oversold, everybody. Everything here is completely oversold. So it runs right on over that too. You'll see. You watch. You watch. Watch and learn. Watch and learn, everybody. Watch and learn. Well, look at this. Look at all the buyers buying now. 384, folks. I think I saw 384 there. Yes, 384. Holy smokes. There's eager buyers paying 384 here, folks. Very nice. AMIX. I'm down on it right now, $224 since I opened the position. I'm down on it now. But man, they just gave me a great chance to lower my dollar cost average to 388. Right in the middle of this hoarding of shares. They let my dollar cost average is there now. Right in the middle of all this. I love it. And soon it's going to go over these numbers and past this gap. It's going to gap right past that, just like it just gapped past this. And then it's going to gap over this. And then it's going to be right over all this oversold. Okay, everyone? I'm calling it right here on this stock, AMIX. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. By the way, that happens to be the shirt that I'm wearing today. I got on my Catfish, I could be wrong shirt. But on the back. But I don't think so. All right. There you go. Oh. What just happened to the 372s? 10:27 in the morning, AMIX, I show you here, there is the big, huge attack and sell-off. And now here is the buying that is out measuring the selling 3-1. Folks, 2/3 of this candlestick is buying on the ask right now. 2/3 buying on the ask. They don't even care about the bid. They're just buying this right now, 2/3 of them. And you can look at this candlestick right here and you can tell what's happening. It tells you the whole story. They just drove it down to the low. Then it started retracing. Then they just jumped it up to here and they pulled it back down to right here. Folks, they don't want to just let it go. It makes it look too obvious, but it is climbing. It is climbing. And if you watch this candlestick, it'll tell you more. Now, that's a 30-minute candlestick. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to click change. And I'm going to change the time frame. And I don't want 30-minute candlesticks. I just want 1 minute. Click OK. Now, the picture, how it doth change. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a hitch and go. This dang thing never stopped here before. Never has it stopped at this price. It's never stopped there. It's a hitch and go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm calling. This is a hitch and go right now. Right now. You watch it. Hitch and go, baby. All right? This is the hitch and go because it has never stopped at this price prior. It never did. It never stopped. So this hitch go. All right. That's my call right now. Hitch and go. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I look over here and I see these numbers called out 377, 383.99. Huh? 377 and 383.99? What in the world is going on there? 372 and 383? Oh my gosh, the ask is 384 a share, folks. The bid is 371, and now the bid just rose to 373. And the ask is 384. And this stock is down 18% today. It's down 18%. And nobody wants to sell it for less than 384. And the people are paying 382.45 on this right now. And the dump is one share of 374, folks. Oh my God. One share, folks. Oh, the desperation. The bid 373, the ask 384. AMIX down 18.38%. The bid is 373, the ask is 384. Looking at the chart here, folks, there it is. You're going to see a hitch and go right here, folks. It's time for the hitch and go. And I just sold STKH at $3.99 and 401. And I sold STKH at 402, 403. STKH is taking off. Oh, yeah. Just sold it at 404. STKH, I'm now up on it $441. Now I want to look at a chart on ENTX right now. Bottomed it out right there good. Once, twice, three times. Pull it up here, and this looks like a hitch and go as well. It sure does. It looks like a freaking hitch and go on it. But I don't like the 200 falling, and I don't like the 50 and 45. I wish it would kept recovering right there off that bottom. But it's down 5% today, ENTX. Yesterday morning in the pre-market, it was at $3.39 a share. So they've dropped it now basically 55 cents. And they had a low this morning on it where I bought it at $3.77, $3.78. 277, 278, because I always like to buy the 277s. All right, ENTX. Not going to look at it anymore right now. I want to look at LVWR. Oh, yeah, there's the bottom on that. Double bottomed on it. Hit 231, and now she's at 238. Yep, 238. LVWR. Okay, might be a place to make a move on that. The other day, yesterday in aftermarket, it was at $2.90 a share, $2.90. So they've dropped it 60 cents. Yep. All right, just looking at it. Now I want to look at STFS. STFS. First low there, second low there, third low here. Yep. First low there, second low there, third low here. I'm going to get some of this. STFS, it's down 13%. Trade, STFS. And yes, I will try to buy it here. Whoa, it just jumped like crazy. Folks, the bid is 417 and the ask is 450. I'll try to buy 425. The ask is 450, folks. STFS. I'll try to buy 433. The bid is 418 and the ask is 450. I'm trying to buy 433 here now. Wow. Bid is 418, ask is 450 on this stock. STFS. I'll try and buy 436. All right, I got it. I got it at 434 just then. 434. STFS. The bid is 418 and the ask is 450. So I'm going to try and sell it now at 449. That's right. And I'm trying to buy it at I'm going to take off 433. We'll try for 429, 425, try for 420. Definitely try for 420. The bid is 418, the ask is 450. STFS. STFS. NUWE I want to look at now. Ah, she's run all the way down to 388. Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm in here. Buy at market. 388, 387. NUWE. 384. I just got 384. Here we go. We're coming for 382, 83 here. Come on. 385. We're shooting for 382, 83, and we're going to try for 377 here. There she goes, baby. Nice, man. What great timing on NUWE right there. All right. Look at that, accomplished buys right here below this wall of buys up here, and wall of buys here, and wall of buys up here, and wall of buys up here. Oh my gosh. Look at all the buys at $6. $6, folks. $6. I just got through buying the low of the day, folks. Holy smokes, I picked it up at $3.85 a share. NUWE. Oh my gosh. How cool was that I caught that one there? NUWE. Wow. Nice. Woo. Oh my gosh. And I just bought STFS at 429. Holy smokes, what a nice catch there of 140 shares. And it's over $4 now. Well, heck, I'm going to sell 10. Sell at 404, 407, 408. Absolutely, I'm going to sell these up $27. Oh man, 411, I'm out. NUWE, folks. Wow. What a great buy time there. Oh, thank you, Lord. JP Panic, hello, and I'm glad to hear you're doing so well on XRX. XRX. Well, they're in the middle of this wall now, aren't they? Where they've been buying and buying and buying and hoarding it and keeping it still at 366, 367, 368. They've got it captive now. They've captivated it. They've captured it, my friend. It can't seem to escape the inescapable. The shares just keep on flowing, my friend. That'll be the case with this stock. It'll sell 800 million shares today and never move another penny. That's right. It'll sell 800 million shares, never move, never move. And that's XRX. I'm sorry about that. It is trapped, caught in a trap. They can't get out. Because they have too many shares. Oh, yeah. It's caught in a trap. It gets a bunch of crap. But they're gonna keep on printing shares here. I fear that is so clear. You can't get out of this. In this trap it's in the trap it's in. They're gonna hold it here, and it's a frickin' sin. Oh yeah, caught in a trap. It's a bunch of crap. But they're gonna hold it right here, baby, baby. And I don't mean maybe, yeah. It's caught in a trap. And it can't get out. There is no doubt of what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, it's a game they're playing. You can't get up any higher than this. That is so true. And there's gonna be an endless number of shares for me and you. Oh, yeah. That's right. An endless number of shares will flow out of this stock at this price. It could trade 500 million and not move a penny, folks. Not move a friggin' penny. But I'm going to try to buy it here and help it rise. So I'm going to buy the trap. I'm coming in on the crap. And it's breaking loose. There she goes. I had to sing a song and she breaks out. There she goes, everybody. She finally blows out of there. She is out of here. And I do believe I hear the sound of something out in the distance, folks. I could be wrong, but I think I hear it. And you have to get your ears down low. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh. Is it really a train? Is it really a train? Or will they remain in this strain on the drain? Will they keep it here where they've had it all day? We'll just have to watch while Catfish plays. I'm buying right here, freaking 369. And I'm drinking with everybody, sharing in the wine. Oh, yes. Here we go, folks. Oh, let it unwind here. Let it uncoil. You've had the 366 long enough. 1,440,000 shares there. And 1,500,000 at 369, folks. Oh, yeah. 1,510,000. I'm buying there. I want that number. Oh. Oh, shorty, don't give me that number. It's the only one you want to buy. Oh, yeah. That's right, folks. Buying right here with Catfish Ty. 369, folks. Trapped. Caught in a trap. It's a whole bunch of crap. Xerox shares, they just keep printing. Oh, yeah. Print them out, baby. Print them out. I want some 366 with the other 1,000,004 there. Come on. Keep printing them. Keep printing them. Keep printing them. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, my gosh. JP Panett, somebody says, is paper money real? No. No, it is not. It is not. And by the way, SKYQ is starting to turn and go north. And you better come on over and get in some with me. SKYQ. And I am now not able to buy at my dollar cost average anymore. It's gone from 411 to 421. And I'm telling you, folks, this stock has the potential to make a really nice move. So I'm coming in underneath it, and I'm trying to buy 420 a share, where they've already got 120,000 shares, folks. And up here, they already reached their maximum capacity at 107, 121, 124. And down here, only 86, 68, 89, 70, and 120, folks. They're done with that number. They've reached their capacity, 120. That's right, folks. They're maxed out, just like they were here at 121 and 124. And now it will run right on up past all this bull crap. That is my call. And I just bought 368. SKYQ. And we're going to see it run, folks. Come on. And I just bought 367 on XRX. So that's caught in that trap, folks. They just got those shares to keep a printing. JP Panic, I'm sorry that it's happened to you. I've seen it so many times. And I just bought it at 366, folks. 366. I've just seen it happen so many times, my friend. I've seen it over and over and over. I've seen it. And it's sad that they can let it happen like that. It really is. It really is sad that they can let it be manipulated like that. It's sad that they can let it get manipulated in such a way. Oh, yeah, I'll buy it here. What was the low of the day? 323. How many shares did they have there? 17,000 at 323. Huh. 17,000 at 323. And they've decided to make 366 the price that it stops at. They've decided to print here. Look at them. Just endless number of shares, JP, to sell. 361 now. It's sad. I want to look now. XRX. I want to quickly look over here at XRX. There it is. I want to look at their statistics. And I want you to look at how many shares are outstanding. 130 million shares outstanding. 16% held by insiders, and 70% held by institutions. My goodness, how are they letting it get manipulated so much? If 70% of the outstanding shares are held by institutions, the short position, 28%. Short of the float, 32% short of the float. Shares short prior month, 36 million. Shares now, 32. So they've been pulling out of it a little bit, but the interest, the percent of shares outstanding is very high. Shares of the float, 32. That explains a lot more. That tells me a lot more about this. Operating cash flow, 169 million. Levered free cash flow, 550 million. Their EBITDA is 372 million. That is awesome. Their gross profit, 2.14 billion. Those numbers look too good to be true. XRX, 357 now. Oh my God, they've just slaughtered this thing since I started buying it. JP, how? JP, what's happened to this thing now? Golly, I look at what you're talking about and I jump over on it because it looks like it's just trapped at forever at 366. And shit, they drop it as soon as I buy it, frickin' 15 cents a share, motherfuckers. Yeah. God dang. Ridiculous. And fortunately, I have a whole bunch of dry powder to just keep buying here at this number. Mofos. God. 357, folks. 357. Jeez. Wow. And I just sat there and bought it at 37. Well, I didn't buy that much. I've got 400 shares of it. Got about 1,200 in it. And I'm lowering my DCA big time now. And I just dropped my DCA down to $3.61. But gosh dang, JP, that sucks. Well, I just bought a lot more, and now my DCA is $3.60. And way below the massive buying that they made, way below that, way below where everybody bought all those shares. I am way below that number. And I look up here, there's nothing higher. There's nothing higher. But now at least my dollar cost average is far below that. And wow, 356 now. Insane. And that thing looked like it was just getting ready to break away from that 360s. It was at 370.71. And look at him just massacre this. I tell you, man, it looked like it was just getting ready to completely go off. And it may be this is the drop before the pop. That's true. It could be that they saw it was about to cut loose on them, and they said, let's do one drop before the pop. And they did take a shot at it, and right now that's where they're collecting it at 355, 10 cents lower than where it just was getting collected, and that is their game. 10-cent drop, then back up. It's obvious. And I'm going to buy it here, folks, at 355 because I love to buy that number. It's one of my favorite numbers to buy, 355 and 354. These are my favorite numbers to buy, and I'm going to pile in on this now. And my dollar cost average is now only 359. And I see what they're doing. I see them working it down to their favorite numbers here. 353. Very sweet. That's good. And I am piling in now. And the stock I'm buying here is XRX. XRX. Market makers playing their game. Down to 349 we come now. Golly, man. Dadgummit. Sheepers creepers. This stock is up 32% right here. It's up 32%. And since I started buying it at 366, they've now dropped it down to 350. 16-cent drop since I started buying into it. And now my dollar cost average is $3.57 on this stock. And my job is to get it down to 355. I'm coming to 355 on it. I got my DCA down to 356 now. It's a nice little rundown they just did on it since I started buying into it. XRX. Wow, what an absolute what an absolute massacre drop in price. And why this line? Are they going to stop it here? Why are they going to stop it right there? Because they stopped it here, folks, earlier. And they stopped it here earlier on the orange 10-day. And they stopped it here on the 5 days. So that's why they're going to take the price down to this right now. God, dog it, man. Jeez, I'm down 122 bucks on it. But now I'm going to buy 50 shares here at 348. Screw it. Oh, yeah, I'm coming in here big time. 347. You bet your ass I am. 344. Yes, I'm in there. Xerox has gone from 370 down to 344 now, folks. And my dollar cost average has been dropped now to 355. And I'm down $186 on this position right now. God, I wish I'd never looked at that. Jeez, oh, Pete. And STKH I'm buying right now, too, at 371. I should have known if I started in on this XRX at 366. I told you it was going to be trapped there forever. Hell no, it isn't. They're going to beat the shit out of it after I start buying it. 340 a share now. Good God. Wow. They've taken it down below the 200 now, I can only guess, and that's why I'm just going to hoard it here at 342. I have no other option but to do it. I'm just going to keep hoarding it here at 342. And I'm buying some big shares here, 50 at a time now. We're buying $150 worth at a time at 342 and 343. And there's a reason I'm buying this number, and you guys all know what that reason is. 344 is definitely a buyback, folks, and I've seen this number as a low many, many, many times. And my dollar cost average is now 351 a share, and I'm going to keep buying 344s till they run out here. And right now I'm down $183 on this position, and I just bought it again, and now she's jumped to 353. I just saw a 353 get ordered there. 342, 344 again. This thing's getting ready to pop, baby. Yep, she's getting ready to pop. Oh, listen to that. I just bought 366 on STKH. 365 STKH. I just bought it at 365. And who's decided to run this price down to 344 here on this stock, XRX? Who's decided to run it down to the 200-day and buy it right below the 200? Somebody did. Somebody freaking sure did, JP. Somebody did. Somebody wanted to buy that thing right on the freaking 200-day average after I told you that it was trapped at 366 and couldn't move. God, dog it, man. I do not like being in this position, folks. I'm sorry that I got on this stock. I apologize that I started buying it when I told you it was caught in a trap at 366. I was obviously very freaking wrong. God dang. JP says, you bought my shares. Oh, yeah, that's ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. God. Shit. Excuse my French, folks. Buying now at 339. Jeez, oh, Pete's. 338. I've got to. And the low of the day was 323 on this stock, folks. 323 was the low of the day. God, dogs, JP. Yike. Well, I know numbers to buy on my buy-sell sheet, and one of them's 338 for sure. 338 is one of them, so I'm going to buy here, frickin' A. And I'll buy it at 333 if they drop it to there. I just can't believe I got suckered into this. This thing's freaking fallen 30 cents since I started buying it. Jeez, oh, Pete's. But I know they're taking it down to the 200-day average to get it all. So I know that. I know that's why I'm buying here. And my dollar cost average, unfortunately, I've got a lot of dry powder, folks. This is a lesson to be learned. Never, ever use all your money up. Make sure you've got money to buy that dip when they really knock the crap out of it, like I'm doing right now. And my dollar cost average now is $3.46 a share on this stock, while I'm piling in at a number I know to buy, $3.38. And I know to buy this number. I've already seen the low today was $3.23, and now I see a 337.5 KY flag fly out here, so I know this is the end of the line for them. In my opinion, and this is going to be where it stops at 337.5. So I'm buying it now, and my dollar cost average is $3.46 on this frickin' stock. God. I mean, I actually, folks, never saw this stock all day long until just then when I saw JP's comment. And I added it just then at the bottom. And I, oh, God. God. Lord have mercy on me. 336 a share. Shit. I'm going to run out of money, though. I got 9,800 left here to buy this piece of shit at with. Well, hey, listen. The market makers, man, that's what they do, man. They hold it there at 366, and they just make you think that there's just endless number of shares here to sell at 366, and they go borrow a bunch more and then sell them all and short it at 366 and run it down frickin' how much? 30 cents to 336. 30 cents down to 336, and I'm going to sit here and buy it all day long. I'm just going to keep buying it, folks. I don't have an option. I don't have an option. I'm just going to keep buying it where they've already given away here. How many? 35,000, 35,000, 35,000, 35,000, 42, 42, 42,000. So, hey, when they're going to run out sooner or later, folks. They got to run out sooner or later here. Those 35,000 quotas, man, I guess they got to get every number down here to 331, 332, 333, 334, 330. They got to get them all to 35,000, I guess. And my dollar cost average is now 344 a share on this stock. Thank goodness I have a boatload of money to keep buying these manipulated share down price. 333 now. Gosh, dang it, man. I'm down $715 on this position right now. And now I'm down $800 on it. And I'm going to keep buying it here. 382 and 380, 332 and 333 are my favorite places to freaking buy. And I'm just going to sit here and load up this freaking stock here. And I am going to keep doing it, folks, because I have been trading for 26 years, and I know they love to run a price from 366 down to 330, and that is why I'm going to hoard it all up here at these prices right now. And I'm just ringing away at 329 now, and I'm not going to stop freaking buying it, folks. I don't even care if it ends up costing me $1,000. I am not going to stop buying it here. I'm not going to stop buying it. If I'm down $1,000, I'm down $1,000. So be it. 330 I just bought. 331 I just bought. Then, folks, the low of the day was just 7 cents lower than where we are right now. So they are now 7 cents above the low of the day, today's low. And I am going to sit here and buy this 7 cents over the previous low of the day. And I'm going to drop my dollar cost average all the way down to $3.37 if I can. I'm going to get it down to 337. That's going to be below their favorite number, which is 338. And ladies and gentlemen, I am piling in now at 329 and 328 a share. And the reason I am is because I have no option at this stage to have to keep buying it, folks. And there she goes. She's done. There she goes. She's popping. There she goes. She's out of here. Finally, there's the turnaround at 330. And that is a 30-cent drop from the high, 36 cents down. And now I'm going to sit and watch it. Now I'm not going to buy anymore. And now you can determine whether or not you should buy this freaking stock or not. XRX. Watch my account balance and you'll know whether you should buy this or not. You'll know whether it's going up or down from here. And I'm going to stop right here now. And you'll know, you'll see, you'll be able to tell whether you should buy it or sell it here. You'll know for a fact. God. Unreal. Well, I'm going to have me an order here at 323 a share. I can guarantee you that. The low of the day, 324, 325, 326. I'm here with all these buyers. I'm just going to join the freaking suckers club here. God, unbelievable. There we go. I'm buying the low of the day. Oh, I'm buying them here. I got my orders in. I just bought it all the way down to 323. I'm down $1,200 on this position now. 30 minutes, $1,200 out of my account, folks. The stock I'm averaging down on is XRX. It was called out about 30 minutes ago, and the price was at $3.66. I showed the guy that called it out, JP Panic, that this was trapped here and it could not get out. I told him it was going to be staying here the rest of the day, most likely at 366. And then it went to 367, then 368, then 369, then 370. And I went, sheesh, this thing's finally breaking out of this major, major resistance that they held it in all day long. And that they just had millions of shares to sell there, somehow mysteriously holding it there at that price, 366. 367, 368. But when it hit 371 and 372, I started buying it. I said, geez, it's finally broken out of this resistance. And then it fell back down below to 355, then 349, to 348, 344. And I'm like, holy crap. And the bottom just freaking fell out of this thing in 30 minutes time. In 30 minutes time, it collapsed. It just freaking collapsed. And now I'm down, was down 1,200. Now I'm down 700. Now I'm down 8. But hey, you can look at my account now and you'll know whether you should buy into this stock or not. That's for freaking sure. You can tell by my account what you should do with this right now. And the stock is XRX. And I just bought the low of the day, 323, because I had to. And listen, I still have a bunch of 50 share orders down here to buy here at these prices, but it's going on back up now. And my dollar cost average is 340 a share now. And if you want to know, should you buy XRX, just look at my account balance and it'll tell you. It tells it all. It tells everything. Well, I've already made back 500 because I was down 1,200. There's another 100. I got half of my available money that I have in my account now invested in this account, in this stock. And the stock is XRX. XRX. And it's still up 25% right now. but it was up 50% so I've lost 25% so far. It's dropped 25% so far, and now I'm going to raise these buy orders up. Ridiculous. Painful, folks. Painful, painful, painful. Man, oh man. Oh, good deal, Kim. Well, now it's where you should probably get back in, it looks like, JP. I don't know, though. I just got it again at 332. I see the dumpers here dumping 331s right now. So that is a definite place for people who like to hoard shares. 331, 332 is a hoard number. But wow, you know, down here at these numbers that we're at right now, this is the lowest number of shares they've had at any region right here. From right here to here is the lowest number of shares they've had. So it's not going to stay here for long. It won't stay here long. Nope, I don't believe it. I do not believe it. All the hoarding went on here, folks, where they got at 330, they picked up 276,000. 329, they got 290,000. 328, they got 255,000. 327, they picked up 307,000 at 327. That was the number they wanted in on, 327. And that is where they bought the most, 307,000 shares at 327. That was where the most were bought, right there. They sure don't have anything compared to up here where they got 1.8 million, 1.1 million, 1.1 million there, 1.5 million, 1 million there at 370 through 366. They're not even close to that down here, folks. Not even remotely close. 300,000 is the most they could get at 327, folks. I'm just telling you. This was never very many shares in here from here up to here. I'm just telling you, there's just very few shares there. Look at them buying 330 there like crazy. Hundreds and thousands of shares being bought at 330. And now hundreds and thousands being bought at 331. And the dumpers start dumping 331.5. It's a thing of beauty. Love it. Now we're at 332, 332.5. Nice. 334. Now we're gone. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see it run. 335. 5 cents away from my dollar cost average. 335 fives are being dumped out too. 335 fives. And if you're wondering, now I'm only down $422, 448. And if you're wondering, should you get into this stock, look at my balance. XRX. XRX. Dumping out the 334s now. Buyers coming in at 334.9. 1,000 shares there. Well, I was right, folks. I told you they weren't gonna hold it in this range. I told you it wasn't gonna stay here because they just didn't really have any shares here. So I was right about that. It went right over that, just like I thought. And now she should go over all this, which is heavily oversold. All this has been sold on the bid. Everything here. Only here is where the ask started getting some interest. 335. Right here, you can see a little bit of light on the end of that. That's buying on the ask. But everything else here was sold to the bid to make it fall. Everything was sold to the bid. And my dollar cost average is $3.40. So they're just 3 cents below me now. And you can see I'm only down now $330. And thank God I had my powder dry. I've only got 5,000 left in cash right now to buy with, but I had that powder dry, folks. And now the buys are coming in at 337s. Trying to dump 336s. All this is massively oversold. Everything all the way up is massively oversold. Completely oversold. Dumpers are trying to dump now 333s one last time. Last call for 333. Last call for 333. And thank you for dropping it again there to 333 because you just let me get all those. And I dropped my dollar cost average down to 339 now. 339. So thank you for that brief drop to 333 there. And that was a nice gap you created from 339 down to 333 there. And there she goes right back up, folks. And you're going to soon see it's going to go over my dollar cost average. And I'm not going to be in the red anymore on this stock. And the stock I'm trading is XRX. XRX. And now I'm going to lighten up and start buying 10 shares at a time. Coming in at 336, 337. Trying to buy 338. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Buying 337. Sitting now 2 cents below my dollar cost average. I know it sounds crazy, folks, but they're sitting 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. Well, I tell you what, they're really trying to hold it here and to get a lot of shares here now. And I understand why, because they bought a lot of others at the price of 366, 67, 68, 69. So hell, if they're going to drop it down here, man, you're going to buy that and lower your DCA just like I'm doing now. Bombing out on the 333 and a halfs. Dumping shares 333 and a half. Well, I'm having a rough day today, folks. I am going to now move AMIX, which I'm down a huge amount on, and I'm not going to hold it anymore. And I'm going to move this over onto this one they just ran down, XRX. And I'm going to get out of this stock. I have taken a huge loss on this stock. I'm down $457 since I opened this position. And now I'm down $260 since I opened this position. And I'm going to get rid of it, the rest of it here. They've hammered this down. They've been hoarding it here My dollar cost average is 372, and they hoarded it below me, and now they dropped it another 10 cents. So I'm just going to sell it, and I'm going to move it over to XRX. Coming in for 30 shares at 334, 335. Don't think that they're going to stay at 333 for the rest of the day, folks. That's not how it works. They run it down and fleece people out. Then they turn it and run it. So I'm going to sit here and buy 333 until my dollar cost average is at 333. If I have to, right now my DCA is 339. And I got plenty of cash now to buy with because I just got through selling all that AMIX. I got $6,600 to buy with now. So I'm going to keep buying 334, 333 until they don't have any more. And I see here at 333, they've now hoarded the most they could, 746,000 shares at 333. Down here at 330, they got 729,000. But at 333, they got 746,000. 18,000 more they had at 333. Then up here at 334, they could only get 47,000. And 335, they only had 54,000. So there they go, folks. And she's going to run now. And here we go. Here we go. We're about to go green. We're about to go green. Yep, we're on my DCA right now, 337, 338. I'm trying to buy. And they're sitting at 339 on my DCA. And I've gone from now 900 down on this to almost even. And of course, they're going to buy it 2 cents below me, I promise you. They want it at 337, folks. There she goes. Hasta luego, baby. Hasta luego. And listen, everything was sold here. Everything was sold through this region on the bid already. And look at the buyers buying now on the ask. Look at them buying on the ask. The dark area was sold to the bid. The bright areas bought on the ask. That's why it's rising now, because everyone is starting to buy it out versus the sellers. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more sellers here than buyers. But now, there she goes, right on over. There were more sellers than buyers. Now there's more buyers than sellers. It's obvious. Yep. And they bring it up and they stop it 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And there's plenty of buyers there, folks, right there. Buying at 337, 2 cents below me. There's a lot of them. Well, JP, now that I've had to buy so many dang shares of this stock, when it moves, I'm going to make a bunch of money on it. That's for sure. I'm going to make a lot of money on it. After these shenanigans are over, 336 fives, 336, 336 fives, 337s, 337 5, 338, 339. Up she goes. And you can see the buyers are starting to step in now versus the sellers. You're actually seeing some light areas here where the buyers are starting to come in. and you're seeing a lot more buyers now moving in on this at 337. I can only presume it won't be much longer. And then when it gets up here, folks, to 346, it'll be a quick climb to 359. From 346 to 359 is going to be very rapid. That's my call. From 346 to 359 is going to be a rocket ship. Last call for the penny below Catfish's price, folks. Last call for 334s. Oh, man, they know it's about to break loose. They know it, man. Last call for 334 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. Last call. And you could just see it was on the verge of breaking out, so they had to take one final dump, 334s. Like that's going to scare everybody. The price was already down to 323, dummy. 323 today. And at 323, there were 17,000 shares at 323. That's all, 17,000 shares at 323. Well, one thing's for sure. They like to make you think that it's just never going to get out of 334, 335, 336, 337. They like to do that, folks. It's one of their favorite things to do, to give you the impression that they can just keep selling there and selling there and selling and selling and selling and make you think that. Just make you think that. Make you give up hope. Make you give in. Make you throw in the towel. It's just a war of attrition, folks. It's a war of attrition. How long will they make people fold out of their shares? How long can they get them to throw in the towel before they let it run back up? How long will it be? I'll tell you what, I already said to you guys, I'm going to buy 334s and 335s until they just don't freaking exist anymore. That's what I said I was going to do today. And I got plenty of money still to do it with. I'm sitting still here on about, hold on a second. Shoot. There we go. Give me another 334. I'm looking for 333, though. You know, here where you bought how many? 746,000. That's what I want, where you bought. Where you got 746,000. The most you could buy, 333. That's where I want to buy it. But if you're going to make me settle with 334s, I'll do that too. That's at least close enough to where you got all those record shares. 333, 748,992. I want to buy there too. I want to buy that number too. But all they're giving me is the 334s. That's all I can get. 333s, 333 and a half. I can't get a single 333 buy. And the reason that is because, well, they already oversold it, folks. And look at that number, folks. Listen to me. At 333, look at everybody that bought compared to how many sold there. Look at them buying that number compared to how many sold there. It's a perfect place to buy, folks. A number where more people have bought than sold. You can see it right there. It is a very good place to start. And down here, too. Look at all the buyers versus the sellers right there. Look at the buyers versus the sellers. It shows confidence in the stock at 333, folks. It shows the willingness for buyers to buy it at this number. They're freaking loving it, man. They're loving that number. That's why they're sitting here hoarding it at this number. It's one of their favorite ones to buy. Always has been, always will be. Always has been a favorite low and always will be. 333. A prized number to say that they got in. Well, we got in at 333. Yeah, man, that thing was at 366. And then we called and we borrowed about 20 million shares of it, or 10 or 5. And then we sold them all the way down to 333 where we got in. And then we ran that sucker right back up to 366 when we were done. But we got all those shares from those dumbasses sold us at 333. And I look over here and you can see the volume on this level number now is 783,000 at 333. 783,000. The closest number to that was down here at 330 where they got 729. And here, 786,000. How do you like that? They're buying more here at 333 now. That's right. Buying with Catfish Ty. Order after order at 333. I sure wish I could get a 332, but looks like I guess they just ran out of those at 440,000 at 332. They just flat ran out of them. And now it appears they've run out of 333s. Well, I'm just calling it, folks. I'm the one that decide. I provide, you decide. I guess they finally ran out of 333s. And now, I guess if you want it, you got to pay 334 or some fraction of 333, because I guess they're all out of the 333s. I guess they finally ran out at how many? 801,000. 801,000 they got there. 801,000. And a penny below that, they only have 45,000. And two below that, they only have 32,000. Huh. What do you know? And they go again for the 330. And at 330, they've gotten 729,000 shares. At 329, only 481,000. And once again, they come for 329. Well, folks, I'm sitting here buying this, and I'm down right now again, JP. I hope you're enjoying this. I'm down 1,100 on this position right here, and I'm going to take a picture of it so everybody knows. And I'm going to take a picture of what time it is. 11:30. All right, and I'm done being roasted. It's time for this thing to be running back up. And to be honest, I'm glad they're letting me buy it here at 330, 331, 332. I'm very glad because I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to 336 or 338 here. And so that's good. That'll be a very good thing. And I'm going to buy now at market. I got it at 331 again. That's very good. I'm going to buy it at market again. I've got $4,900 left in my account to keep buying. And I just started making my money back. Look at it go, folks. And now we're going to play the slots. 911. Oh, I just won $60. Oh, I lost 120. Let's go max bet. Holy smokes. We're down over 1,000 again. That's how fast. Man, look at him try to hold it. Look at him try to hold it. We're going 331 here for a buy. Holy smokes. Oh, yeah. 330. We got it. Thank you. Last call. Look over here at 329 and a half. 810,000, folks. At an in-between number, 810,000. The most shares bought down here of all is at 329 and a half. 329 and a half, folks. The most shares bought today of this stock at the lowest price was 9.5. 812,000 at 329 and a half. Beautiful. That is absolutely freaking beautiful. At the half number, folks, 329 and a half, 812,000. Nice. And now 329.01 has 52,000 there. What happened to 329 and a half? They went to 329.01. Oh. And sadly, all I can do is buy 330s here, 330s. I can't buy a 329.01. I can just buy 330. And I'm not the only one. Look at that. Look at them still selling 329 and a halves. Oh my gosh. And this is XRX, folks. Xerox. XRX. Xerox trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results. Better than expected Q2 financial results, and they're up 24% right now. And getting frickin' roasted, folks. Getting absolutely frickin' roasted. Getting fleeced out at 329 and 330 a share. Getting completely stripped bald at 329 and 330 a share. And I mean stripped naked there. There's nothing left there, baby. There's nothing left. 322, 330 now. Here we go. Strip bald, baby. You want it? 330, you got it. And where did the 329 and a halfs all go? Oh no, we're at 329.99s. Where in the world did the 329 and a halfs all disappear to? 329 and a halfs. And my dollar cost average on this stock is $3.38 right now. 338. 338. Amazing that they could drive it down from where they had accumulated up here millions and millions of shares, millions and millions that they bought from $3.64 up to $3.69, $3.70. Millions and millions of shares traded there. 1,000,001, 1,000,005, 1,000,000, 1,000,001, 1,000,008. Look at all those shares hoarded there. Hoarded there. Now, did they buy all those shares so they could then short the position at 372 and then sell, 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 sell? Is that what they did? Now where they're hoarding the most shares they've gotten, the low of the day, 333, is 808,000. 808,000 at 333. And right now, I'm going to take a picture of this because now I'm only down 554, so I've made $500 in about 10 minutes. We're going to go up here again, and we're taking a picture of XRX, and we're going to take a picture of the time. Okay? All right? So here we go, folks. The climb has begun. I can only guess they finally freaking ran out of these shares they've been printing at 333 at 821,000. 821,000 here at 333 now. Below that price, 821,000, there is only 457,000 for some reason. Twice as many at 333. Twice as many at 330. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Oh my gosh, she just broke out. She just broke out, folks. Yes, she did. And I'm only down now $254. Wow. All right. Oh, yeah. We're down 137 now. And this is XRX. And the time now, 11:39. Wow. Oh, my. Come on, baby. Let me get a 336. Come on, baby. Let me light your candles because, baby, I'm so hard to handle now. Yes, I am. Hard to handle now. What happened to all the 330 shares and the 329 and a halves? What happened to all those? What happened to all the 335s? And we're looking at 335.5 now. Oh my. 336, nestled in 2 cents under my dollar cost average of 338. Look at all the buyers buying 337 now. 337.5 they're dumping now. Oh, nice, man. I feel good about that. I feel good. That looks very good. It looks very promising for me about to go green. Yes, indeed. Finally. And there she goes. They're sitting on my DCA now, 338. And I'm about to go green on this stock. Yeah, baby. Man, now that is a very valuable lesson, ladies and gentlemen, why you need to keep your friggin' powder dry. Don't you ever buy all the shares at one price. Don't do it. Don't do it. And now I'm up $103 on this position, only because I'm sitting on a load of shares. All right? And I'm going to sell here 200 shares. I'm up 100, so I just was down $1,000, folks. Was down $1,000. So now I'm going to take a picture of the green at 20 XRX. The time now. Man, that's a big move quickly, folks. And now the monkeys are trying to sit right on my DCA. Sitting on my DCA. And now she's gone over me, folks. And I finally went green. All right. And this is XRX. And it has a lot of room yet to move up, folks. A lot of room. A lot of room yet to move up. And now you know whether you should be buying into this stock or not. You can just look up here at my account balance, and it'll tell you whether you should be buying into this stock or should not be buying into it. Gosh dang it, man. Would you stay up there? And this is XRX is the stock I'm trading. XRX. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. I got news for you. if this stock can get over 344, it's going to quickly move back up to 360. Okay? 344, it's gone to 360. Looking at the chart, this is it right here. Oh my gosh, look at that perfect pair of Madonnas right there. Bang, bang, off she goes. Look over here earlier. Look at the Madonnas right there. Look at the Madonnas here now. They've got a fake. Look at here, folks. I want you to be aware of something. They now have a fake share sell at 345 a share. 7,500 shares at 345 is a spoof sell. And so I'm going to move this up to 343, 344. Because they think it's going to here. They think it's going to here. That's right. You watch that. They're going to move this 7,500 up. There it goes. It went to 348. They just moved it up to 348. See that? The spoof bid just jumped up to 348, folks. They moved it up. They moved it up. And pretty soon, when it gets to 348, they're going to move it up to 352 or 355. Watch them. And right now, I'm up 281 on this position today, up 404 since I opened. Now I'm up 337. Now I'm going to take away these sell orders because I believe it's going to go all the way past 345 up to 360. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. XRX, now up $660 on this position. I told you, JP, I had so many shares I was forced to buy that when I go green, I'm going to go green big. And I'm selling here at this number, 343 and 344. I just sold 343. Now, I don't want you guys to use my buy-sell sheet and put in a bunch of sell orders here at 344. Don't do it. Keep them out. When it gets to 347, 348, 349, we'll sell then. I'm up 775 on this position now. And I think it's going to come from this all the way up very quickly to 358. And by the way, they just moved up the 7,500 shares to 351. And I told you they were going to move it up to 351 or 352. And they just did. They think it's going to 350. So I'm going to sell 349 here, 348, 347, 346. I'm going to sell 345. Of course, I want to sell 344. I'm out 343. There we go, out 343. And right now, I'm up 588 on this position. Just sold 344, up 718. Man, oh man. Well, I tell you guys, I've been doing this for 26 years, and that sure looked like a massive manipulation to me. And it was a beautiful number that they ran it down 33 cents or so, 36 cents. And that's pretty typical, folks. And now I'm going to take away these orders, these sell orders. I can see the game they're playing. They're not filling my orders for me, so I'll just come out at market and screw it. A lot of buyers buying here at 344. I wonder what happened to all the shares they had at $3.30. What happened to, they ran out at 801,000. And here at 344, they've already gotten 650,000. They can only hold 200,000 more, and she pops, folks. I'm telling you, this thing's going to run from 344 up to 359, 360, 362. That's what it's going to do, folks. There's a big gap from 345 right up here to 360, 61, which you will all be able to bear witness to here just in a few moments. You're going to watch that thing go, folks. And look at the buyers coming in. 344, folks. They're just right on the cusp of 344.45. And it breaks 345, folks. I'm going to tell you, she's gone. This is XRX. I'm going to tell you right now, if it breaks over that level right there, she's freaking gone. She's gone. You see that? They stopped it once there, stopped it twice there. And if they don't stop this now here, she's gone. She's gone. All right? I'm telling you right now. If they don't stop it here now, she's freaking gone. Matter of fact, you can already see the resistance to the 5-day stop there once and stop there twice, stop there 3 times, and it is over that number now. It's over that number. It's over it. Now it breaks this one and it jumps all the way up to right here, folks. And that price is 363. 363. I just bought SKYQ at 415 a share. I just bought XRX at 340. Nice. Well, because they're trying to fight it down from that line because they know frickin' A, man, if it breaks over that thing, man, it is gone. It is going to frickin' take off. They already know it, folks. They know if it goes over that line, 344, it's sayonara, baby. So one last pullback just before lunch to 340 a share. That works. Please also notice right here, most of these shares have been bid sold, but now you got more buyers buying the ask. Here you had this many sold on the bid. Here you got this many buying on the ask. Here you got this many sold on the bid and that many bought on the ask. You got too many buyers buying the ask now. The sold on the bid was to right there. Bought on the ask was there. There's too many people buying on the ask here is what I'm trying to tell you, folks. There's too many people right here buying on the ask versus selling on the bid. It's just as simple as that. Too many people buying on the ask. And down below my dollar cost average, there's way more buyers on the ask than sold on the bid. And they're just below me a penny. Way more buyers on the ask than sold on the bid. And on my dollar cost average, way more buyers buying on the ask than sold the bid. So that makes me feel very good about this dollar cost average here. There's already been proof of a lot of people that are willing to pay the ask price here. A lot of people willing to pay the ask price. So that makes me feel good about my dollar cost average here. And she's going to go up over 345 here. And when she does, she's going to run to 360, folks. You watch. And I'm going to stay just below it. You got a lot of buyers coming in here at 339 and 340 now. 340. I'm telling you, though, when she gets over 345, she's going to rock it. And you better look at the chart on this. Oh, man, they knew it was going to cross that line and it was going to go from right there all the way to there. So look at them try to pull it down below the 50 and the 200. Good luck with that. You got a 200-day average here, and you got a 50-day here. You got the 5 and 10-day there. That thing is completely capitulated. That thing is absolutely, completely capitulated there up that line. I mean, you can't get it any tighter than that right there, folks. You cannot make this stock any tighter than where it is right now. Look at that 200-day line. And look at them with the 5 on it, and the 50, and the 45, and the 10, all converged, folks. Let me tell you something. The word converge and capitulate and consolidate, all those C words favor longs, people. And this is capitulation like no other. This is convergence like no other, with every single moving average line at the same point, a needle point almost. Folks, you're going to find out that from this consolidation and this capitulation, and this is consolidating, this is capitulating, and this is convergence. That's on XRX. XRX. And this is the culmination of the word convergence. And you can see they just achieved a low there, and now the next low is here. And it is going to rise off this line, folks, because the 45 and 50 are rising and the 200 is rising. So only thing dropping is the current price just then. That's the only thing that just dropped to there. And earlier it dropped to here. So it's already got an established low below where we are now. It's already got an established low right there. There's your established low right there. There it is. And then over here, they're trying to get this low now. Folks, look at the bottom of this candlestick. Has it ever stopped there before? Has the candlestick had a top there or a bottom there before? No, it's never done that. The candlestick has never bottomed out on that line. It didn't top out on that line, and it didn't bottom out on that line. But just now, it just bottomed out on that line. The stock is XRX. XRX. And I want you to see from where they just drove it down, where they just stopped the bottom of that candlestick. Folks, it never stopped there before. Either the top or the bottom of a candlestick. Never stopped there before. Never. And now, in fact, 2 candlesticks in a row start from that line. Where it never started from or stopped at before, that candlestick. Never. Never stopped there before. XRX. Up. And now she rises right off that line. As expected, because never stopped there before. It never stopped there before. Now all we need to do is see this wick disappear right now. Go flat top green. And by the way, just so you're aware of it, XRX here, look at the small, insignificant cells that are coming in here to try to keep it down. Look how little that is they're selling. Look how heavy they sold here to make it start falling. But once they get down to the bottom, look how few shares they use to try to maintain it there. And by the way, that's why it didn't stay there, because they got so few shares. And it now has bounced off this line to right here. All right, I'm just showing you. And the stock is XRX. XRX. Earlier, it hit this price. And it stayed at 366 to 370 for over an hour. It stayed there. Then I started buying it because it went up to 372, and then they dropped it all the way to there where I bought the crap out of it. And then I bought more there. And now I'm going to buy more at that bottom right there. Right there, I'm buying that bottom now. Trade, I'm coming in. I'm going to buy it now at market. Buy market, 30 shares. I'm in. And my dollar cost average on this stock is $3.35. And I'm going to try to buy 337 right now if I can. And I just did. And the reason I'm buying this number, ladies and gentlemen, is because I can. I can buy it. I got a lot of cash still. Got 6,200 in cash left right now, and I still keep dry powder. I always do. And I want to buy 337, 338. I want to buy 339. I want to buy them, buy them, buy them, buy them. And I just got 339 just then. And I'm going to keep buying. If they pull it down, I'll buy it below my dollar cost average, but they're taking it higher now, so it's time to start liquidating. And you should know to sell 42, 43, 44, folks, okay? Now, I'm just going to start selling here because I'm up 462 on this position now. I'm up 462 since I opened the position. Huh. And look at all the buyers coming over here. 339s. Oh, we got buyers at 340 coming in. Well, that doesn't surprise me. There we go, 340 plus. Yeah. Paying now over 340. Ah, the resistance is so thin here. I'm actually going to remove this sell order and remove this one at 340 and 41 because I believe it is going to quickly move right on up here to 345. And I believe once it crosses 345, it's going to jump all the way up to $3.60. That is what I think is going to happen with this stock. And I could be completely wrong, but XRX looks to me like it's on the verge of making a nice run here back up to 345. And once it caps that, it's going to go all the way up to 359, 360. Because, folks, from right here, there's a big gap right here, a big gap. I'm telling you, there is a big gap on this stock from right here up to there. There's a gap there. There's a big gap there, a huge gap there. 345 a share, folks, and off she goes. And I see plenty of buy. Oh, I don't want to buy 200 there. 30 is what I'm buying. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm up 264, up 493 since I opened the position. My dollar cost average is down here at $3.35 is where my DCA is. And it's only because, fortunately, I had a lot of money. I started buying it at 369, 370. Up here, folks, I started buying it because it had sat here for over an hour. And then all of a sudden it went to 370, 71, 72. And I went, geez, she finally broke out of this price range. And she's probably now going to run right on up. So as soon as it broke out of this price range, I bought it at 370, 71. And then within minutes, I was at 366, 355, 350, 344, 339, all the way down here where I had to buy it at 323, 324, 325. I had to buy the crap out of it there. But I bought it all because I was smart to buy it there. I knew it was a good place to buy it. It was down from the 366. They had it down 33 cents, coincidentally, 33 cents. And now I'm going to sell here at 343 and 344, my friends. Just sold it, 342. And by the way, there is a spoof sell order of 7,500 shares at 349 right now. So just put your order in 348, 347, 346, 345, 344. Okay? Just put them in there. Sell the 343. But the spoof bid, they think it's going to 349. And actually, truthfully, they know if it gets to that number, it's going to go all the way up to 359, 360. They know that. They know it, folks. Oh, man, I'm going to pull these orders right now that I just put in. I don't want to do that. I don't want to create a wall, so we'll just wait till it goes on up there to 347. Then it's got its move all the way up to 359, 360, okay? So you can clearly see what's happening here with this stock. It is slowly but surely rising and rising and rising against all the efforts to keep dumping shares underneath it. But it is slowly rising here, folks, and it is now at 343. And I'm trying to buy it at 341. The stock is XRX. XRX. And right now, I'm up $709 on it. Now up $814. And it's only because I bought $30,000 worth of it, basically, folks. That's right. I had to. They forced my hand. I had to put all my cash in on it almost. And they know this is a very critical number for it to stay below. And I'm going to show you right now why it is breaking over it now, folks. And I want you to know this is the next line of resistance right here at this price, 343. If the 5-day crosses 343 right here, if it crosses this number, if it crosses this number, folks, it's going to romp. It's going to romp. It's going to roll. It's going to rise right like it fell. Okay? If it crosses this line, it's going to rise. It's going to rise very quickly, just like it fell. All right? That's my call. That's my call. That is my call right now. Right here, right now. That is the praying mantis, ladies and gentlemen, with its long mandibles out here. Oh my gosh, Gary. I can already tell you what you're talking about here. Water came through, and on the drywall on the ceiling, it was holding this water like a big water balloon. The paint held it in. I've seen that before in a house that I had flood on me one time. The whole wall, the wall had a big, huge water bed like behind the latex. Oh my gosh. Well, listen, I want you to see something. They know that if this price goes over here, it's on its way. So again, they're coming at it. And look at them sell right there, trying to hold it in check. Trying to hold it in check. Oh man, look at him sell there. Trying to hold that thing below this line because they know if it breaks that line, it's going to go all the way friggin' up, baby. They know it, folks. They know it. They're very well aware of it. Baby, you got a doggone crossover of the 50 crossing the freaking 200 right now. That's another reason they came at it. Because the 50's crossing the 200. This is the golden cross. Here you had the current price and the 10-day go over the 200, and they stopped the 50 there. Then they shove it down. Now the 50's crossing the 200. Oh my gosh, it's a triple upside crossover, folks, right now. And look at that thing flat top green on this triple upside crossover. It's been completed, folks. It's going over now. Oh my gosh. Trade. And it's going to go over 345, and it's going to go all the way up to 359, 361, 62. She's going to run past all this now, folks. That's my call right now. XRX. There it is on the chart, folks. XRX. A triple crossover of the 200-day average is happening as we speak. And if it breaks this number right here, folks, it is going to go. Watch that blue line. Watch that blue line, folks. It needs to come over that line right there. It goes over that line. And oh, baby, here we go. If it had burst when the lights were on, it might have had a fire. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Wow. All right, baby, come on. Let's get over this line. Let's get over this line. Let's break this line. There she goes. Break it, break it, break it. Break it, baby. She goes over 344.45. She's going to be out of here, folks. And believe you me, they know it. They know it. They know it. They well know it. That is why they've sold so many shares right here, trying to stop that from happening. 718,000. But look at here. The dark area only goes on that candlestick from right there to here. The rest has been buying on the ask here at this price already. 344. They've got more buyers on the ask. And here. And here. Folks, it's going to break this. It's going to go all the way up. It's going to go past all this and go right up to here. And that price is 360 a share. It's about to happen right now. And I'm up right now $862 on this position today. Man, AMIX, that thing slaughtered me, folks. AMIX just took me to the cleaners. AMIX. And I actually think might be a place to start buying back some. But I already sold this stock this morning when it was here. I sold it when it was here. And this would have been the buyback on AMIX. Down 21% today. I'm still holding 690 shares of it. AMIX. Well, there's been a slew of shares here below me. And I think I'm going to try to lower my DCA on this while they've got it down here at the bottom of this wall. And I just lowered it to 371. And I see they just had the prices down to 352, and they jumped immediately from 352 to 357. So that tells me something. I hear a mouse in the house. Oh, hi, sweetie Petey Pie. Hey, look what we got here, folks. I hope you're not too hungry. I hope you're not too hungry. But I got my sandwich time here. Looks like there's a delicious turkey sandwich here. Oh, it's sliced chicken. Oh, man, fresh sliced chicken. NUWE. Man, I bought that at the low, I know. NUWE. Oh, yes, I'm up $58 on it now. And so I'm going to trade NUWE. Oh, nice. There it is, NUWE. And I looked at it this morning, and I bought that stock at the low of the day. I bought it right there, 386. My dollar cost average is 386 on this stock. Nice. And I only have 100 shares of the doggone thing. I wish I would have bought more of it. NUWE. Nice. Oh my gosh. I'm going to sell it here, 438. I'm going to start selling 10 shares at a time. 437, 438, 440, 442. Oh my gosh, it's going off. Selling 444 here now. Just sold 440, 440. And I'm up $62 on this position now. NUWE. 438 is always a sell, folks. All right. 437, 438. That's always a sell. That's why I'm selling here. And I just sold 437 and 438. I've only got 50 shares left. That looks good. NUWE. And I looked at it this morning, and I went over and looked at the chart, and I saw where it was, and I immediately bought it. And I bought it at 438 a share. I just sold it at 442. I just sold it at 444. Now I'm going to sell it at 449. Just sold 450. Nice. And the next number to sell is 454, folks. But you got to sell 450 and 452 for here. 454, getting out here. I'm up 65 now. This is all going to be out. I'm going to sell 20 more shares and I'm out. Now, I do not want you guys to have to listen to me eat this turkey sandwich. So I'm going to, and I've only got 20 shares left of this now. And now you can see why I sold 450 right there. And I'm going to try to sell 449 here and 450, and I'm going to be out. And I'm going to be out of this stock, NUWE. And I'm going to sell 449 and 450 right now. I sold them both at 450, and I'm out, NUWE. And I made 64.80 on that stock, and so thank you very much, NUWE. And now I'm going to come over here, and I'm up $1,100 on XRX. Oh, my gosh. XRX. Holy smokes. Whoa. Selling 348. 347. Awesome. Up $1,000 on this now. I got to take a picture of that. XRX. Oh, man. I got to know, did anybody buy XRX with me when it was down in the 333 range? I'm going to ask in a poll, did you happen to buy, did any of you cats buy into XRX with me? Dropped to the 330 range, 3.33 range, question mark. Start the poll. Sean says CYCU is on the run. Check it out, okay? Golly, man, I'm going to sell here, 350. I'm up 1,500 now on this position. XRX. I'm going to take out all these buy orders. My dollar cost average is $3.35 a share. And you should know to sell 349, 350, 352, 354. And by the way, the spoof bid is 355 now. So the shorters think the price is going to go to 355. I think it's going to go all the way up to 359 here, 359. But I'm going to sell 349 and 350 on the way because they'll pull it back from 350 down to 342 or 340. So I'm going to sell these numbers. Don't get greedy, folks. Move them out. Just sold 348. Now, the stock I'm trading is XRX. Hold on here. Trading XRX. Just give me a second. I'll be back at 12:30. Trading XRX and be back at 12:30, folks. And you're going to be listening to the music of me, Tyler Self. And I'm trading XRX. So we're going to look at the chart on it. XRX. XRX. Enter. And there's the chart on it right there. XRX. And I will be back at 12:30, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the stock that we're trading, XRX. And I will be trading it and selling it here. I just sold it at 352. And give me a while I eat my sandwich, folks. I don't want y'all to have to listen to me eat this sandwich. So I'm going to play you a little bit of my music. And I hope you enjoy my music here. The song I'm going to be playing for is called Forest Life. It's one of the ones I whistle on. And I have over 120 songs on my playlist on YouTube. So come on over and give me a listen. Or listen to me on Spotify. Tyler, last name Self, SELPH. Here we go. My first song for you that I'm whistling is called Forest Life. All right, beautiful. Be safe out there. There you go. That's right, Mr. Mexi Brown. Now another song for you called This Song Is About You.
Hi. Today's song is entitled The Skinny Pill.
Uh-oh.
When she was young, still in her teens, wore tie-dyed shirts and faded jeans, stayed so busy, hardly ate, and never worried about her weight. All through college, stayed so skinny, looking thin was also in. Graduated, then got married, had a baby, things got scary. And gaining weight, she joined the gym, but she still was not so thin again. It seemed that she had lost her will, then came along the skinny pill. Then came along the skinny pill. No more jogging, no more diet. And all she had to do was try it. If she could just afford to buy it, that skinny pill was all the riot. So she gave skinny pill a try, got great results, began to cry. A tear of joy flowed from her eye. That skinny pill, it was no lie. Soon thereafter, as predicted, it was clear she was addicted. The skinny pill was so vindictive, of course it all became prescriptive. And so she had to find a doctor who was willing to concoct her some disease for which she needed but skinny pills, or so she pleaded. Skinny pills, they work so great. She ate and still lost weight until she finally reached her goal. But skinny pills were in control. So she got skinny, all seemed fine, but somehow there in her mind, each time she looked at her reflection, fat was there for her detection. So she kept taking skinny pills, kept losing weight against her will. And even though she ate and ate, with skinny pills kept losing weight. Skinny pills kept losing weight.
A song about Karen Carpenter.
She tried to quit, but she just couldn't. The story ends the way it shouldn't. Kept on taking skinny pills until the day they finally killed her. And skinny pill, well, it denied that skinny pill was why she died. They went to court, their doctors lied, said skinny pill was wrongly tried. But in the end, glad to report, the people had their day in court. And skinny pill came off the shelves. The skinny pillers saved themselves. So if you think you're overweight, I think it's time to contemplate, and should be glad you won't be killed by something called the skinny pill. You should be glad that you're not killed by something called the skinny pill. What they call the skinny pill. Oh, the skinny pill, the one that kills. Yeah, the skinny pill.
All right. Well, I am back now.
I almost made it through without a mistake. I think you get the gist of it, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
All right. Catfish Tyler singing the Skinny Pill song for you. One of my many songs, my original songs here on YouTube and all over the world. And I'm almost done. I've got one bite left of my sandwich. And then I'll be done here and we can be back. And but I will play you one more song that I hope you enjoy. And this song is called Handful of Nuts, folks. And I'll be right back after this song is ended. All right, here we go. And I hope you enjoy it.
Well, I was there the day they laid you in that hospital bed. Remember just exactly what the good doctor said. He said your test results had really baffled them all, and there seemed to be no vitamin E in your body at all. And they were all appalled. And what the doc suggested sounded strange, I won't lie. And though I'm rather skeptical, I'll give it a try. See, the doctor told us not to worry, we were in love. Told you and me that what you really needed is a handful of nuts a day. And everything will be okay, just a handful of nuts. He said, will help you find your way out of the hospital bed. Just a handful of nuts. A handful of nuts a day. He said a handful of nuts keeps the doctor away, and you should have a handful of nuts every day. It's something that I must admit I don't understand, but I got some nuts for you, so hold out your hand, and I'll fill it up with a handful of nuts. Oh, I'll tell you what. Nuts I got for you, they will make a great snack. Let's put them somewhere safe so they do not get whacked. It's a mystery how holding nuts can make you feel good, but I think you better hold them like the doc said you should. Said a handful of nuts, it's the one thing you need. A handful of nuts to get your vitamin E. A handful of nuts.
Let's let the treatment begin.
A handful of nuts, I'm all in. Oh, with a handful of nuts. I'll tell you what.
Hope the nuts. Oh yeah. I hope the nuts have got to do for you.
Handful of nuts.
For sure, anything for a cure. All right. That is going to be the song to get me back into this trading now. And the stock I'm trading is XRX. I am up at $696 on this stock. I do believe that it is about to rebound to a price of $3.59 to $3.60. And I see they're trying to accumulate it now, 1,100,000 shares at 344. What a hoarding, ladies and gentlemen. What a hoarding. 1,100,000. And down here at my dollar cost average, they got 1 million, a penny below me. 1 million, a penny below me. 1,090,000, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. And now they're trying to hold 1,000,001 at 344, folks. How much longer do you think it'll stay there? Huh? How much longer do you think this stock is going to stay at 344 a share, knowing that down here they can only get 1,090,000 at 333, and now 1,180,000 at 344? How much longer will it stay there? And up here above that, only 974,000 at 345, and then only 450 at 346, 459 at 347, 512,000 at 348, and only a measly 353,000 at 349, 432,000 at 350. The stock is XRX. The manipulators of this stock have already done a masterful job of making you think that it was going to stay in this price range forever today. They made me think that. They made me think that there was no way it was going to get out of $3.66. They made me think there was no way it was going to get out of 365, 66, 67, 68, and 69. They sat there for hours hoarding shares at that price. But you know why they did? Because then all of them that hoarded there said, now let's short it. Let's short it here. And let's sell all those millions, probably 8 million shares they sold to make that price fall all the way down to the low of the day. where I just bought it at 323. Now, I bought it higher than that. I sure did. Because they got me good on this stock this morning. I was looking at it sitting here for over an hour, and then all of a sudden it went to 369, then 370, 71, 72. And then I said, oh my gosh, this thing has been here for an hour in this price range. For an hour, over an hour, it was here. An hour and a half, it was here in this price range. And then it started to break over it, and it went to 371, 72, 73. I said, holy cow, folks, this thing's about to explode. So I started buying it because it finally had broke out of the 360s and finally was over it. It was finally rising. And I said, well, here it goes, people. And I rang the bell. I blew the train whistle. And then I watched the price after I started buying it drop and drop and drop and drop and drop. Now, in the usual fashion, I only bought 20 shares at 372. And then I only bought 30 shares at 373, so I only had 50. But man, then when they dropped it, I bought at 355. I bought it at 348, 49, my normal numbers. I bought it at 343, 44. I bought it there, and then they dropped it down here, and man, I just had to start buying the crap out of it, and I was down $1,000. I was down $1,200. 1,200 is how much I was down. But I had a lot of cash still. I had still over $10,000 cash. So man, when it got here, I just started buying 30 shares at a time, as you can see. 30 and 50 shares at a time I was buying down here. And I got my dollar cost average to drop from the 360s all the way down to $3.34 because I had all that dry powder still. So the lesson to be learned today is make sure when you start in, when you think that they're breaking away and you start in, you only buy 20 shares. You buy small increments, folks. That's the lesson to be learned today from Catfish Tyler. And in the end, you end up $501 on the position, okay? But you can't. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everyone?
Well, everyone is doing fine. And they're listening to me tell a tale of my trading on this stock today and how I started in with very lightly. And it's a good thing I did because then they dropped the price 33 cents a share, and then I bought a whole bunch of it. And now I'm up $477 on this position.
Okay, well, I have a question about T-shirts. Andrea just called me, and she's got the new 2X's in, and she said she can tell that they're really, truly 2X's because she held it up to the other one.
All right.
But she did order some other, like an extra large. She wants to know if you want any other sizes other than a 2X. Do you want to take a poll with your audience and ask them what would be?
I already know most of them are X, and there's a few 2X's, but most of them are just X. The regular X. Mine, not hers. Hers, an X would be too small. 2X is what
Okay.
2X of the polyester, and 2X of the because that's really a 1X.
Well, she's got two of the polyester, and she's going to do them. They're all polyester right now. Even the other two she gave us, I think, are polyester.
Nope, one was cotton. One had the leather. One had this decal, and the other one was sublimated.
Right. The sublimated and the decal can go on polyester, which I think they were both polyester.
Okay, the ones she bought were polyester, so those have to be sublimated, as far as I know.
No, they can be either or.
No, I want them sublimated. I want them sublimated. I
already told her that.
Yep. Okay. All right.
I just wanted to know if you wanted any extra large, which would be like a 1X. Would be one size down from your 2X.
Yeah. Yep. I understand that. Yep, she can do some 1Xs and some, I guess, well, 2X and some 3Xs or whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay, I don't know what you mean, but we'll talk about it later.
Well,
All right, I love you.
if she's buying from the old company that she got those first shirts from that we just got, she
No, she's
needs
not.
1Xs and she needs 2Xs and 3Xs, okay?
She's not buying from that same
So if
company,
she's from
honey.
the new one, then we need 1X and 2X.
Okay, men's don't come like that. Men's don't come 2X. They are either XX large, which is 2X, or they're extra large, which would be about, I don't know, for a man might be Tom, maybe our neighbor size.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want her to do a couple extra large, we can.
Yep.
Okay. So that's what you want me to do. Have her do 2 extra large and then two extra.
Yep.
And we'll go from there because you'll just see what size that they look like they fit.
Yep. Yep.
Okay? Okay. All right. I hope you all have a fun trading day. Talk to you later.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Alexa, stop. All right. So here we are with XRX plateauing here at 340, 341. It already plateaued off this morning at 330, 331. Now it's plateauing at 340, 341. It's just another stair step. And then it's going to move up to 359, 360. That is what I think is going to happen. I make no guarantees here whatsoever. But I've got a lot of shares of this still. And I think it's going to rise. I think just as they ran out of the shares at 330 and 331 and 332, I think pretty soon they're going to be running out of the 340s, 41s, and 42s as well. And then when it goes over 44, 45, and the reason they're holding this number so hard and 1 million at 344 is because they know there's a big gap above here up to there. They know it. That is why they're fighting so hard to hold the line right here at 344. All right? Because they know that this thing is going to go up to here. But first, it's hold here, pull it back 3 or 4 cents, gather some weak-handed shares, then launch it to the 359. That's my call, and that's what they're doing right now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm going to be buying here 20 shares at a time, and I'm going to buy market right now. And I'm raising my dollar cost average, believe it or not, which is at 334 a share. So by buying these numbers, I'm actually raising my dollar cost average. But I'm pretty sure that it isn't going to be here very long, just like it wasn't long at 330 and 331 and 333. And I'm fairly sure it won't be here very long at these numbers, 340. I don't believe they will be. I just don't. And then I see a KY flag come in at 340.64, 34064. And how many shares have they bought there? 485,000 at 34064. 485,000 at that weird ass number, 34064, folks. 34064. 485,000 at 34064. What a freaking number, folks. Let's just go up and get it 341. Yeah. Going again, 341. 34064. What a joke. I'm telling you, folks, in my belief, they're going to run out of these shares fairly quickly here, especially seeing a 34064 number there. 503,000 now at that freaking weird number, 30464. 503,000. They just got another 18,000 shares at 34064, folks. I wonder how many they've got at 340 and a half and 3401. I can't get one order to fill at 340 a share here now, not one. I wonder why they don't have any shares to fill at 340 right now with all those that they had at 330, 331, 332. Look at that. They had 910,000 shares at 330, folks. Ran out. Then they had 1,090,000 at 333 before they ran out. Then they had almost 1 million at 338 before they ran out there. Shy of 1 million there, though, at 338. It looks to me like this son of a gun is headed for higher numbers. Right here, even where they're trying to hold now, they've only got 861,000. Down here, they had 976,000 at 338. 976,000 at 338. And I just bought it at 340. And I'm raising my dollar cost average up here by buying 340 a share. But folks, I feel as though it's going to quickly move up over 345, and then it's going to jump from 345 right past that all the way up to $3.60. That's what I think is going to happen, folks. And I already told you that I thought they were going to run out at 334, 335, and I was going to buy there till they ran out. And I bought so many that I got my dollar cost average to 334. Because I told you when they got down there, hey, I'm just going to buy this until my DCA is at 334, and I did. I just kept buying it until my DCA was 334. And now here they are, scrounging around, sniffing for tidbits at 349. 343. All right, here she goes, folks. Here she goes. And I'm telling you, when it goes over 345 a share, this son of a gun is going to go all the way up to 359 or 360. All right, that's what's about to happen right now, folks. Here she goes. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. And they've already got 1,273,000 here at 344, folks. They aren't going to stay here forever. Okay, they've already overplayed this number. This number is oversold. Down here, they can only get 910. Here, they can only get 1 million. Here, 976. And here, 1,000,002. And it's going over that, folks. They're maxed it out already. And it's going to go up to, and by the way, the fake shares are at 352 a share. 7,500 shares are here for fake. That's a spoof sell. 7,500 at 352. And as this comes up over this and starts to approach 350, you're going to see this 7,500 share move up. They're going to move it up to 355 or 357, folks. You watch, you'll see this 7,500 shares that are sitting right there. They're going to move it up to here, 357 or 360. This is a spoof sell order at 7,500 at 352. And they're wise to think it's going there because they ain't going to stay here where they've already got 1,000,002, folks. That isn't going to freaking happen. No freaking way. No freaking way. No way is it going to stay. No way is it going to stay there. And now it's at 345, folks. And there's no way it's going to stay here either. They've already got 980,000. Here they got 976. Here they got 910,000. 910,000, 1,090,000, 976. And now 991 at 345, folks. This thing's going to go ballistic. It's going to break over this number. They've been trying so hard to stop it, and it's going to go all the way up to 362, 359. They already know that, folks. They're well aware of it. They're well aware that there is a gap here. They know it. That's why they've been fighting this number so hard to hold it here. Folks, I'm telling you, they know it's going to gap from here up to there. And that is why right now they've got a spoof sell order in the middle at 352 to try to stop it. But it ain't going to stop there either, folks. And you're going to see they're going to move this 7,500 share sell order up to 355 or 357 or 360. You watch. When this thing gets up there, they're going to raise it. They're going to raise it. They're going to raise it, folks. And the stock I'm on is XRX. XRX. CYCU is going crazy. Good. Someone said it just got halted. All right, I just broke $1,000 up on this one. Yes. And you ain't seen nothing yet, folks. This thing's going to break over 345 here in a minute, and it's going to go right on over this, all over this. It's going to go right on past all that crap, right up. Be patient, folks. Look at all the buyers coming in here. 344,999, 344, 34999s. $344s. There's a reason they're trying so hard to hold this number, folks. They know what's about to happen. The writing is on the wall, baby. The writing is on the wall, and I can read it, and I can decipher it. It means gap. Gap from 345 to 349, 350, 59. And now they got 1.3 million at 344 now. Oh, goodness. Oh, my. 1.3 million at 344. Up here, they got 1.1, 1.5, 1.1, 1.8 million. So, man, that thing is completely overloaded at 344. It can't hold another friggin' share, folks. It can't hold another friggin' share at 344. Watch them put in a half number at 343 and a half now. All right, you'll see it. Or 344 and a half. They're going to put one in because there's just no more room in the end, folks. There's no more room for any more. At 344, my friends. 1,000,003. And my dollar cost average is $3.34 on this stock. XRX. XRX. I wonder who's wanting to buy all these shares at 344 so bad. Well, every one of these dang numbers is run out. The 342s just said sayonara. That's it for 342s. If you want it, get it at 343. There's too many fractions over the 342 here to get any more 342s. There's too many fractions over it. 342 and a half, 342.02, 342.15, 342.5, 342.23. See, they're just fractions over the price, folks, because they got no room at 342 left, and now they're 342.5s, and here comes 343s right down the pike, then 344s, then 345s will be completely oversold. And the stock I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is XRX, which I happen to be up on right now, $727 since I opened this stock position. My average price is $334 a share. Monkey's trying to hold this thing at 342 and a half, 342.13, 342.5s. Buyers are buying 342.5s. And I want to ask you guys to do me a favor. I'll be back here in a minute, but I'm going to take a break here. I will play you a song that I have that's called The City. I hope you like it, everybody, and I will be right back.
We'll play you a song.
And this song is called The City. And I hope you like it, everybody. I'll be right back. No. This song.
Stuck again in city traffic. Another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy, he's riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Yeah, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. I think that's what he needs the most. But why is he in such a hurry? And why is everybody else? We live our lives in such a flurry. Why do we always push ourselves? Guess it's living in the city. I guess it's just a city way. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I'm gonna leave today. I think I'm gonna get away. I think I'm gonna leave today. Yeah. 'Cause when you leave the city, everything slows down. Yeah, when you leave the city, you can get unwound. But if you never leave the city, then you'll never know what it's like to leave a city and let your problems go away. Push and shove and stand in line almost everywhere you go. You feel you're wasting so much time. Where did another day just go? I think I'm living on the country. I think I'm living on a farm. No need to lock my doors and windows. No need to have a car alarm. No, I ain't feeling safe from harm. No need for a car alarm. No. But even if I left the city and traveled somewhere far away, I I know somehow I miss this city, and I'd be coming back someday, because I miss the city. Yeah, even if I went away, I know I miss the city. Even if I went away, I know I miss the city. And I know that I'd be back one day if I left the city. I know that I'd be back one day. Hi everyone. Well, I'm going to be slowing things down with this one. So, as the song is titled, relax. Relax and slow things down. Stop running round and take it slow. Relax and realize that you don't have to worry so. It's time to face the facts. Cut yourself some slack. Yes, it's time to just sit back and relax. Relax and breathe in deeply, yes, completely let it go. Relax and have no worries, there's no hurry, take it slow. Relax for just a few, you'll be in a better mood. Have a whole new attitude when you relax.
All right, we're back, guys. We are back.
Relax.
All right, I'm going to turn this down. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of relaxing music right there. If you did, come on over and check out more of my music on your Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play. I see this stock is indeed at $3.45 a share, as I said it would be, and it's going to break this. And ladies and gentlemen, once it breaks this line right here, it is going to be gone. All right, it's going to run to 359 or 362 from this line right here. That is my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. It is going to come next to this line, 347, and then this line of resistance will be right here at 349. And when it breaks over 349, it is going to go all the way up here to this price, right? Maybe right here, but more likely right here, which would be right there at that little side move or the drop right there. And if it doesn't stop there, it's going to go all the way up to here. That's at these three lines right there of resistance, two of them right there. Then it breaks that line and goes up to this one, and then it breaks that line and goes to that one. Breaks that line, goes to that one, and then it's sayonara out the door. You can kiss it goodbye. I'm telling you, after the blue 5-day crosses this line, the sucker's out of here. And the stock I'm talking about is XRX. XRX. And as I look at the 1-day right now and examine it very, very closely, I can see a line of resistance that was first on the 5-day established right there. Then I see the next 5-day established right there, and that is a nice increase. And then I see the next 5-day again here, one more time, last shot at it. Then it comes over here, and wow, look at that stock going, folks. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Bounce off the 200. Try to crocodile this thing. That's a crocodile right there, folks. It's got the head of a crocodile on one end, and it's got the head of an alligator on the other. And that can make it very nasty because it don't know how to take a shite. So I'm showing you right now, it's a crocodile formation. You got the crocodile's eyeballs right there. You got his long snout here and your little nodule on the end. It's perfect. She's going to bounce right off that because you got a rise in 45 and 50, and you got a rise in 200 there too. I haven't. You think I'm kidding you? You can watch it right now. Pretty soon you're going to see a long little red spike where his teeth come right down into Shorty right here. Boom. Hit him hard and then take him, throw his head back and swallow him down. That's what he's going to do to him right now. You can watch him. Watch it with your own two eyes, my gosh. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You watch it right now. The spike boom, and then blood is still pouring out into the water. That'll bring other crocs into the area because they can smell for miles. I'm telling you right now, that's a crocodile, and I've seen him before, and I see it now. You can see that clearly if you look at it right there, folks. Everyone can tell. Now, she's rising, and she probably won't stop. The next line she's got to break above is going to be right there. And I'm here to just tell you all, from my experience, that when she breaks this here line, she's going to run up to there. And nothing's going to stop her till she hit 347. Okay? And then she goes right on beyond up to there. There's nothing going to stop her. There's nothing here but air, space, vacuum, nothing. No resistance. It's going to break this line right now, folks. There it goes. And watch this unenveloped green candlestick form here. This is all enveloping all of these. Now watch this be unenveloped. Watch this. I'm telling you, man, she's getting ready to move. This is XRX. It's going to break over this line right here, folks, and it's gone goodbye. See you later, alligator. After war, crocodile. And you're going to see a wondrous rise here as the crocky throws back his mouth right now and starts swallowing him down. You watch it right now. You can see with your own two eyes. Look at it breaking over that line as we speak. Look at that unenveloped candlestick starting up here now. Whoa, they better come at this hard. They better beat this thing like a freaking, they better beat it like a, I don't know what you beat, but they're going to beat it. They got to beat it now. They got to start coming in on this thing here now. They got themselves an issue. Let me tell you right now, Shorty got himself a problem. This is a problem, folks. Mate, you got to have some red in here. You got to have some dumping going on. How you going to stop this thing from rising if you don't start dumping out a bunch of shares right here and drop this puppy? I'm telling you, you can see right there, she's got a wick on the bottom of her already. You better keep that wick, you better flatten that bottom if you're going to stop this run. Because right now, I see the dangerous, ever dangerous red belly blueback forming here. You see that? Look at them. How tight they was together right here. They was mating right there. The blue back and the red belly mated right there. And now they separated. Oh my gosh, look at that look at the 45 day. Oh, there's your attack. There's your red bottom, flat bottom. You better not get a wick on there. There better not be a wick for him right now, or you're in trouble. Man, look at this freaking rising 200-day average, rising 50-day, rising 45-day. The only thing falling is the shortest term 5-day blue line. Everything else long-term rising. Momentum is rising. The trend is rising on this stock, XRX. Trend is rising, folks, regardless of what it looks like. Trend is rising, XRX. When you clear back here and look at it, you can clearly see that 200 It is freaking rising after they nutsack that thing right there and barcoded under it. She's rising steadily. The freaking 50 and 45 made a 30-degree turn to the north there, and she's continually rising. The 10-day average keeps getting further and further and further away from the 50-day. The only thing dropping is the freaking current price, trying to cradle it here when they already had a low there. That's right. There was a low right here, then there was a low here, one last low there, and now the next low here. And this, watch the wick on this again. Watch the wick on this. Because as soon as it drops to this price where they had this previous 3-time low, they just buy it again. See, it wicked right up. I'm right, folks. They just bought it again. As soon as it was there, like they have every time at this line, they just swallowed that back up. Watch this wick back up again now. You'll see that it's the bid ask is big time gap here now. I'm guessing. Bid 343, ask 344. Well, they got a, Toto. This is the Toto chart right here. Hold the line. This thing cannot be 345. No, no, no. Hold the line. It cannot be 345. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. What happened here? 345. Oh, flirting with disaster. Bow. With flirting with disasters, y'all know what I mean, yeah. The compromise when it makes no sense to me, yeah. God, no satisfaction. I don't know the words. Attraction, flirting with disaster. Y'all know what I mean. And the way they compromise. Oh, look at that thing, folks. It's flirting with disaster. 5-day broke over that resistance, and I told you what was going to happen if it did. And you can say hasta luego, baby. XRX. It broke that resistance line, folks. Check it out. He's got his eyes in the snout and everything. That is a crocky gator. Yep, Resolution Minerals, RLMLF on the OTC. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this right now. Grasp it with your eyes. Look at that thing. Look at it. Look at that, folks. Oh, my gosh. She's going to go all the way up here, folks. She's got nothing to stop her now. She broke that point of resistance. She's over it, folks. This is XRX. I'm up 740 on it right now. And look up here. They're at 344, where they've mysteriously been able to manufacture shares to sell continuously there until, by gosh, they're going to run out, and it's going to jump all the way up to right here, 259, 260. It's going to go right up past all this once it breaks this number. That's the reason they're fighting it so hard here now, everybody. They're trying to hold it here right now. XRX. They know that there's a gap from here up to there. They know it already. And they look up here. Look at the shares sold on the bid versus bought on the ask. Look at the shares sold on the bid versus bought on the ask at that price, 362. Everything was bought on the ask. Just a fraction sold on the bid. Everything here was bought on the ask. I can barely see any darkness sold on the bid there. So when the price was here, folks, everybody was buying it at that price on the ask at 365, 66, 768. They were all buying it on the ask there, folks. Now, I can only assume that what they decided to do was just buy up all the shares there and then short the stock when it started to make its move up to 372 and 3. They head faked everyone out. They made them think, okay, there it goes. It's taken off. And that's where I started buying it. And I bought the 372, 73, and I was buying just 20 shares at a time. So I didn't start heavy. I started very light, 20 shares, and then it started quickly falling. And I mean, in 5 minutes, it was at 355. And 5 minutes after that, it was at 345. It fell rapidly. And look at all the shares they got there at 345. And well, that's where they're sitting right now, my gosh. They've just got all these shares there all of a sudden. Here they can only handle a capacity of 976,000. But here they can hold 400,000 more. 400,000 more. Man, they're about to break the axles on this, man. Down here they could only get 910, 1,976 before it broke and gave way and up it went. Then though, 1,000,003 here. That's impressive. That's impressive. Well, it won't be long. Once it goes over this 344 and 45, folks, it's going to go all the way up to $3.59 or 60 or 61. That's what I think is going to happen, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You can all stick around and watch. AGEN. Let's take a look at it. That looks good. I wish I would have known about it when it was down here, though, below this wall here. And whoa. 651 for a low. And how many shares did they have at 651? How much power? 40,000 shares at $6. Alexa, what is 4,095 times 6.51?
4,095 times 6.51 is 26,658.45.
Alexa, stop. So $26,000. $26,000. Up here, there's a lot more than that, folks. There's 210,000 there at 702, almost 200,000 at 705, and it broke away from that. Nearly 200,000 at 718, and it broke away from that. Then only 159,000 at 741. But this is where the biggest resistance has started creating. There's been nothing like that below. Down here, all these down here were just spikes. Every one that you see right here on this stock was just a spike there at 677, a spike at 680. There was a spike at 702. There was a little bit of accumulation at 705 through 707. But then up here is the first place where you started to see some real building in at 713 through 719. And then the most build of all was right here in the region it's in now, 750 to 756. And on the 752 mark, over half of that was sold on the bid. Almost half, though, was bought on the ask. That's pretty good. Almost half already was bought on the ask. And there's still 2.5 hours left. 751 was 50-50. Buyers, bidders, and sellers at 751. Half were buying on the ask. I'm just saying, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay? This is AGEN. CYCU has been called out. What's it doing now? It's up 370%. Now it's up 366%. That might be the only reason I would buy some of it. When I see it up 366%. Right now it's at 386, 388, 392. Oh, look out. I want the 366 again. 381. I'm watching it very closely. 384. 388. 386. And this is going to be the chart on this, CYCU. And by the way, this is the chart on XRX right now. XRX. This is the chart on it right now. I already told you. Once it broke this line, it was going to go up to here, the 5-day. I already told you. And the only resistance is going to be right there. Maybe a little resistance right here. Maybe a little bit of resistance right there, because you can see one time they ran this up and stopped it, the orange 10-day, and dropped it. And right here, you can see this candlestick right there and a little bit of sideways action. But it's breaking that line right now. It's breaking that point right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is XRX. I'm just letting you know. And again, I show you and I provide and you decide. And should there be resistance on this line? Well, yeah, a little bit. Look at that, how it kind of made a move and then dropped. Right there. So another point of resistance might be just a little bit right there. But hey, if this thing goes over this line right here now, then you're going to see a nice move up, okay? You're going to see a nice move up to at least right here. You can see right here a little move right there. You see that? That's a break point right there. There's a break point. So I'm just telling you, if the 5-day average on this stock right now, which is XRX, I'm telling you, if it goes up over, the 5-day goes over this line, we got a very nice move coming ahead of us to here and then possibly right on back up. And you can see the 45 and 50 have now changed their pitch angle. They're now riding at this pitch angle. You can clearly see the previous pitch angle of the 50-day was right here. See that 50-day, the red line? This 50-day line right here, the blue one even. Look at the pitch angle just change. An hour ago, that 45-day, man, it started rising, and it's rising over the 50-day. That's going to be a red belly blue back right there. I call this a red belly blue back when you get that red showing on the bottom there. And I'm going to highlight this for you in a new area right now. Hold on. There it is. And I want you to clearly see that this is very strategically looking good, because here you have definitely a little hurt jerk action, and then off she goes, and she's breaking upwards as she crosses over this oh, it looks good, man. XRX, I'm telling you, that looks very good. And yes, they are going to try to stop it from going over that. They will sell against that. They will try to stop that. But boom, a flat top green comes in. Oh my gosh, and it even went up this high. 347. How's that? XRX. Man, look at that baby. Woo! Oh yeah. Oh, JP? I got to get rid of this AMIX bull crap out of here. AMIX. That thing hurt me bad. AMIX. Sometimes you miss it, folks. But the low was 337, 338, 339. So I was buying at that low. And I want you to know, yes, my account is down today on this 1100. But since I opened the position, I'm down 139. So I can take that and I can sell this. And I've got 870 shares, so I'm going to sell 500 right now. Sell at market. So yeah, it dropped a lot on me today, but I got in fortunately at the lows. My dollar cost average on it is 369, 369. And I just sold it at 352 just then. And now I have 370 left, so I'm going to sell 200 now. And actually, I'm going to sell all of it, 370. Sell. And I want you guys to tell me where I'm going to move it. Who's got the best call out right now? Which one's moving? Hey, Kat, hope all is well. Just wondering, I know you've seen me ask about it previously, if you can take a look at ALOY. Well, yesterday you said ALLOY, so I didn't know what that was. ALLOY. Well, anyway, I just sold this stock. I got out of it, and I lost $47 on it, folks. But today it was down big time, and now it's off my list. So hasta luego, baby. And let's see what else we're down on. ENTX, I'm still down on that. And SKYQ, I'm actually up $92 on SKYQ, but today I'm down $350 on it. But XRX, I'm up on it $692 now. I am also up on BYRN today, so it's continuing to climb. BYRN continuing to move slowly upwards. And right now, the one that I'm down the most on is ENTX, so I'm going to trade that. People say, oh my gosh, you sold for a loss. No, I didn't. My thinking is, if I look at this chart and I get the feeling that someone's holding it here and has it entrapped, like I did this morning with XRX, which I was obviously wrong about, but usually when they entrap it, it's entrapped. And man, I told JP about that this morning when he called out XRX. I said, man, that thing's it's not going anywhere, bro. So he sold it. He just said he's right. It's not going to move. So he sold it. Well, then it dropped after that like a freaking rock. And JP, 20% of my viewers said, yes, they did buy XRX with me in the 333 range. All right. Good deal. Perfect. Nice. We're going to go to charts. There's XRX right now. 343. Amazing that they can still hold it under 345 as long as they've been able to. Still got 2.5 hours. That's a long time to hold it there. That is a freaking long time to hold. 344, folks. $1.8 million. They haven't had anything close to that down here today. $1.8 million at 344. $1.8 million, $1.8 million. I guess the freaking sold the plate. They got the thing that all they ate. They got $1.088, and here we go, $1.8 million, and now we see they filled their plate. $1.088. Oh wait, I see it's now. It's got its fate. Its fate is 345 a share, 344. E-O, 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 O, O. Hey, look here. My buy-sell sheet. What does this number say? Buy back. Right here. What does that say? 43.44. Buy the 43, the 44, people. And they sure as crap are. All right? They've driven it down from $3.78, where a lot of people purchased at 370 through 365, and a lot bought at 347 through 341 here. My dollar cost is $3.34 on this stock now. But I have a feeling that it's accumulate time, and I have a feeling the only object for them now is to fill this in here and get a printed number. At 342, they've got to get $1 million, okay? And that's why it's sitting there now. so they can fill this all out and make sure they get their $1.2 million here. All right, or whatever the minimum is they're required to get, they're going to get it right now at $3.42 a share. And once they've acquired that, folks, then it's going to go past all this bull crap. It's going to break 346 and it's going to jump all the way up to 359, 360, 361s. All right? Because this is just a massive gap created by tons of selling on the bid. And most of this actually was bought on the ask. So was that one. So was that. So was that. I'm telling you, only here were more bids sold than asks bought. And here, bids more than asks. Here, equal almost. Here, equal almost. Equal. There was actually more asking right there, buying for that price. 350. 350. More buying than sold here at this price. 350. Way more buying here than selling on many of these down here. Look at this. There's way more buyers there. 342, man. There's a lot more buyers there than there are sellers. And this price, way more buyers than sellers at 341. And here, more buyers than sellers, and the price goes. More buyers than sellers, and the price moves up. More buyers than sellers, and the price moves up. Supply and demand, baby. Supply and demand. And by the way, they think the price is going to 355. 15,000 shares spoof sell at 355, folks. And that proves exactly what I'm telling you. They're just going to hold it here as long as they can. They're going to print this number at 342. And then mysteriously, they've achieved all their goals of $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1.3 million, $1.2 million, $1.8 million. And then, boom, off she goes. And I could be wrong, but I think that's what they're doing. I've called it before, and how many times have I been right on that, folks? And here they got to get a printed number right now, and they're about to print one right now. The minimum they can get is 976, I see down below. 976. And where are they now? 940. They're 36,000 away from printing a number here. They're going to do it at 342. Yep, they're very close. They're 30,000 away from achieving their goal. And they'll get that. And then watch what happens afterwards. And by the way, just so you're aware of this, whoever's in control of the pricing and stuff, they don't like me showing you this, okay? They don't. They wish you did not even notice what they're up to. Or what they're trying to do anyway, what they're trying to do. And you might think I'm wrong. You might think, oh, man, this guy, he's just making all this up. He doesn't know. But I might be totally wrong. I always say I could be wrong. But hey, isn't it funny how many times I call something out to bring it to your attention and then boom, it happens. You guys have been on this channel with me a long time. You've seen how many times I've nailed them on this stuff. And today, yeah, I'm down $206 right now, but I got a lot of cash. I'm going to put it somewhere where I'm going to make money on it. And one place I'm not happy with it is ENTX, so I'm going to sell that now too. I'm giving up on ENTX. Now, you guys know me. I don't usually throw in the towel all at once with everything, but when I see entrapment, what's going on here, I go, okay, let's move this on to a runner. Let's not sell for a loss. Let's sell for a profit. Let's find another stock that's moving that we can profit on. So we're going to sell this now, and we're going to sell, I've got 1,040 shares of it, so I'll sell 500 of it now. I'll sell that. Because sometimes right as soon as you sell, it seems to just blow up on you and go all the way to the skies. So I just sold that. And I'm going to move that money over. And I want one of you guys to tell me which stock it is to move it into. Put it in CYCU, okay? CYCU. Man, that thing's up 403%. All right. I'm going in at 397% up. All right. I just bought it at 397% up. And now I'm going to buy it at 391. So I just lost 6% on my first purchase. 381. Now I'm down 16% on my first purchase. But I'm only buying right here 30 shares at a time, $30 at a time. The stock is back up over 400% now. Let's look at CYCU. All right, I see it. It's going to break that line. That would be a very good place where I just caught a little bit of a pullback right there. I see that. I see this line of resistance. It's breaking over right now, and I see the 5-day 45 leaving the 50. I agree. So I'm going to come in here again. And right now, I'm up $29 on that purchase you just advised. Now, if I'm going to buy 30 shares at a time, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to be watching this percentage gain. Okay? And that's what I'm watching, that percentage gain. Watching that very closely. And if I see anything back down below the 400s and the 390s again, I'll probably pick it up again. Right now, I'm up $29 on it. I'm looking at the bid ask too, 135, 136, both red. I like 133, so I'm going to buy there. I just bought that number right there. 134.5. Stock is up 395%. Stock is back up 414 now. Here comes the next leg up. 407. The sell is at 149. The sell is 200 at 149 here. Better than that, come out at 140, 142, 141, 142. Now I'm up $30 on this position. I just got it at 138.5, and I really like that number. I like 138s, but I like 137s too, so I'll try that. And they're sure buying 137s over here right now for sure, and 138s. CYCU. There's the chart on it. And as I said, it needs to break this line of resistance right here. And the high of the day is $1.50 on this stock. $1.50 is the high of the day. Right there. Now, I want you guys to see something. Look down here at all the buying versus selling going on. At every one of these candlesticks, there is way more buyers than there is sellers on almost every one of them. There's more buyers. These last two have been more sellers than buyers. But even at that, they're hardly making a dent in that thing. They're hardly making a dent into it with their sells that they just made just then. So I'm going to buy right now at market 30. $135.5. I just got it. And the stock is up now 406%. It's up 403%, folks. CYCU up 407. Up 401. Up 396%. Boy, they've hit that many times. Every time they get it to the 396s, though, it doesn't stay there. They've done it now. I've seen in the last 10 minutes, they've done it 3 times down to 396. I'm talking about percentage gain. And I just got it at 134.5. And it's up 392% right now. And the number gain is 103. It's up 381%, 388. Well, I'm down $30 on it. It's now down 388%. Well, it's up. It's up 386. 384. I'm watching it closely, folks. Up 388. And I do like to buy the 131. So I'm just going to buy some here at market at 131, 130. I like that number. I also know a lot of people like to buy that number, so I'm going to come in there at the 130. Now I'm going to wait for sure because I think it could fall to 113. And I'm down $74 on this stock now. 371 is the least of the game now. It's up 370. So I'm down 30% from where I got in. $51. See, because I went in light. I go in light, folks. Now, I'm not going to buy any more shares. I'm not going to buy any more. And I'm looking right here. And I'll be buying only when I see that I'm way, way, way down. Or I see my improvement start real quick and jump up to green. But I'm not going to buy any more right now. It's for sure. Because the trend was down. I'm watching it very closely. I'm watching my balance right now, and I'm watching it very closely because I want to support my balance, no doubt. And I'm watching this number like a hawk. Now I see it. It's getting very tight now, 30.80. 35, I'm down. 42, going the wrong way here. But here's where I might want to buy. I'm looking for 26 again to come into play here. There's 42. I don't like that. I'm looking for 26 coming back. I like 34 and 35. Watch it close from there. 58 down. So 34, 35, and then 58 down is not a good signal. From 34, 35, I wanted to see it go into the other way, not to 58. When it gets very tight, folks, I want to see it go the other way. So right now, I don't really like this, and yeah, this is not going to be good to stay in. This is up too much, folks. It's up too much. And so I'm going to start selling it here just in small increments because I'm not going to take this for a ride down. It's way too up. It's far too up. It's far too up, folks, here, okay? It has way, way more downside potential than upside potential here. So I'm backing out of this very slowly, 30 shares at a time. I'm not going to sell it all at once because this could quickly turn around and go right back the other way because these stocks can do that. But I am going to start minimizing my risk here while I'm down $60 on this stock, okay? I'm definitely not going to keep accumulating. I'm going to start descending my my exposure. I'm not in a hurry to do it. I don't need to worry about being, but yeah, I can see it clearly now. Yep, it's definitely descending. And I'm out of this thing completely right now. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. Yep. In fact, I'm going to short this position. I'm going to short it. Okay, now I'm shorting 380 shares. Watch it turn around now. Oh, no, man, this thing can fall a lot more. I'm waiting to see it drop down into the 90s and 80s on my losses on it, and then I'll know that this short position is good. I'll sell more. I'll short. Come on, break that 100 and go the other way, down in the 90s. Here we go. Oh, man, she's teetering right on the edge. It is tight right here. 123, man. This thing is tight. There you go. All right, now I'm shorting at 124 a share. Yeah, there's just so much profit in this today, and people are going to start taking profit, folks. When they see this thing dropping, they're going to start taking profit so fast. They're up so much. When they see it start going away, man, they're going to be a sell-off extravaganza, is what I think. There's going to be profit taken this afternoon. Oh yeah, there's going to be. I'm taking the chance on it. I'm shorting 880 shares. See if I can make my money back that I just lost when they dropped it. And they keep dropping it, in my opinion, because, hey, it's now up 359. Oh, yeah. I just went green on my, yeah, I'm up 180. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go now. And I'm sorry, guys, but CYCU, hey, I have to make my money back. I got to get it back, and I'm going to get it back right now. Look at it drop to 351 just then. Man, I would have lost. I would have kept losing if I stayed in that, man. I had to get out. Now 362, 363 up, 364, 360. That's a long ways it can still drop. 359. Now 366. You guys heard me say I would probably buy in if I could buy in at 366. Well, they just dropped it to 366. From 400 to 366 again. You know, when I first looked at it, it was at 366. I said, I might buy into it just for that reason. It's at 366. But now it's at 362 and 364. 366, 364. It's still a sweet gain, 364%. Now 377. Now 381. Should have bought the 366, I guess. No, she's coming back down to 360s again. Now at 371%, 370%. Both the bid and the ask are dropping. Both bid and ask are still dropping. Now both bid and ask are rising. Goodness gracious. Now it's up 375%. Now 373 again. CYCU. 368 now. 377. Well, it's trading right now in a 10% range. It's trading in a 10% range from 377 to 366. So at 377, if you buy 200, sorry. Now we're going back down to 366 again. There it is, 36632. And there it is, 36632, 36636. So I just bought 200 shares there while I was down at 36362. And I'm shorting it. My dollar cost average I'm shorting from is 124. But man, I see it keep dropping to 366 and go back up. So every time it's there, 366, I'm going to sell it again. Because I don't want to lose too much money on this. I'm down 122 on it right now. So, but it seems to be very resilient right here and just kind of hanging out here. And there's a 364. And I will buy it there. 362, that's a good one. I'll take it there. And I just sold it at 125.5. I've only got 480 shares left. That I have to buy out of. The stock is back up 373% again now. So I am good to be buying those at the 362 I just bought. Because it's now 11% higher than that. I got 480 shares left here, folks. Back down to 366 again. Will we see that 362 again? Yes, there it is, 362. And then it went to 370 and then 381, just like that, folks. And now I'm long on it. And the thing is that up 92%. And I got 120 shares long. And the stock is up 384%. It's up 388 again. And it was just at 366. Now it's at 388. Man, it's a good thing I didn't hold that short position. But look at it sitting at up 388 and 386. 388. $394 now. Just got it at 132.5. And the stock is up 388%. CYCU. CYCU. This is what it looks like right now, folks. This is what it looks like right now. CYCU. That's what it looks like right this moment. And that looks pretty freaking strong. Right now it's up 381%, 384%, 381%, 373%. Looking for 366 again, I guess. 373 is the lowest. 381 is what we're seeing now. 377 is what we're seeing now. Looking for 373 again. 381 is the high. 377 is the medium. 381 is the high. 379 is the new medium, so I'm going to go in. 381 is the high. 379 is the new low. There's no gap at all here at all. I just bought it at 129.5. I'm watching this very closely. The gap is the bid, the percentage gain is 374. And it was just up 395. Percentage gain is 377, 374. Looking for 366 again, maybe? Crazy. I'm seeing 373, 381. I just got 131.5. I'm looking again at the chart. This is what I see. I'm watching this volume coming in down here. I'm looking at the mediocrity of the selling. It's nothing heavy duty. There's definitely no sell-off panic. There's just a try to attrition this down. And now look at the RSI change direction and heading up here. The RSI is climbing. And you better look up here because that friggin' 5 days going up with it too. There you go, baby. The 5 days rising. There's the candlestick looping over. There's the breakaway. Here it comes. CYCU. Come on, baby. Beat that line and run. I'm telling you, this is a critical line that they're trying to hold here. If that blue 5-day goes over that line, man, we're on our way. And I don't know why it wouldn't stop. Why would it stop here? Look at that freaking 200. Listen, folks, the first time they tried to resist this price on this stock, which is CYCU, the first time they tried to resist it, look where the 200 was. The second time they tried to resist it, look where the 200 had gone up to and the 50 had risen. The next time they tried to get to it, look where the 200 was. So the first time they got to it, just so you're aware of this, yes, Pius Baca, SoFi for life. VG and SoFi for life. All right. So let me show you guys something. The very first time they reached this line, the 200 day was here, people. The second time that they re-achieved this line, the 200 day rose to frickin' here. All right. The third time, this line of resistance, it was here. Does this make sense to what I'm trying to show you? Every time that they've tried to make this resistance line, the 200 has gone from here. Then they try to resist. The 200 had jumped to here. Then they try to resist, and the 200 has now jumped to here. And that is what I want you to be aware of, folks. The longest term moving average just keeps a freaking climbing. It just keeps on climbing, people. The 200 day is relentlessly rising against all of the little herkies and the jerkies. The 200 just keeps climbing right along with an ascending 45 and 50 day. I have not seen Gary in ages. Keep an eye on KEAL. All right, Piyush. KEEL. Looking good. I like it. Thank you. That's a great call out. I'm going to buy it. KEEL. I'm in. Oh, and see, look how hard they've tried to hold it here, hostage. Look at them trying to hold it here hostage all day, and now they got a 408.1 hostage. They've been having this thing handcuffed, and they've been having their way with her all day long. Finally breaking free and running for help. Running. As I look at Keel, I wonder how it feels to have been trapped inside all day. And as I look at that chart, I see that they broke her heart and held her, and then she did not want to stay. I saw how they held her there. Oh, yeah, they grabbed her by the hair. I think they had her underwear. I think they tried to do the dare, but I wonder. I wonder. Oh, yeah, I got it going, folks. Oh, why? Oh, why she's gonna go away today. Oh, and I wonder how she could stay. But it's time for her to run away. Yeah, run away. Oh, yeah, break those handcuffs and run. Oh, look at it, folks. She's scaling up here. KEEL. Now that they know I'm in, they're going to hold it at my dollar cost average of 408 or 407 and a half, by gosh. Look how many freaking shares there. 5 million. The most of today at 407 and a half. 5 million at 407 and a half. You see how they had her cuffed? They had her cuffed there, baby. Right there. They cuffed her. 5 million people at 407.5, handcuffed. And just repeatedly, I mean, just, uh, where should I put this cell on CYCU? I have no idea. Let's go see where she's run off to. Uh, by the way, this is KEEL, folks. Look where I just bought it. That's where I just bought it, right on that friggin' 200-day moving average line with the 50 capitulated on it, too. The 200, the 50, the 45, all capitulated and consolidated and converged. And every one of those words, all three, all three of those words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, the C words favor longs, people. The C words favor longs. The chances of this dropping here are 1 out of 99, okay? 1 out of 99 on a short eating porpoise, folks. This is a freaking porpoise if I ever saw one. That is a short eating porpoise going way back, folks, and you can see it. Watch it, and I'm buying it here. It's KEEL. Trade, KEEL. And they've had it held hostage here all dang day. They've tried to hold it here at freaking 407.5. It's freaking ridiculous. Showing 5 million shares at 407.5. Gosh, I tell you, man, the way they work things, folks, the way they work the market, KEEL. And again, looking at this chart of that thing, look how long they've been holding this dang thing here now for freaking hour and a half, holding it on this rising 200 shoulder. Man, they don't think, oh gosh, just look at that, folks. Look at that rising 200 shoulder as they sit and consolidate and capitulate and converge on that line with the 50 there too now. I'm telling you, folks, she's going to fly. Chances are she's going to fly off this line. But first comes the drop and then the pop. You got it? First, the big old drop, and then comes the big old pop. Off this line, this convergence line, drop and pop, baby, I call it. Right now, and I'm going to be buying it now, trade it. And I'm coming in on the drop right here, even if it's just a fraction. 407, I'm buying it. And I'm buying the 408. And that's what they're doing. You just saw 407.5, over 5 million shares there, 407.5. And now they've thrown in a KY flag at 406.5, people. Frickin' 406.5. That didn't last for long. That wasn't there long. It wasn't there long. All right. Oh, it's time for this thing to break away from these chains that bind you. That is why I'm here to remind you. What does it get when they play the games? They have no fear and they have no shame. They'll play the game. You know the name, and I wonder how long 408's on the plate. Yeah, I think they even overate. Oh, yeah, I'm buying 407. I think pretty soon she's going to jump to 411 and then see 412, 413, then 420, if you know what I mean. Yeah, what do you get if you buy the low? You watch that sucker finally frickin' blow. You know that it's all just a game for show, and I gonna buy 407 again, my friend. Oh yeah, I gonna buy 407 again. Oh yeah, until they gonna run out. Oh, I see everyone's buying here with Catfish, no doubt. Look at those shares, the shares they buy them. You can see, you can't deny it. What do you get when you buy '07? You get to go, heck, I'm going to heaven after a while for 11, and I'll never wonder why again. Oh, I gonna buy 408 again. Oh yes, I'm buying 408 right now if I can, because I see they are all run out. Oh my goodness. What happened to the 408, my friend? Oh my goodness gracious, as the run began. Did she go up, make a grand understand? That's the plan. Yeah, I'm going to sing it. Oh yeah, I got a bell, I'm going to ring it. I'm going to sing it. Oh yeah, I got a bell, gonna ring it. Woo! Oh yeah. I might even shake my tambourine. Oh, you know what I mean. I start singing, and you know, next thing, the doggone thing blows up. Oh, here we go. Watch it blow. 409. I now forced to buy a 409. They won out all cheap share. I see all the faker share done one out now. Oh, 408. They clean the plate. Just like a buffet, they come up and take all the crab leg. One time, the guy drop a whole ball in there. They take the plate, goes a hog like big pig. We're trying to grab the crab leg. I'll try and buy 408 now. All gone. Gone. You go have to leave till breakfast buffet is done. You have to pay now, come back in for a lunch buffet. Cannot stay all day long. CYCU. All right. Let's go see if I'm making any money on something today. CYCU. Somebody tells me I'm making money. I'm down 100. I'm up $30 on it. I'm up 30. But STKH is hurting me now. STKH. I got to get over and look at it. What's happening to STKH? And I just bought the last keel at 408. Oh, there's the STKH at the bottom. I got to get in on that. STKH. Well, man, I already know. I just sold CYCU. But I already know, man, this stock can move here. So I'm going to be buying this here, buying this right now. I'm buying this STKH because I already know this thing can make big moves. Yesterday, this thing made $1.40, $1.14 jumps and swings. This stock can make moves fast. And I'm going to buy this low right now, STKH at 296. Because yesterday, I tracked this stock, and you wouldn't believe what this stock did yesterday, folks. STKH. Now, let me show you what this stock did yesterday so you can see how fast this stock can move, okay? So I want you to understand. The stock I'm talking about is STKH. Here it is right here. And I want you to know yesterday's high at 9:35 in the morning was 331. Folks, this stock dropped from 9:35. It dropped $1.07 from 331 a share all the way down to 238. And it did that in 35 minutes. Then from $2.38, it went back up in just 12 minutes from 238 to 322, up $1.16, folks. And it did it in 12 minutes. This stock here can move very rapidly. And there are other instances where it went up 96 and then down $100.14. And man, this thing can move. I'm not saying it's going to go up that much now, but it can do it. Whoever's working this stock can make it go up and down $1 at a time. And that is why I'm going to buy it here, just buying a few shares, okay, at 296. And the reason why is because of what I just showed you yesterday. I tracked that stock all day, and it made big moves. It was making $1 moves at a time, and it did it fast. It didn't take long. It was just 30 minutes and then 12 minutes. And I mean, this thing can really move, folks. STKH. And I just bought it again at 305 after just buying 297. So that gives you an idea. And now I'm going to buy it again, and I'm buying it at 306. So it is rising, and the stock is this stock is STKH, and I'm going to try to buy it now at $3, and I'm going to try to buy 302. The stock is STKH. I happen to be down on it today, $212. So that's another reason I'm buying it right now, because I can kind of help my stock out by getting more of it as it rises and help my position. And I've got plenty of cash here to buy with. I've got 8,300 cash, and I'm still dry. Dry powder is the key to my success, folks. Holding dry powder in my reserve, never going overboard, using small increments to buy, keeping my powder dry, waiting for the big drops. So when they happen, yeah, they bury you down and you're down and you're like, holy cow, I'm down $1,000. Well, if you've got that dry powder, you just leverage yourself until you get it back up. And next thing you know, you're green. I showed you that today on another one already. The one JP Panic called out, XRX. Man, oh man, that was a brutal experience. But it was a good lesson for you to learn that you've got to hold when you're down. You've got to hold back when you're buying. Don't go in too heavy. Don't go in too heavy. Hold back when you're buying. Buy in small increments. Here the suckers are again now at 333, trying to make you think they got some freaking shares here to sell. All day long, the price of this stock, the lowest they could get it was the 323 today. And I just bought it at 328. And that's okay with me. I sold a lot of shares already when it was way higher. When I was green, I was selling 200 shares at a time. Now I'm just lowering my dollar cost average thanks to them. My DCA is $3.34 on this stock. And they try to take it down below my DCA before 230. Thank you. Again, I'm only buying 30 shares at a time here. And I asked before, did you buy this stock when it ran down to 333? And earlier, a lot of my viewers said yes. So listen, I hope you were selling it with me when I sold it up here just a little bit ago. Now, just one more chance to get my DCA down to 333. That'd be sweet. Well, to prove how much they love to gather at 333, look at the number of shares bought there compared to anywhere else. Look how many were bought there on the ask compared to how many were sold to the bid. They love to buy that number, 333. 330. And that is where I want my dollar cost average, actually. But 333, you can see up here, there's a lot of buying on that number, 333. Very few shares actually sold on the bid. Everything was bought on the ask pretty much. Because they love to buy 333, folks. And 330, it's one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. And so therefore, I think it's a good idea to buy on the same line, 330. I think it's a good idea to buy 330 and 331. I see a lot more shares that were bought higher and way higher on this stock today, folks. I'm sharing this with you. You can do what you want with this knowledge, but there was a lot of shares bought from 372 down to 366, and there were a lot of shares bought from 346 down to 340. I see that. And then comparatively, I see very few shares down here compared to what I saw accumulated here and up here. And I'm just going to tell you that way. So that means there's a lot of other buyers that are holding this stock right now, holding the bag up here in the 370s and holding the bag in the 350s, 340s. And those people are all dollar cost averaging down right now. I can assure you that they don't like their average being up here and up here, especially with the price down here. So they're probably taking the same method I am and buying up shares here so they can lower their DCA. That's what I'm doing, and I just bought 331 again. And I'd love for my dollar cost average to be 333. So I'm just going to keep buying 331s. And I can look down here and see I'm not the only one buying here on the ask. And I can see their desperation at 330 and a half to try to pick up a few shares there now, 211,000. They're in trouble, folks. And it's time for her to run. XRX. XRX. The stock happens to be up 25% right now. Yep, it's up 25% as they run it down below where they got all these shares up above. I think if they had enough money to acquire 1.8 million, 1.1 million, 1.5 million, 1.1 at the 360s to 370 price range, and if they had enough money to buy millions and millions up like 2 million and 1.1 and 1.3 and 1.3 in the 340s to the 346 range, if they had all that money, do you think they have any money left at all? If they had that much money, do you think they've got any more money to buy it here down below where they've just a few shares have been bought? Did they run out of money? No, they haven't run out of money. They haven't run out of money. They don't run out of money. They got plenty of money. There she goes. All right. Well, you're back at having to buy the 333 right now. The number where they've only been able to print one time, 333. And by the way, the fake shares that are for sale are at 341, 7,600. Okay, look at what I'm showing you here now, because watch, it's getting ready to go. Watch this 7,600 number move up from 341 to 346. Watch it move, folks. It's getting ready to right now. So I'm telling you, I believe that this thing is about to move, and we're going to see this 7,600 share spoof bid move up from 341 to 347, 48, or 49, okay? Because I believe this is about to make a move. And interesting that they're sitting right now on my dollar cost average. Yep. XRX will not move as much. Okay. We'll see. Not move as much as what? CYNC is going up. CYCU, I'm down on $8. STFS, I'm down on. Everything I got in today, I'm down on. STKH. STKH, well, I sure bought that on the bottom right there, that's for sure. STKH. Wonder if somebody wants to hold this STKH under $3. They haven't filled one order there for me at 3. That's pretty surprising considering how much this thing moved around yesterday. This was a wild ride yesterday, STKH. And I just bought it at 302. STKH. I'm buying this stock right here, right now. Right here, because I see it's on the 50-day, the 45-day, and I see the 5-day and 10-day, and I'm buying it right here on this line. That's why I'm buying it here. And I also, because I saw how fast this stock can move yesterday, I'm telling you, man, when this thing goes off, it moves quickly, very, very quickly. And this is definitely a consolidation line on this here at 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm telling you, this thing can move. STKH. For those of you that aren't aware of it, I'll show you right now. I want to show you right now so you can see what I'm talking about here. Yesterday, STKH, it hit a high of 331 at 9:35 in the morning. Then it dropped $1.07 to 238, and it did that in 30 minutes. Then it went from 238 in just 12 minutes to 322. From 238 to 322, folks, it went up $1.16 in just 20 minutes, 12 minutes. Then after it hit that, and it was up $1.16 at 322, then it got dropped 77 cents over an hour and 10 minutes. At 11:37 a.m., the price then went up 12 cents, down 12, up 12, down 12, and then in 10 minutes' time, it went up 70 cents. Then it dropped 46 cents. Then it went up 18, down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, up $1.18. And after hours, it was at $3.88 a share, folks. All right, so I'm showing you that this stock has the potential to make very significant, rapid movement, okay? And that is the only reason that I just picked up those shares at what looks to me like it could be a bottom. And it looks to me like it could be breaking over this line of consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. And it looks like it is moving, starting to move to the upside. Now, I can't make any guarantees. If CYCU holds, it could go higher. All right. CYCU, I got it. Well, I'm buying this STKH here because I'm down on it, $180. And I want to buy here because I feel like, well, I already know. I know how fast this thing can move. So I'm buying it at 304. And the stock is STKH. And you guys, I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. Okay, I showed you just now. And if you want to look at this on the longer term chart, STKH, I'm happy to show you the 5-day. Okay, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, yesterday was a whole bunch of hurting. And I'm telling you, man, they jerked it up here 2 days ago, but they herked this down hugely, then jerked it, then herked it to another higher low. Then they jerked it, then herked it to another low. Then they jerked it and herked it to another higher low. But let me just tell you right now, where it's sitting right now is below this 200-day and on this very confirmed line of resistance right there and there, okay? So when it came up here, they stopped it there. When it came up here, they stopped it. When it came up here, they stopped it. And when they dropped it here, they stopped it from falling from that line. They made it go up. They're making it go up, I think. STKH. I could be wrong, but boy, howdy, you can already see how their abilities are to make it drop, how their ability is to make it drop, how their ability is to make it drop. But they also have an ability to make it pop, and they have an ability after the drop to make it pop again. So I'm buying right here for that reason. And I could be wrong, but I'm buying it here. I could be totally wrong to buy anymore. But I'm just showing you, folks. And I just bought it at 301. And at that price, somebody else bought it too. 71,392,000 shares have bought there. 71,392. 71,392 buying it at 301 for some strange reason. I wonder why 301 and not $3. No, because people are happy with 301. They're like, that's close enough. I'm just going to buy it there. It's going to bounce off 3 like yesterday, and I'm just going to buy it at 301. So that's the gig, I guess. I've had an order sitting here at $3 for hours, and it hasn't filled. So that should tell you, all right? All we keep seeing is a slew of freaking buyers at 301 coming in. Few dumpers at 3 that I can't get my 3 to fill. So they're just dumping out a few little ones there, But when will they decide to run it back up like they've done so often, so many times? We'll see. We'll see. I don't know whether it's going to move or not, but if it doesn't, I'm going to sell this by the end of the day down. Even if I'm down $200 or $300, I'm going to sell it. Because I'll find tomorrow one that you guys pick out that's going to be running up 80%, and I'll catch it at 30%, and I'll make a 50% profit on it. That's just the way it is, folks. And right now, I see I'm up CYCU. I'm up 84. No, actually, I'll say I'm down 84, CYCU. KEEL is also starting to pull back a little. I'm down 19 on. But I am up very nice now on XRX. I'm up 307 on XRX. And now I'm up 300 on it. XRX, folks. You might want to watch it. I'm up 300 on it right now, it says. XRX. And I am down the most on STKH. But that's why I'm buying it here now, because of my feelings about it. I feel like it can definitely easily move back up this quickly. Okay? And I could be completely wrong, but it sure did fall easily to $3. It fell rapidly to $3. And right now I'm going to buy it at market, and it says I filled that. I got 7,700 to buy with. And 301. Now, let's take a look at another stock, SKYQ right now. Well, that looks darn good. SKYQ, that looks very good. All right. That's very nice. Moving on up, moving on up. Hey, look here. It just broke over this line right here. Well, it's about to. When it breaks that line, watch out, folks. When it goes over this price, the blue goes over 427. That's going to be in flight, folks. This thing looks gorgeous right now. It looks good. SKYQ. It looks fabulous. And I bought that this morning as soon as the market opened. You saw me buy that on my real account. And I'm going to log in here now on it. and see how much I'm up. Hold on. All right, guys, you know how this is. I'm going to have to get on my real account, but I want to have to get my passcode off. Get my passcode off my phone. So just hang on a second, and hopefully I won't get disconnected because sometimes when I go get this password to log in on my real account, and I decided to make an exception this morning and trade on my real account again today because I saw such an opportunity on SKYQ. So I jumped over this morning. Sorry about that. I jumped over this morning on SKYQ and bought it on my real account. So I want to check where I'm at on it now. And you guys just give me a minute and I'll get my security code and hopefully they won't disconnect my stream here because you know how they love to do that while I do this. So I should be back in less than 15 seconds. Hold on. All right. And let's see what kind of profit I've made today. Oh, not bad. And I think I'm going to buy some more SKYQ here. 63. What is the price at? 428. Hold on. Huh. Yeah, she looks like she's ready to make a turn to the north. Yep, I'm going to buy it here. Does anybody else have something that's running anymore? I'm paper trading here, and I'm using my real account over here, okay? So I'm using my real account, and I'm paper trading here. All right? Jazzing. Because I want to teach people how to use this Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. I think it's very easy to work with. A lot easier than the traditional way of playing trading. So, but is there something else that's on these call outs today that might be freaking going ape crazy right now? Is there something that might be absolutely running like a banshee? Let's quickly take a look. I like SKYQ here, but let's take a look at these other ones that were called out. NCRA. Ah, that looks good. NCRA. Man, breaking this double line of resistance. There was actually 3 lines of resistance there on this line right here. There were 3 times they tried to stop it right there on that price. And she's broken that now, NCRA. 243, 244, down 22% right now. Huh. And I see a lot of sellers coming in here trying to hold it back there and keep it from crossing over that doggone 50-day. I see that. NCRA. All right, let's take a look at DFNS. Huh. Building a nice little consolidate, capitulate, and converge here, and building off of that right now a little bit. The 5-day is climbing off the 50-day there. That looks kind of good to me. DFNS is up 66% right now. Up 66%. It's been on a rampage the last couple of days. Jayhawk caught that one a long time ago. Congratulations, and those of you that have been trading that. Now I want to look at STKH. Totally bottomed out right below the 200, STKH, but a flat top green coming in here on this. STKH. Oh, I'm going to get some of this. Buy it market. I'm coming in on it. And I got a 307. And now I got another 307 on it. I just got a 306. And I got another 306. Try for 305. Why not? But folks, I haven't seen hardly any shares here at this price. I just got a 304. And I've seen so few shares here today already at these prices at 304. So few. And I know how fast this thing can move, folks. I know. Look at all the volume that bought here at 482, 481, 480, 479, thinking that was the place to get it. Look at all that. Bought in the 480s, folks. Look how many bought here at 430, at 423, 425, 415, 413. Look at all those shares bought there. I actually sold some of these up here. I'm trying to sell 4, 6, 7, and 8. But holy cow, they just drifted this thing down and down all day long. Lazy river, down the lazy river. And they had at the low of the day, $2.81. They had a whole 1,800 shares. That's right. At 281, the low of the day, they had a whopping 1,852 shares. They haven't had crap here for sale all day long at these numbers. They aren't going to have them now either, folks. Not for long. ST, the silent sleeper. They don't want you to see it, folks. Don't look over here. Don't buy at 304 with Catfish. And right now, I'm down on this stock. My dollar cost average is 138. No, I'm kidding. 343 is my dollar cost average. Way higher than where we are now. 343, man. Right here. And look at the slew of buyers up above me yet. Look at all the buyers above me there and above me there and above me there, above me there, above me there. She's oh, Pete's, there's a lot of holders of this stock. And look at it right now. Look at it, folks. This is STKH. And I've already told you, man, this thing can all of a sudden catch fire. And it can move very, very rapidly, folks. I showed you already, man. This thing can move in a matter of minutes. Whoever's had control of it has done a masterful job of manipulating this stock over the last 2 days. And to prove it to you, I'd be more than happy to show you the chart right now on STKH on the 5-day chart and let you see and bear witness to the way they've manipulated this stock. And here you can see it. They can rocket it up. They can rocket it down. They can rocket it up. They can rocket it down, rocket it up, rocket it down, rock and roll, baby. Rock and frickin' roll. Rock it down, rock it up. They can make it do whatever they want. They can make it do whatever they frickin' want to. Whoever's controlling this stock, oh my gosh, everything they've done to this thing over and over. STKH. Just look at the way they've just dragged this thing around like a redhead stepchild. Just any direction they want, they just run it that way, dragging it around, and it just drags along with its heels behind, crying. Nothing that can happen to it. It just, there she goes. They got it there just then. And I bought it there, folks. You know I did. You know I did. And you know I'm going to buy it right under this 200-day average where the geniuses will, because they already seen they've never got it below the 200 here, never got close here, never close here, never close here. And finally, they get it below it. My gosh. That's why I just bought it there. Now I'm buying 10 shares at a time right now at 304 because I'm just a crazy old man. Crazy old loon. You guys have seen me down $1,000 on another stock and then up 1,000 by the end of the day because they manipulated the thing around. We saw it today with the stock JP called out, XRX. We saw them what they did to that. They tried to ream me good, and I made 370 right now. I'm up 545 since I opened the position on this sucker. My dollar cost average ran down to 334. And you saw how I started out, folks. When they were up here and they had it trapped here and JP asked me to look at it or called it out, I went and looked at it and I said, XRX, huh? I said, well, JP, it's trapped here and it can't move. That's what I said to him. And it sat here at 366, 367, 366 for, I watched it 5-10 minutes. And then about 15 minutes later, I noticed it got up to here to 370. And I went, whoa, wait a minute. Then it hit 71, 72, and I went, whoa. And I said, JP, you might be in luck here. And so I started buying it. I bought 20 shares, and then I bought another 20 here. And I thought, oh my gosh, maybe I should buy more. But before I did that, fortunately, before I made the big move on it, because I thought it was going to be starting, man, they had it here for an hour and a half, folks, 2 hours. They had it locked in here. The chart was just trading completely sideways for 2 hours. They had it locked in, and I told JP, you can forget about it. Sell it now because they got it captive. And he said he did sell it there. So good for you, JP. But man, what about me? Well, I bought it at 372, 373. And the next thing I know, 3 minutes later, it was down below me at 360. I bought a little bit more at 357, 355, my numbers I buy at. Then they dropped it to 349, so I bought there 20 shares. Dropped it to 347, I bought there. 344, yes, I'm in. I bought more there. 343, I'll take it. Because I know they love to accumulate around this number, which is obvious. You can see all this here where they bought it. Because they love 338 to 343 and 44. That range is their little happy spot. So there they got all happy-fied on it. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I thought it was done here. I owned about 2,000 shares of it, and boom, the bottom fell out. And it got down here where they had a whopping, at the 323, they had a whopping, they had a 17,000 shares there. Millions and millions up above, but a whole 17,000 at the low of the day. And then I started buying it, man. And you can see I was buying 30 share increments. And I dropped my dollar cost average from $3, which started at 372. And I was able to keep buying it and drop my DCA to 334. And I still have 7,000 dry powder. But that's where it stopped here at 323. And I bought it, and I bought it, and I bought it, and I bought it, and I bought it. And by the way, it had already been to 333 early in the morning, because if you look at my poll today, it says, did any of you cats happen to buy this stock with me when it dropped to 333? It's the same stock, XRX. So those of you that bought this at 333 and said yes, well, I hope you sold it with me when you saw me selling it when it ran up here to 352, 349. I sold it there 200 at a time. Boom, boom, boom. I told you to sell 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 354, 355. Those are all sells on my buy sell sheet. 360, 361, sell it, Mortimer. 366, you're out. 365, you're out. 372, you're out. 373, you're out. 376, 77, sold, Mortimer, sold. And look up here. They have a spoof sell at 382 for 26,000 shares. That's a spoof sell, folks. Their spoof sell on this is at 382 a share because that's how fast it can jump. You think I'm kidding? You sit around and watch. You watch how fast it can jump, especially when it reaches an area here where all this is freaking already completely oversold. It can jump up past this so fast. It can go over this right now so freaking fast up to there again. Because all this is thrashed out. There's nothing left, man. This has all been shaven bald. There it is right there. You can see it's bald and it's shaven. And look at all the effort to hold it at 345 and 340, because by there, after there, it jumps all the way up to 364. And that is why they have this spoof sell at $3.82. A spoof sell of 26,900 shares at 382. They think it's going there. And I wouldn't doubt it if it does. XRX. So it's time for me, however, to start departing with these shares that I've got. So alas, I'm going to sell the numbers I know to sell, 338 and 339. I know to sell these numbers. I also know to sell for 342, 43, 44, 45. And but I believe now we're going to see it move pretty smoothly across this. And I'm selling it here, though, because these numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. The 38 is a sell number, all right? And although I only own it for $334 cost average, right now I'm green on it, and so I'm going to sell it. And the stock I'm talking about is XRX. And I believe that, again, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe this is all oversold, completely oversold. And I believe the price is going to jump right all the way up here to 347. And in fact, I see another spoof bid of 7,500 at 347. You remember this 7,500 was at 353 earlier. So they moved it down to 347. The spoof bid's at 347, but folks, that's the top of this wall. That's why. And they know this is all oversold, so it's likely going to run right back over this now to 347. That's why they've got the spoof bid there. You watch, this is a spoof sell, folks, and when this price comes up over these right here and it gets to 345, that number 7,500 will jump up here. And it was 7,300. Someone else has got a 200 with it. The number spoof is 7,300 or 7,200, and they're going to move it up. They're going to move it up. Just let this come on up over this, like I said, because all this is oversold. There's no room in the end here, folks. They got to put in some KY flags here to jump on board. Yep. Look at that. Throwing in a desperative tweener there. 339.63. By the way, take a look at the chart here, and you might want to notice that massive buy-in that's happening right now. Okay? XRX. Let's get over here. There it is. 1 day chart. XRX. Highlighting the 1 day. And frickin' there she goes. And look at the buy-in come in, folks. I told you this thing can move quickly, folks. Oh my gosh, it's already at 340 a share. She's going to go, folks. She's going to break over this line most likely. And if this 5-day moving average can break over this line right now, folks, this thing could just be catapulting. I'm telling you, man. And it looks like I might have got lucky on this one, and I was right about the manipulation of it. And this is XRX. XRX. Suddenly, the newly achieved 5-day average is here now, not down here, up here. And we got ourselves a we got ourselves right now a blue-bellied red that could soon turn into a red-bellied blue. Okay, this blue line here crosses this red line, and it's going to be completely out of here. And I believe, as I said, all this area, I believe it's already been completely shaven. I don't think there's really anything left here at all. As a matter of fact, I can see it happening now. There she goes. She's going to fly right over all this, just like I called it, folks. Just like I called it. And it's going to break 345, and it's going to go, folks. All right, here she goes. Smooth, oh, smooth as a baby's behind. Oh, yeah, baby. That thing was bald. Baldy, you can call this right here. Call that Baldy if you want, all right? Call it. Call it out. Baldy. Hey, Baldy. Come and get it. Baldy's going to jump over 345 right now. Here, let me throw a ball for you, Baldy. You go fetch this. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that friggin' chart over here, folks. Dang. Oh, XRX. Yes. Oh, my gosh. Not a betweener. Yes. Ultra Surfer. Hi, Catfish. Can you tell me your opinion on this stock? STKH, what do you think? I've already told everybody it's highly susceptible to big-time jumps. I've been tracking it like crazy. I broke it down big time for everyone. And I know what it can do. It can move quickly up and down. It's very, very volatile, and it's being controlled by someone who has the ability to make it make big moves. And it can go in just minutes. Yesterday, I tracked the stock. This morning, I got and looked at, well, actually, I looked at it last night, STKH. And let me show you what it was that I discovered on this stock. Okay? I'm happy to show it to you. What I discovered with STKH yesterday was that it had a high of 331 at 9:35 after the bell opened. After 331, they dropped it $1.07 to $2.38. And they did that by 10:06. So in 30 minutes, this thing fell $1.07 from the open high of 331 at 9:35. Okay? It dropped $1.07 to 238. 30 minutes after, it had gone back from 238 to 322, up $1.16, $1.16 up. So I already knew this stock could be very volatile because from there it fell 77 cents. In an hour and 10 minutes, it was back to there. It was up 12 cents. Then it dropped 12, up 12, down 12, up 70, down 46. And then after that, it was down 20, up 26, down 16, up 16, down 16, up 16, down 29, and then up $1.18. And in the after hours, it was at 388 a share. So I know this stock can move very, very, very rapidly. STKH. And it can move so fast your head will spin. Now, does it mean just because it was being herked and jerked all over the place yesterday and manipulated up and down so much that the same thing's going to happen exactly today? No, it doesn't mean that. But it means that it can, okay? It means it can happen. It's a possibility. And therefore, I'm going to buy this stock at $3 a share right now. And the reason why is my dollar cost average is 340. So I'm down on this stock $239 today. So I'm going to buy some more because I know how fast it can jump. I saw it. I kept it. I tracked it yesterday. I know how fast it can frickin' jump back up. Whoever's been manipulating this has really, really worked this thing, and they've worked it heavy, heavy, heavy. They've been working this thing extremely heavily, okay? And they have the abilities to make it fall $1 in 20 seconds or 30 minutes, and they have the ability to make it rise in 12 minutes, $1. I know that already. I've seen it. I bore witness to it yesterday. So I'm going to buy here, and I'm buying it at $2.97 a share, and I'm buying quite a bit of it right now because I want to. I want to buy it at $2.97, and I'm going to pile in because my dollar cost average is $3.35, and I'm going to lower it now. So I'm actually going to buy 50 shares at a time here at this price, $2.96, if I can get it. And I'm going to buy a lot because I can already see that nobody has bought any shares in this range prior to this moment in time right now. No one has bought them there ever. All day long, they have not been bought there. They've not been present in this area too many. There haven't been many present here. There has been some accumulation here now, though. They're accumulating it now on the spot as I speak. And so, therefore, I will join the ranks and I will buy with them right now and lower my DCA down to 330. I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to actually 313 if I can. And right now I'm down $299 on this position today, and I'm not real happy about it. But again, I'm wary about it, about how fast it can go up and how quick it's dropped. And so here we are. They piled in on it at 301 for some time, and now this might be the final drop before the pop. I call it a cup handle drop and pop. Yep. Here's the cup. Right there's the cup. Right there's the handle. And there's the drop. And then the pop. And I expect this to be, and I'm not surprised at all to see it here at this price, $295, because I believe they are trying to take it here because they want to try to close it under $3. So this is just the push at 3 o'clock to get it as low as they can so they can sustain it and keep it under 3. Okay? That's their objective, and that's why the price is just taken down to $3.93 just then. Their objective is to get the price of the stock to stay under $3. At the end of the day, folks, that's their objective. And as you can see over here at 295.4 where they are right now, they haven't had any shares here all day long. 7,000? You kidding me? 7,000? That's $14,000. That's a drop in the bucket for these people. A drop in the bucket for these people. They have no problem holding it here while I get to drop my dollar cost average thanks to them. And my DCA has now come down to 318 as I keep piling in here at 386 now. And yes, I have the money. I've got plenty of cash to keep buying with here. And there's some other stocks that I'm up on that I'm going to get ready to start selling here pretty soon. And now I'm going to go over to my monitor page. I'm going to see what I'm up on right now that I'm nicely up on, and that's XRX. So I'm going to go over to trade, XRX. Enter. And I am up on that right now, $874. So I'm going to begin to sell some here. And I've got a lot of shares here to sell. And I'm going to be selling them in 50 share increments. And I'm going to put them all the way up here. And folks, it's about to break this bull crap here, 344 number with 2,300,000 shares at 344. And when it breaks that number, I believe it's going to go all the way up to 359. So I'm going to put a sell order in. I'm so confident I'm going to sell here 500 shares at 359. And I'm also going to have another 200 share order in at 355 to set an alarm for me, and 350 when it breaks the 350. All right? And I think it is going to do this pretty quickly. I think this is completely oversold here. It should no way be able to hang out here at 244 anymore. That should be quickly gone because they've already oversold 2,300,000 shares there. because they're trying to keep it from gapping up. They know there's a gap here. They are very well aware of this gap, and that is why they've fabricated this many shares at 344 today, people. I'm here to tell you right now, they know there is a gap from here to there. They're very well aware of it, and that's why there's so mysteriously so many shares right here at 344. You watch. If they get too many buyers, tough shit, that's not going to stay at 344 anymore. And somehow they've gotten 2,600,000 before they ran out at 340 there. See that? They had 2,600,000 that they finally ran out. 2,622,000 at 340 a share. And now they're almost here at 2.6 on this one, 344. We already know they can't hold any more than 2,622,000. There she goes. There she goes. She's breaking loose, folks. And I'm convinced that this thing breaks this number. It's going to be on a wild ride. It's going to take a wild ride, folks. It's going to go right on up here. And I just sold 344. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at this, folks. Nice. She's gone. Keep trying to buy 344 from them. Just keep trying to buy 344 from them, folks. Just keep loading in that order at 344. And we're going to capsize this boat. And they're going to make this thing rise all the way up to here, folks. 366 is where we're headed here soon. And look at them all. The 343's gone. All the 344s finally finished with. Oh, man. Oh, you better watch for sure. They're going to throw in a 344 and a half right now for sure and certain. Here it comes, 344 and a half. 344 and a half. 344 and a half coming down the pike any second now. It'll be 34408 or 34401 or 34413, 3445. Look at the buyers buying 345, folks. That's the pressure we need. That's all we need is to crack 345 and she's out of here. Oh, yeah. She breaks 345, folks. She's going to run up to 359, 363, maybe even 372. It could go all the way up to 372, this stock. XRX. The mysterious shares at 2,344,000 at 344 a share. Look at that, 2,344,000 at coincidentally 344. You think that's coordinated? 2,344,000 at 344, folks. And now only 1,000,007 at 345 can be acquired. I wonder why they can't get 2,000,003 there. And below it, why they could only get 1,000,003, 1,000,003, 1,000,004, and down here 2,000,006 at 340. They got 2,000,006. How? They only had 1,000,003 here, 1,000,003 here. How 2,000,006? Twice as many at 340, and 2,000,004. Almost twice as many. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. This is danger zone. Danger, 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 shorty. Oh, my goodness gracious. I can feel the blood in the water. Oh, look at that right now. She's jumping right out by Crocky. Coming right out the water. Oh, my gosh. Look at that, folks. Just like Catfish told you what happened. Over that thing. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my XRX. What on earth is happening there? XRX. My goodness gracious, up $1,300 on a trade and up $1,300 on this baby. Nice. Oh my, I called it, folks. I called it out. She's done running now. Oh, and where is the fake shares now? 7,700 has jumped up to 256 now. They moved it to 356. The 7,700 shares has moved up to 356. I told you. I told you, folks. Oh boy, Crocky, there's danger, 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 shorty. You got yourself in a real fix right here, didn't you? Oh my, look at that croc coming right out of the water. And he's got blood on his tongue. And nothing you can do to stop him now. Oh my goodness, watch it ride right up over all this bullshit bogusness sold this morning in the dark. Oh, it's in the darkness of the night. They did that right there. Oh, buddy, look at it now. She's in the daylight. There's nowhere for him to run. They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Oh, my goodness gracious, folks. Oh, Desmond Cook. All right. Our Richie B, thank you. Oh, good luck, homie. Jayhawk and Gary in the tank. Good luck, Cat. I know you're going to represent. Yeah, our Richie B. Thank you for your name going on the drawing for tomorrow. R. Richie B. I love it, man. Thank you for that. Oh, that's very kind. And look at the gifts right now. 18. Holy smokes. She's breaking 349. How could it be possible? Ward and the boy Crocky, what's going on right here, this stock right now? How could this actually be happening right now before our very eyes? It seems almost impossible to believe. How in the world are we run out of shares at 344, 2,344,000 at 344? Was that it? Was that the plan to get 2,344 at $3.44? Genius. It was genius. Man, you played it, man, perfectly, Shorty. You played that like a fiddle, man. Nice. Goodness gracious. What is KEEL doing now? Oh, KEEL. Hey, look, the buyers are coming in right there on that. KEEL. KEEL. And I think I don't know if I stayed in that or not. I don't know whether I did or not. I just sold XRX at 348 and 350. It's taken off. Yes, KEEL. I've got 600 shares of it. Chart. Hey, look at this. XRX, folks. Look at that gorgeous chart. It just broke over this line of resistance. The blue line's going to go here. And we're looking at the one day chart. Oh my gosh. And look at that massive vag. Look at that thing come up and lay out right there. And then boom. Oh, holy smokes. Back to this line where it was here. When the 5-day reaches this line, we're going to sell this stock, folks. XRX. Trade. XRX. Oh my gosh. Up now on that thing, $1,184. She's made another 50 on XRX. All right. Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, George. Perry Dankle, second day with you, Catfish, and I'm already up $500. XRX, good scalping. Yeah. Thank you, George Owen, for that. Turn it up. Your name is now getting added to the list of donations. Thank you, George Owen. And your chances to win a new shirt. George Owen. Whoa, yeah, baby. I be owing you one. All right. Well, let's sell some shares here. 200 at 349. My dollar cost average is 333. Goodbye 349. Goodbye 350. She's going to ride past all this, folks. As I've already said to you, this was very, very lightly shared, sold, but man, they sold on the bid, threw out shares, dumped them, dumping ground, all dumping right there. And look at all the buying on the ask now. Look at that. All this dark area was sold on the bid, all the light area buying the ask. That's why the friggin' thing's taking off, folks, because they don't have any more to dump like they did this morning. They dumped them all out here. They dumped, oh man, a massive dump. They took a massive dump on this stock. And now they dumped it all out in the morning, and they now, maybe they got to buy all the back that they sold there, all that they sold through there. Maybe they got to buy them back. Maybe they borrowed here. Maybe they borrowed these shares when they were up here. When the price got up to here, maybe they borrowed a bunch along with the ones that they had already acquired and accumulated. They borrowed some more and then just sold all those shares. All sold them. There's the stock right there, XRX, ladies and gentlemen. Second, Perry Dankel, glad to hear that you're doing well. We don't get lucky here, folks. It's not luck. We are using all kinds of charting information. As you can see, volume. We can look at what's the catalyst behind the move. We look and see, if it's a penny stock, have they done a lot of reverse splits in the past? Are they risky or not? We really research these things, and we work together as a team here. Everybody works together here as a team on this channel. And we got a lot of people that are using a lot of software. And someone told me this morning what he was using. I asked him because I saw him come in with a stock pick this morning early. I can't remember which one it was. I think James Holton called out SXTC. And then James Holden, he let me know what he was using, but I did not get it written down. I was in a hurry and doing something else. And so James Holton, thank you. And now I'm seeing 350s come into the view. The bid 349, the ask 350. The dumper's now dumping 349. And the question is, where are all the 333s? The question is, where, when they had at 340 a share, 2,622,000 shares, what happened when they ran out there? 2,622,000. And then up here at 344, how coincidental, they run out at 2,408,000 at 344. It was 2,344,000 at 344. But now 2,408,000. So I guess they dropped it down there for a half a second and got a few more shares. Somebody did. But it was 344.44. I'm staying underneath them here trying to buy. Oh, I don't need to buy 100 share orders. No. Nope, those are my sell short share increments. Buys are 30 shares. And I'm staying right underneath this as it rises. And this is the stock over here, XRX. And today I can see that I'm clearly making a little money. I'm up $725 today. And since I opened the positions, I'm up $1,028 as of today. So I feel pretty good. One that I'm down on still a little bit is STKH. And look at that XRX chart right there, folks. Holy smokes. It's breaking over this resistance line. Look out, man. It's breaking over this previous resistance line from earlier today. Oh my gosh. Nice. XRX. Boy, listen, they didn't want to let it go over that line earlier today because they know it's going to gap up if it goes beyond it. And look at them trying to pull back down to it right now. They're in trouble. This is a triple upside crossover coming into the end of the day, folks. Closing at or near the high is awesome. I'll just tell you that. If this stock closes at or near the high, look for another increase tomorrow. All right? I'm telling you. All right? Oh my gosh, look at them so hard trying to stop that now again. This is where it crossed over before and they yanked it way down. They're trying to do it now again, folks. They don't want this triple upside crossover. They don't want that over that line of resistance because they know if it goes up and over that, it's gone. It's gone. 349. And no wonder they're fighting that line so hard, 350, folks. But look, it's a freaking triple upside, a golden cross on this. Now let's take a look at the 5-day chart. Golly, man, it already had the crossover this in the pre-market. Early 4 o'clock, the crossover occurred. Man, oh man. Hey, they had an earnings call. 6-cent estimate, 38 cents actual. 6 cents estimate, 38-cent actual. 5:30 a.m. before the market opened. Jeez. 6 expected, 0.6 cents expected, 38 actual. Wow. No wonder this thing is looking like this. This chart looks like this. Dang, look at that thing, folks. XRX. XRX. Dang, JP, now I know why. Now I know why they tried to get everybody out of it today earlier and scare everyone out. Well, you see how that worked with me. My dollar cost average is $3.33 because when they ran it down to 323 and 4 and 5, I said, that's me, baby. I'm all over that. And I started buying big quantities. And I ran my dollar cost average from 377 all the way down to 333 because I knew it. I had a gut feeling that it was just being manipulated. That is big news, man. They were expected to have 6 cents on earnings and they got 38. That's over 4 times. That's 200 times, 200% over expectation. Oh my gosh. No wonder they beat it down so hard. Greedy little bastards they are. Boy, howdy, they tried to get everybody out of this. JP Panek, all right, I'm going into lurk mode. Thank you, Jayhawk. I got you there. I saw that happy poop. Today in jewels, 429. 429. All right. In jewels, 429. Well, look at me. I'm sitting here happily waiting to buy some 347, 348, 349. And I wonder, I see all these shares that they were able to dump out here before. Now, how many are they going to have left to dump out right here? How many do they have left after dumping all these and running out of them? How many more will they have here before they run out of them as well? That's all I'm wondering. That's all I wonder. How many more will they have till they run out of them? Look at all the buyers scarfing up 349 right there. Time now is 3:28, folks. 328. And as I look across here right now, I see more buyers than sellers on this candlestick. And here I see more buyers than sellers there. Here I see 50-50 buyers and sellers at 349. Here I'm starting to see more buyers at 350 right now. And I look over here and man, look at the freaking 45-day average, folks. It's rising off the 50-day like this. And look at the 200 rising. Man, the long-term averages are pushing this. They're going to push this right through the roof. Folks, the long-term averages are the trend. They tell the trend. And this sucker is flying. Okay, it's getting ready to take off. It's about to launch. STKH, I got to take a quick look at it. STKH. There it is, man. Wow. Look at them accumulating under the 200 on that. Look at the buyers that just came in right there, folks. STKH. Listen, you better, I'm going to suggest if you've got some of these shares with me that you watch this very closely in the after hours this evening. And I will come back on tonight at 7:44 p.m. If this thing explodes or any other stock, if it explodes and we need to get out before 8 o'clock, I'll let you know at 7:48 p.m. So make sure you've clicked on the notification bell, double click the notification bell, and then you'll know at 7:48 to come looking for me. Because you sold your shares to Catfish earlier, didn't you? JP sold his shares to me earlier. CYCU. CYCU. All right, I'll look at it. Goodness gracious. Nice. Well, monitoring CYCU, I'm down $80 on it now. And I see it springboarding, so I'm going to buy it at market here. And I just bought it at 171.5. Got it at 179.5. Oh my gosh. Got it at 182.5. I got it at 175.5. I got it at 174.5. And I see what this thing is doing here. Look at this thing. And you better look at this candlestick right here at the top of that candlestick and watch that wick on this candlestick getting shorter and shorter, ladies and gentlemen. And now the next one starts here. I love it. And my dollar cost average on this stock is 1.7597. And I see him trying to sell that down now. I just got it 1.745. Big selling coming against it. 176.5. 175.5. Now we got more buyers and sellers coming in. 177.5. Back to 175.5. 174.5. The stock is up 555%. When I was buying it, it was up 488 and 490%. $174.5. Oh man, they're still trying to sell against this here, folks. They're trying to sell this right against this. They're trying to sell people out from this. They don't want it to close like this, man. They don't like that. That looks to them. That doesn't look good. They're trying to sell here now. They're scared, folks. They're freaking scared, and they should be. They should be scared because that looks scary. That right there looks breakaway scary. And the market makers, they got their little thugs out there selling one share, onesie twosies at a time, selling 165 now because they love to get 165 or 6 right before the market closes, make you think that they can hold it there at 166. And right now I'm down 100, I'm down 80, now I'm down 67 because I know 166, I'm going to buy that like a mad hatter. And I'm going to buy 171 and 2 here too, for sure. I'm out. I'm in it. And I love buying 170, 171, 172. And I'm down right now $64 on this position. I've got $2,000 worth of it. And I'm buying the crap out of it here because I want to, because I can, because I have the ability. And I see it now rising here quickly here. And I just filled at 169.5. 169 again, and I see them trying to sell against this. I see the effort to try to sell people out of it. I see a lot more selling than buying here, but what I see up here, I see that friggin' 5-day rising, and that tells me sell all you want. It doesn't really matter. That friggin' 5 days rising as we go into the bell right here, and we got 24 minutes for it to rise still yet. And that 5-day is rising, people, regardless of what it may look like otherwise. And so I'm buying it because I see all the selling effort against it, but I see what's really happening. I see there's more buyers here than sellers at this price. And so that's why I'm buying here at 169 a share. And I see way more buyers coming in now. Here she goes. Here she goes. Now we got 171. And my dollar cost average is 172 on this. And I just got a 173, so I just went green on it. And that was a great place to get some shares right there, and I'm glad you gave me that opportunity, Shorty. That was nice. Look at that freaking 5-day rising. Look at the 10-day rising. Look at the blue 45 rising off the 50. CYCU is the stock. I got it, Jazz Singh. What stock is this? The stock is CYCU. 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 And I see a very strong desire to sell against the rise, but it doesn't matter. Even with all this red selling, the stupid thing is freaking rising. Even with all that effort to get everyone out of it, it's totally resisting their effort to drive it down. It is just going up and up and up. And not only that, but that friggin' 200 down below is pushing everything higher. Look at the pitch on the 200 just change from this angle to that angle. You can clearly see it, folks. The pitch angle just changed big time. CYCU. There it is. And I'm going to put it in for you to now so you can clearly see what I'm talking about. This was the recent pitch angle of the 200-day moving average right here. This was the angle it was at right there. So this was the angle of the 200-day moving average and is You can just see it. It's just freaking steadily rising, shoving the 50, which is steadily rising, shoving the 45, which is rising off the 50, and breaking a previous line of resistance right now. And there she goes. She's over the top line. She just broke over the top line of resistance that I had highlighted earlier. And I told you if it broke that line, it was going to take off. I told you it would. I told you if it got over that line, it was going to springboard. It was going to go up. Everyone had a good day? Yes, Kim. Right now, I'm up $507 today. 541 now. I made 1,189 on XRX, but it was with a lot of effort because when I started buying it, and you know me, I started in light. I only bought 20 shares when it was in the 370s. It started to break away, and then I bought a few, and then it dropped. Oh my God, they dropped it so fast, Kim. They dropped it in a half an hour, 50 cents almost. They dropped it 63 cents in a half an hour. And I just said, man, at that time I was pissed off. And I said, I'm just going to buy the crap out of this because I had a bunch of money to buy. So I started buying a bunch of it. And I'm glad I did. Because when I did, I got my dollar cost average down on XRX. And my dollar cost average right now on XRX is $3.33 a share. And the price is sitting at $3.47. And it's probably going to go higher than that. Now, this is CYCU right here. CYCU, I'm calling it out. The stock is up 521%. And I started buying it when it was 466% up. I started buying this, believe it or not. I sold another stock that I was down on, and so I said, what should I move it on to? And one of the other viewers there said, buy CYCU. I said, okay. So I went over there and looked at it on the chart, and I said, yeah, I like the look of it. And the reason I liked it is because it had broken over this line. So I started buying it, and then, of course, they yanked it down, and then it broke that line again, and they tried to yank it the last time, and now it's over that line. It's over that line. There it goes, folks, and just rising. CYCU. CYCU, and it looks absolutely fantastic. It's going to close near the high of the day, and I always like to have a stock that I own that closes near the high. That'll make me hold it if it does that. If stocks close near the high, it's a good thing. I've gone back and shown many people many times how good it is to close near the high. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you on this stock, CYCU, after a little bit, if you give me a chance. Now, I got to look at my other stocks here, okay, and see what I might want to sell here. So one stock I'm up 1,188 on is XRX. But first, let me sell some of these smaller quantities I'm holding that I'm barely up on. So right now, I want to get rid of KIDZ. I'm going to trade 10 shares of that right now, KIDZ, and I'm going to sell that now. And I'm going to sell it at market. I've only got 10 shares, so I'm going to sell 10 now, and I'm going to sell it at market because I've only got 10 freaking shares. All right? So I'm sold out of that now, and I no longer have any shares of that one. Oh no, I'm shorting it now. I hit 40. I tried to hit 10. Dadgummit, man. Now I'm shorting it now. And I got 40 shares, so I got to put 40 and buy. Sorry about that. All right. Well, I made 4 cents off my shorted position just then, and I just sold it. And I'm now completely out of KIDZ. Yep, I got 0 now. So I'm going to go back over to Monitor now, and I want to go to a stock that I bought earlier today that I'm up on, STKH. And I'm barely up on it. I'm up 27 on it now up 24. I want to get rid of ENTX. I've had it. I've been waiting that stock out. Trade ENTX. I'm going to get out of it now. I've been waiting patiently for it to make a move back up. But I'm down 184, $73 down since I opened the position. And I have 540 shares, so I'm going to sell those right now, 540. Selling them all, sell at market, I'm out. And I just got out of that stock, ENTX. Now you can see it's been making a nice recovery up here, but here's the pullback into the close. So I just got rid of it. I don't own it anymore, and I have no shares of ENTX. I don't want to look at it anymore. The next stock I'm looking at, and today I'm up right now, $714. And the next stock that I am down on today, STFS. 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 And that by the way is the stock I just sold there. You guys can see it's actually starting to make a move up. But I'm going to move over here to STFS because I sell into the strength. And I'm going to get over here to Star Fashion right now. And it actually looks pretty good right now. It's got a nice flat top green candlestick on it here, rising STFS. It's got a nice rising 50-day and a lot of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. Let's take a look at this on the 5-day chart before we sell it off right now. STFS. CYCU, new candlestick unengulfed on it up here. CYCU. Anyway, I'm going to sell this STFS here. I'm sitting on 120 shares. Okay, just sold it at 393, and I'm out of STFS. I lost $36 on that stock. I don't mind showing when I'm down, folks, and I lost $36 on that stock. STFS. Monitor. I do not hold these stocks that I day trade, folks. If I take a hit on it, I took a hit. All right, now let's look at STKH. I just went negative on it. They just took it negative. They just attacked it, STKH. They just started attacking it just then. At 3:45, they decided to start attacking STKH. KEEL, I'm down 19 on. I'm done. KEEL, I'm out. KEEL, enter. And I'm now out of that. The price is 404. My dollar cost average is 407. I'm gonna sell that right now. I've only got 600 shares. I do not want to hold it. I'm gonna try to sell 200 at 406, 200 407, 200 408, 200 409. We got 14 minutes till these sell. 200 at 410. That'll be 246. No, I can't do that many. There we go. Gonna just try and sell 406, 407, 408. That's what I'm going to try and sell here on KEEL. And I see him now at 404. So I don't want to hold this. So I'm just going to get rid of this, man. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm sorry. Down $19 on it. But I do not hold these stocks long, folks. I just don't do it. I don't do it. And if it was if it was my real account, I would hold on to it, some of it, so I could sell it in the after hours. Because a lot of times, see, this thing's just being held and manipulated here and held here. This is being held here, folks. But when the market makers get out of it, man, the thing can shoot up. So in the after hours, that's why I always come on here for you guys at 7:44 p.m. so you guys can know, hey, these stocks today that were held in place all day, they're up right now, so let's sell them. And I told you that last night about a stock that was up big time last night. So I hope you sold it last night when it was up at the highs. And because it dropped this morning. I can't even remember which one it was. I told everybody as soon as we got on. I think it was that, what I kept calling W. It started with a W. LVWR. Last night it was up big, and I said, hey, man, you guys, they held this down all day long, and it's up big now. Next, man, I'm down big on STKH. It's hurting me. They're knocking the crap out of it. And they're hitting CYCU right now. I'm 56 down on it. Good Lord, I got to get out of this thing. KEEL. There I go. Just sold it 404. It just never could move all day. KEEL, that just got held captive, just like I thought was going to happen with XRX. But XRS took off finally. They ran out of all the fake shares down here around my DCA, 333. They ran out of them, folks. XRX. Their earnings report, they were expected to get 6 cents on their earnings per share, and they got 38 cents. They were supposed to get 6, and they got 38. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, this XRX was played with. Now CYCU. Trade. CYCU, enter. I'm down $40 on this, but I love the look of this chart, actually. I really do like the look of this chart. Man, this thing should springboard off this rising 45 and 50 here. It should make a nice close here, folks. CYCU. And so, therefore, I'm going to buy it here. And I just got through buying it a little bit ago at 172s and 169s, and now the daggum thing is moving, folks. It's at 173.5. And I'm going to buy it here, folks. I'm buying 50 at a time, 50 at a time. And this is CYCU. And I just really, really like the look of this chart right now, folks. CYCU. Man, I got to tell you, man, that looks freaking good. And like I said, all of the selling that they just tried to do against it. Look at all that selling that they tried to sell against it. And look what the price kept doing, just rising and rising. All of that selling effort. They sold the crap out of it for freaking 15 minutes, folks, and it just kept freaking rising the whole time. And then they try to sell now again here, folks, and the thing's all the way up here, and they're trying to sell here now against it. Man, they've been trying to sell against this rise all over the last 20 minutes. And the whole time, the 200 has climbed and climbed and climbed and climbed. And not only that, but it changed its pitch from this line to that line. And so did the 45 and 50 from flat to boom. Look at the 45 rising off of the 50-day average here. Look at it rising. Look at it pushing the flat top green. Oh my gosh, it's going to run, folks. I sense it's going to run CYCU. Right now, since I opened the position, I'm up $38 on it. Now up 71. Now up 35. CYCU. CYCU. Now let's go over here. STKH. Chart, please. STKH. Not CYCU. STKH. We have 8 minutes with which to sell. 8 minutes to sell. But man, I hate to do this, but paper money will not let me sell when it recovers off this line where they're trying to splash the close. Now listen, I honestly believe they're trying to splash this close, and I think this thing is going to go right back up like it did over here, like it did when it went from here to here, when it went from here to there. Folks, this stock can move so rapidly in the after hours. Man, in the after hours last night, look how fast it dropped from there to there, and it could go from here to here in the after hours. Folks, this stock is a firecracker. It can go way up, way down, way up, way down, way up, folks. And this is the same freaking line that they've had here where they stopped it once there, a little bit sideways. You can see a little catch there. They stopped it once there. They stopped it once there, stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it there, and now they dropped it there twice. And it's probably going to go bazooka off this thing. STKH. Now, I could be wrong, but man, this thing looks like they have done a masterful job of manipulating it all day, getting it all day down, and then just sacking that freaking thing. Two bottoms right there and sacking it. So they can run it right back up in the after hours, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. This stock closed last. They're trying to close it under $3 is the whole point. Just trying to hold it under 3 for the close. I don't know why they care so much about that. We've got 6 minutes left to get things sold, folks, and wrapped up. 6 minutes left to get things wrapped up. And I'm barely green today. I just actually went red. Something's taking me down. It's CYCU. Oh, man, what in the world? CYCU, what is it doing? It's going berserk. That's what it's freaking doing. Oh my gosh, look at him try to splash this close on CYCU. What a line to try to drive the 5-day 2 for the close. Gosh dang. Well, I'm going to sell XRX. I'm up on that too heavy not to sell it right now. XRX. XRX. And I'm going to sell it. I'm up $1,000 on this right now. I'm going to close out all these buy orders on it right now. Thank God I got all those shares I did down in the 330s, and I'm going to sell it all now. I've got a lot of it, and I'm going to be selling it now. Yep. Got 1,000 shares left, 1,670. Got 3.5 minutes to clean house, folks. And I'm keeping 5 shares only. Keeping 5 shares. That was XRX. STKH, I'm down 186.50 on. STKH. Well, I don't hold these, baby. Now I look at this and I see this 5-day crossing the 10 here at the ending, and I see a lot of buyers that are buying here on these prices. So I'm not surprised by this, but unfortunately, I can't sell the shares in after hours and paper money. So I've got to sell them now. I've got to sell them now, unfortunately, and I'm down 231. But I think this stock is going to make a big move in the after hours, and I could be completely wrong. So, but I can't sell my paper money after hours, so I'm going to have to sell it here down $200. But that's just the way it is, folks. That's the way it is. And I've got a lot of shares of this, unfortunately, so I'm going to be selling quite a few here. There we go. Sell it market. I just sold them at $297. My dollar cost average is $288 a share on this stock. My dollar cost average is $288. But I'm selling it right now at $297. I've just got to. And I've got 10 shares remaining. I'm going to sell 5 more of them, and I only want to hold 5. Because I'm curious to see how they're going to do in the after hours. I really am. Want to see how this does in the after hours. Okay, going back over here now, and I'm looking at SKYQ, which I'm up 209 on. BYRN, which I'm up another 49 on today on. SKYQ. My dollar cost average is 410, and it's at 423 right now. I'm going to move some SKYQ now. And I'm going to sell 500 at market. Again, my dollar cost average is 411, and I'm selling at 425. I'm going to sell at market again. I got 15 seconds to get out. And I'm selling everything right now. And I'm going to hold 70 shares. And I'm only holding 70 shares now of SKYQ. So I got out of just about everything that I was holding long. I am still holding on to, the only one I held on to was CYCU. I have a few shares of Kill as well, 200 shares of Kill, which I'm down only $17 on. But I did sell most of that as well. And the only thing I held was CYCU. The only thing I held on to was this stock, CYCU. It's the only thing I held on to. And there she goes. 188 in the after hours. Oh, yeah. The new high in the after hours, 188 as soon as the market closed. And that's what I thought. Oh, yeah. And today I ended up $716. All right. Man, it wasn't easy. They sure as heck didn't make it easy, folks. And the number is CYCU that I'm going to rely on to run me up here tonight. John Boy, no, I'm not mainly a day trader. I'm mainly a long holder, okay? So let me show you here. These are the stocks that I hold long, okay? I'm not just a day trader. These are the stocks I hold long over here. And I've been holding these stocks long, some of them for 25 years. But over the last 5 days, this is what they've done. Over the last 10 days, over the last 30 days, and over the last year. And you can see the market cap on these and their PE ratio if it applies. And these are the stocks that I've been holding over the last year. And you can see the returns over the last year on these stocks that I've been holding. And for the most part, the ones that I'm holding have done very, very well. Very well. Some of them 599% up. 132, 119, 463, 2,000% increase on that one. 463, 105. And all of these stocks right here, I hold long. Yep. And not only that, I also have over 70 dividend stocks here. And I can show you these. I'll send them to you if you become a member of this channel at the Goliath level. It costs $24.99 to become a member. And if you become a member, you'll also get your name on this drawing list for people who contribute to this channel and have a chance to win a t-shirt tomorrow at 4:08 p.m. when we do our weekly drawing. All right? So these are the stocks that I have that pay dividends. And you can see here, you can see the market cap, the PE ratio, the dividend that they pay out, the amount of dividend, and the percentage of the dividend that they pay out. And these are only available on my channel. And these stocks here, they do, over the last year, you can see how they performed. And they do pay dividends at the same time. And you can see how these have done over the last year. And they paid dividends. The top 40 stocks on this list I got from a guy named Roaring Kitty, you might have heard of. JP, you enjoy the rest of the day too, my friend. But these are the stocks that pay dividends, and if you want this list, become a member at the Goliath level membership, and then you can get this list of dividend stocks. And I'll also send you my buy-sell sheet, and I'll send you my tricky little candlesticks down here. I'll send you the code for these candlesticks that I use on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And all these candlesticks, they tell a story. They show all the heavy selling that was being sold here. They see the buyers start to pick up when it came to there. Then they see the heavy selling again. Then the buyers pick up when they drop it. Then the heavy selling. Then the buyers pick up when they drop it. Then the heavy selling again of this stock. CYCU. Closed at 161, bid now 165, ask 166. And by the way, on CYCU, just so you are, John Boy, you are really doing well. Yeah, we've had good success here on this channel, and the 26,000 subscribers that I have, plus, they've all learned something on this channel. I teach people every day. And I'm really good with charts. Charts is my forte. That is my forte. I'm really good with dissecting the movement of a stock based on its history. And I can predict where the biggest issues will be. And for this stock right here, CYCU, the biggest number to get over right now is this one right here. And that price is right here. That price is 172. Now, if I go back to a 5-day chart, all right, on this stock, on the 5-day chart, this is the line I just put in right there. Right there, 172. I don't ever see this stock stopping there. I don't see it stopping there at 172 before. And also, where this light blue 5-day average is, I don't ever see it stopping here before. I don't see it stopping. I've never seen the 5-day stop at this line right here that I'm going to show you right now. I've never seen it stop here. I've never seen it stop there. All right? Not in the last 5 days, it's never stopped there before. And I want you to know, the only place that it has stopped the 5-day was one time right there. There is a line of resistance right there where they pulled it back from there down to here, and then it took off. So right here, there is a line of resistance right there, folks. If it ever falls in the morning, this might be a place to buy it on this line, 144, okay? That is a line of resistance. And there is, once it broke over this price, it was, look at this, now the 45 and the 50 have crossed here, and there's a huge gap from there to here. A huge gap from here to here, folks. Man, I tell you, CYCU. My. 194 in the after hours just now, I guess. Is that right? CYCU up 495% today. And guys and gals, I'm just going to tell you, this little run up of the 5-day blue line to right there, and then no pullback, but a little sideways upwards. Man, this thing is going to go, folks. I mean, right here, at least this was a hitch and go. They can't even get a hitch on this thing. This thing's just going up and moving over this way upward slowly. It's going to just bounce up, man. Look at the friggin' 10 it's going to cross this line. And as I said again, the friggin' 50-day average line has just crossed over this resistance point, and it's going to jump to there. You might wonder, why do I have a resistance line here? Well, there's a very good reason. If you look at the 1 day, you'll see it. The reason I have it there, the resistance line there, is because of this right here. And the next resistance line I have here is because of that little hitch right there, hitch and go. There's a reason that I put those lines in for resistance, okay? This one, and it's moved around a little, but that is definitely a line of resistance right there. There's no question about it. And then this one here is another line of resistance right here. There's no question about that. Right there it is. So there's just a gap from here to there. And from here, from right here, this line right here should actually be moved down to right there. There's the resistance line right there. So as this stock was rising, the resistance point was there. The resistance point was there. The resistance was there. There's also another resistance point on this stock as it was rising. And that resistance point from right here was going to be right there's another resistance. And then another resistance was right here where it dropped and it fell back to right there. Okay? Then after it dropped to there, it took off. And the next line of resistance that it met was right there. You can see the green line stopped there for just briefly, just for a flash. So there was a little resistance there. Then it went right on up and it did a hitch and go again. Here it was resistance met right there. And then it dropped to right there. So this was a line of resistance here. And then it dropped to there, hitch and go. Then the line of resistance here. Then the line of resistance right there. Then the line of resistance here. So that's why I have all these lines on this stock down below where it is now. See that? I know where the lines of resistance are. And I can tell you right now, there's never been, other than right here, the drop to there and pop. The 5 days never resisted on this line. It went right through it there, and it went right through it there. It's never stayed here. And another thing for you to notice, everyone, is that when it was at this line here and here, look where the 200 was. Now it drops to this line of resistance that they've created here, and look where the 200 is. There was never a line of resistance here before other than established right there at the closing. And now they're trying it again in the after hours. But please note that even at the closing, the 200 was down here, and now when they reach it, the 200 is up here. Yeah, I need to learn navigate it effectively. I've hesitant to start, but I have to change my investments. We only have snakes and sparklers. John, anything you need help with, we will help you. That's what I trade on as well. Yeah. Plus, I got the joke earlier. If that's what you were talking about, you're good to have a great time. Yep. We leave on North Carolina Wednesdays, have to be on the ship by the 8th. I'm excited with a bit of anxiety, but that will go away. You're taking a cruise, huh, Kim? That's cool. Um, I'm sorry I haven't been keeping up with all you guys. Is Charles Schwab easy for a beginner to learn to use efficiently? Yeah, it sure is. I'll show you how to set everything up so you can have the same 200-day line and the 50-day line and the 5-day and 10-day. I'll show you how to make it work. I'll show you how to make it all work. It'll take you 5 minutes to figure out how to set up the same exact thing as I've got here. You know, look at the pitch line of the 200-day average. Look at that pitch line of the 200 that I put out earlier today. You see that thing? God, look how long it was there. For an hour and a half, 2 hours on that line. And then at 11 a.m., kaboom. And all they're going to be able to do is drop this to the 50, drop it to the 50, drop it to the 50, drop it below the 50, drop it below the 50, drop it to the 50. It's just repeated over and over. Porpoising, 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 porpoising higher. And that 200 just stays steadily rising above it. And this big line of resistance that they stopped it once there, stopped it twice, stopped it 3, 4, stopped it and dropped it there 5, and then 6 times. This 200 is crossing that line now. That major line of resistance, the 200-day is about to cross over right now, folks. The stock I'm talking about is CYCU. The line that put up so much fight and so much willpower to keep it below that, and then to drive it back down to it 3 times. It now has the 200-day crossing over it. Man, that's strong. Strong, people. Very strong. CYCU. There it is. There it is, folks. The 200 is going to cross this line. The low that was established for this afternoon's low in the after hours was already right here. Without a doubt, it was there. Right there was the low, right before the clock, but the bell rang. And then here's the repeated number in the after hours. Then after that was achieved, what number was the next low? Right here. And now they try it again to get one more time to that low right now in the after hours. The same one that they've gotten to. Now, don't get me wrong, because they had lows in this range and down here even. The 5-day was there. So there were a lot deeper lows during the session today. But you should expect them to try to pull a stunt like this with the 200-day crossing this line of resistance right here and moving up into this area where there's very, very little resistance. Man, there's a lot in here, but there ain't shit here. This 200 is going to come right on up through that. It's just going to keep moving up right on through there. There's no resistance in here. Few little tiny lines of resistance from way back when, right there, right there. Few little tiny lines of resistance that were created today during the day. Now, look at the span from this to there. I'll show you so you can see it. See the 5-day? Look at the span from right there to there. All right? That's the distance. And I didn't even quite get low enough there. Let me make sure I get it right. All right. So this is the distance from the 5-day to the 200. Now, if I click on this, can I copy this? Duplicate. Nice. Duplicate drawing. All right, now let's get on it and move it. How far away Were they here from the 200? That far. But the 200 was here. So it was really this far away. The 200 was this far away. And now they've got it only that far away. The 200 is just that far away. So this is even more compressed now than it was when they tried to attack it down over here. See? But notice the 200 was way down here. And now where's the 200? It's freaking up here, folks. And it's rising over this line as we speak. It just changed and it's starting to rise. They pitched it out flat while they drove it down, and now it changes and starts to rise again. The 200-day average. This is on the stock CYCU. CYCU. Huh. And in the after hours, God bless them for hitting that line, the 200. When over here, they hit that line right there. Right there. During the daytime, they hit it once, they hit it twice, and they just hit it again. Isn't that nice? But again, I point out to you, when they hit that line once and they hit that line twice, the 200 was down here. Now they come over and they hit it one time, and the 200 is there on it. That's a big difference, folks, okay? Listen, to achieve this price over here, to achieve that price with the 200 down there, that's pretty impressive. But to achieve this price again, right there with the 200 crossing that line, man, that is really, really impressive, okay? That took a lot of effort, believe me. Over here, it didn't take that much effort to drive it down to this line twice, because way down here was where the 200 was. But man, I tell you what, it takes some effort just then. Sell, 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 Mortimer. Sell, sell, sell to get that line. And then look at it freaking springboard. Oh, yeah. CYCU. See you later, baby. CYCU later. Oh, my gosh. Look at the friggin' 200 just changed pitch again. Golly, folks, I love to show this to you. Look at the pitch angle of the 200 day here. And look at it change just now. Oh my gosh. Look at the pitch angle. Look at it change right there. CYCU comes out of like a phoenix out of the ashes. Wow. Princess Cruise, okay. No Disney. I'm too cheap to pay for that. CYCU has me up today. $899. And today I made $967 on XRX. I want to say thank you very much this morning for calling out XRXJP. Oh man, I had to go through hell to get that price where I got it, JP, but what a call out. XRX, JP Panic. I went through hell to get that thing down dollar cost average. What are you talking about, Gary? Well, now that we're adults, we know it's a Freemasonic hotspot for sacrifice. Oh gosh, you don't know that. that you don't know that Disney's evil? Hey, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. 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 We do have, be it true or not, we do have some liability and some risk of defamation of character by some statements that might be made. So please, let's try to reel it in a little. And ladies and gentlemen, I just jumped up to a $1,500 increase because I think that I was right about CYCU and I should have held on to it, and I did. Oh my gosh, look at CYCU, everybody. Whoa. Also, want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Yeah, we do that here too, John. I asked for vacation money. He has more than delivered. Yes. All right. Take a look, folks. CYCU, the one I decided to hold on to. Holy smokes. CYCU 217. Holy smokes. 217. Wow, I'm up 2,600 today. Oh my. Oh my gosh, CYCU, the only one I held, folks. The only one I held. I decided to hold 3,320 shares of that stock because of the way the chart looked at the end of the day. Oh my gosh, I showed you what I liked about it. I showed you guys what I liked about it. I loved the look of that chart. I told you, man, I really like the look of this chart. I think it's going to run up in after hours, folks. And look at that. Up now $2,300 today. Wow. Folks, please sell this stock if you're holding it, CYCU. I want you to, you already should have sold 254 or 255. You know that's on my buy sell sheet. So you guys should sell here. Please don't be greedy. CYCU. It's like a 95% gain I've got on this stock now. You guys are talking about Disney. I want to tell you that the things that are known to be a fact is that there was a lot of artistic things that have been done in Disney that have been, including on the cover of one of their biggest Disney covers, magazine covers ever, that had in one of the spires on the castle, it was in the form of a penis's head. Okay. And I want to also mention that, and that's a fact. You can go and look for it. Disney castle penis symbol. You can see it. You can just look on Google and boom. And also, there was another one in the movie Lion King where the lion was up on the top of the hill and looking over the whole thing, and up here the stars, and you could see in the words of the stars, sex, the word sex. So there have been occasions also on the early, Mickey Mouse. I've seen early Mickey Mouse scenes where he was in a factory, working in a factory, and he was like, you know, he was in a factory on an assembly line, and Mickey was just, looks like he's just completely, you know, wanking the yank, or, you know, yanking the wang or whatever. And so there's been a lot of Disney sex stuff going on for a long time. But one other thing that I happen to notice about CYCU just hit 267. Yep, and you got to sell the 266. You got to sell 272, 276, 77. Sell some there. Sell it. There's 273 right there. There's 273. You should be selling it if you own CYCU. 273 is a sell. Is a sell. And right now, I'm up 3,700. And if I could sell, I sure would. I would be selling everything right now if I could do it on this paper money account. And I hope that you sell it right now. Gary Inwards. Club 33 is Disney's very expensive private club. Lots of symbolism in every Disney movie. There's no question. Now, another thing I find very interesting is about Disney movies is what is up with this repetitive theme? What is up with this repetitive theme of, and I always wondered, what is up with Walt Disney? Was he abandoned as a kid? Was he put into a foster home? What happened to Walt Disney at such a young age to make him suddenly decide to start making every single one of his movies and big hits? Snow White, the poor little woman all on her own. Snow White, the little girl, forlorn little girl who fell into the sleep, and I think it was her and the Seven Dwarfs. But what was it about Cinderella, the girl that was the out? She was the out. She was left out. She was not included. She was abandoned. What about Bambi, whose father and whose parents was separation from parents? Old Yeller. I don't know whether that was done by Disney or not, but another separation thing. Lassie, there's all kinds of these Lassie movie that where the separation, the singular, the being left out, being forlorn, being outcast, the little 101 Dalmatians. I mean, you can go right down the line over and over with this repetitive theme of abandonment at the childhood, at the it can be as an animal or whatever, but there's always been this common theme for some sort of being left out, outcast, the someone without parents, and it just goes on and on and on all throughout that I see it over and over and over. Almost so many Disney movies with that same undertone of being neglected or forgotten. Jungle Book. You can just go through over and over where things, people, children, little tiny creatures, all without a mommy. They never have a mommy. You can take any Disney movie and search for occult symbolism in it, and you'll find lots of videos showing it. Oh, I know. I wouldn't doubt it at any rate. But at any rate, I think it's interesting to talk about these types of things in case you've never known about it, or you might not care about it, but it's an interesting topic of conversation. And mostly Disney movies are about death also. Yes, that's right. Many of them. Yep. Yeah, BYRN is a stock that looks like it's just going to keep progressing up till it goes to that point where I told you BYRN is doing very well. It's doing just what it should be doing right now, in my opinion. BYRN. I love the look of it. And by the way, take a look at this CYCU in the after hours. I just called the sell. 272 should have been sold. 288, 293, 294, 297, 98, 99, and 3 all sells, folks. You guys all know to sell the $3 because they're not just going to let it bowl over 3. They're going to pull it back to 290, 266, 277, 282, 283. Where'd they take it back to? 255 even. 255. Very common number. Very common. 45-cent drop. 45-cent drop. But look at the friggin' 45 and 50 crossing over this line of resistance here. Holy crap. Now I'm going to get on BYRN. Oh my gosh. BYRN. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, oh my. She finally broke this line. BYRN. Oh my gosh, she's broken this line, folks. Holy smokes. She's going to go all the way up to here, folks. 483. 483. 483. The 5-day is going to rise all the way to 483. And when it gets there, you should sell this stock, whatever the price is. Okay, understand? As a matter of fact, this line of resistance having been broken over right now, man, I'd actually sell a few shares here at 460. I would. I'd sell a few shares at this line and look for the little pullback to here, and then gone, then goes. So I'd move a little bit of it right here, just a little bit of it, sell some. BYRN. Don't sell all, but take some off the table there. This has been a previously known line of resistance from going back in time. And you can see right over here where they stopped it right there one time. This is another line of resistance right here. And I can't get it to draw right here. Why not? There. Boy, howdy, that's the one right there. If it goes over that, it's going to here. Man, if it goes over that, it's going to here. Oh, gosh. Yep, Beauty and the Beast. Yes, it's so blatantly evil. Yes. Oh yeah, evil. The evil. Oh, the sorcery. The apple. The poisonous apple. Evil, evil, evil. Oh, the evil one in every one of them, and in every show, some evil. It's just evilness. Ah, yes. The first little mermaid, she dies in the end or turned into foam or bubbles. Yeah, Ariel lives and has a happy ending, huh? Yes, every one of them has that evilness. Oh, that drastic evilness. Well, look at that. This stock, I decided to hold on to. BYRNA closed 456. Ask now 465. Closing near the high of the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so I can learn you something, I'm going to learn you about BYRN, okay? I'm going to show you why you want to hold a stock when it closes near the high of the day. All right? I'm going to show you why right now. BYRN. I'm going to show you why you should hold on to it. I'm going to come over here and make it very, very clear for you why you want to hold BYRN. Wow. BIYA just took off in after hours, folks, up 28% after being down 38% today. BIYA on the rampage. BIYA, something happened, folks. But why? Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. BIYA. Must have been big news. Man, I got to get a new sheet of paper out for tomorrow. BIYA, the 31st, the last day of the month. BIYA. Whoa. BIYA. The last news I see is 22 days ago. I'll get back to BYRN. Hold on a second. And by the way, BYRN, that's what it looks like right now. Freaking awesome. But BIYA, and I expected that to happen. BIYA, what is the news? $12 industrial stocks moving in Wednesday pre-market session. My gosh, what in the world? There is no news on it. No news. BIYA closed at 361. Low, it closed at the low of the day, 361. And then after hours at 4:40 p.m., it springboards to 452 bid, 470 ask. Wow. An after hours high, 509. BIYA. My goodness, we're going to have to watch this one tomorrow. Now, here's what I want to show you about BYRN. Look at that thing springboard, folks. BYRN. Now, I've been telling you about this for a few days now, and I told you that once it broke this line of resistance right here, it could make a very strong move, and I was right. And I want to show you this now on the 180-day chart. And this is the reason that I've been telling you about this stock for so long now. I told you that at this white line or the light blue that you see there at 317, I told you if that light blue line came up above this point, that it was going to rise all the way up to right here. That's what I told you, 494 a share. The minimum is going to be 494 a share. And it's breaking that line right now, and it's going to go up most likely very quickly all the way up to this price, 494. All right? That's BYRN. No, I'm telling you, folks, BYRN, it is on its way, folks. You can look at that 5-day chart. You can see the light blue. You can see that if it breaks over this line, it's going to jump all the way up. There's nothing going to stop it. BYRN. And there we are right now. The price is there at this line right now, folks. 456. If it can break over this line, man, it's not going to stop. It's going to here, folks. 483. All right? Put your sell orders there. 483, folks. I already told you that if it broke over this line, it was going to take off and it was possibly going to jump all the way back to here even. And that price would be $5.90 a share. $5.90. I'm telling you, this is one of the places that it could stop is there. Another place it could stop is here. But if it doesn't stop here, it's going to go all the way to here, folks. I'm just telling you about this stock. It's BYRN. You can see it on the chart, and I've been telling people about it for 4 days. BYRN. Earnings was estimated negative a penny, lost 4.4. That's why it crashed so much. Estimated earnings was a penny, lost 4.4. But look at it now. BYRN. It's got plenty of move up to the upside ahead of it, folks. All right. There is the blue line right there. BYRN. Now, I already told everybody earlier that the reason that they stopped it at this line right here, the reason they stopped it there earlier was because they knew if it broke that line, it was going here. So that's the reason that they stopped it right there, because they knew that it was about to go to there. But they wanted to get themselves a nutsack full before it made the move. And now it's got freedom to run. I'm telling you that here's the reason they stopped it right here on that line. The reason they stopped it right there is because they knew that it was about to break away and go all the way up. So that's why they pulled it down from right there to there and got them a whole big old nutsack full. Right there, folks. And now's the time to let it run. Now's the time to let it frickin' run. To run free. To run free, folks. BYRN. They brought it up to here. They saw that it was about to break this line. They knew if it broke this line, it was going to go all the way up to here. So they knocked the crap out of it good and got a nice little hitch and go. A beautiful little hitch and go. And this is going to move right through this region without stopping, folks, because it never stopped here before. Never stopped here. BYRN. And there it is right there. And it's getting to this point. And there's a big gap from right here to right up here. There is a freaking gap, people, from here to there. There's a gap. The next place it stops is 494, folks. I'm telling you. 494. If it even stops there at 494, who knows? Because, man, they fleeced this out good here. This is shaven bald all through there, man. They fleeced that out good twice. And then it fell right through it. See, because it was already fleeced out. The reason that it fell from this price right through, from this price down to there, is because this was already all fleeced. And it's bald, folks. There's nothing there. There's no traction. So sure enough, it broke this and dropped straight to there. And then they fleeced it out real good through this region. So now it rises to here, and it was about to break away. And they said, hold on, let's snatch it here, and then we'll let it go. And that's what they're doing with it right now, BYRN. And that's why when you look at the one-day chart on it right now, freaking thing's taking off because they got their fill, baby. Look at that sucker right now, BYRN. And I'm telling you, this 5-day average just broke this line, and it's going to go to this line next. Nothing's going to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it. And if it breaks that line, it's going to 494 a share, folks. All right? I'm telling you. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at that. This is how much I'm up today after trading today. Up $2,200 on CYCU. CYCU, the only one that I held shares of in any quantity. The rest of this, I sold almost all of it. But the only one I held because it closed near the high of the day. And BYRN closed near the high of the day. Now, let me show you guys something here. I'd love to show you this. I'm going to go over here to BYRN right now. All right. Now, here's what I want you to see. BYRN. I want you to notice this. We're going to go back to June, around June the 8th. BYRN. Take a look here with me as I show you something very interesting. What I'm looking for is days when the price was hit a high of 613 and closed near that high versus the low of 590. So I'm looking for days when the stock opened up and it went to a high and closed near that high. Look here, 590, and look here. So this means what they did is it opened at 603, and then they drove it down 13 cents to 590. Then it recovered and went to 613, and it closed out near the high at 611. Do you understand? Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because when a stock closes at or near the high, what can happen the next day? Look at the high. It went from 613 to 626, 628. And then the next day's high was 655. Now here, you can see it closed closer to the low. It closed closer to the low. So that's when you knew the next day it was going to fall. Now, I want to show you some more of this so you understand how this works, everybody. And make sure you understand how this works. So I'm going to find some other examples of where the price made a run and then closed at or near the high of the day. But again, if you look here, this opened at 644. It went up to 647. It had been driven down to 628, and it closed very close to the low. So the next day, it dropped even more and then dropped even more. But I want you to look here, folks, and pay attention. Look at this day. Look at these days where we closed near the high. We're looking for days where it closed near the high. And we're going to find another one here in a minute. We'll find another one where it closed near the high. And then you'll see what happened afterwards. And you'll see what I mean. I'm waiting. Hold on. I'm looking for other close near the high. Here's one. Look right here. On July 22nd, opened at 341. They dropped it to 333. So they dropped it what? So they dropped it 8 cents. They dropped it 8 cents. 333 was the low, 8 cents down. Then it went up to 358, and it closed 4 cents off the high. And the next day's high wasn't 358. It was 357. But the next day, folks, was 392, and then 418. Now here, look. It was at 418 with the 360 low, and that is a 58-cent difference between the high and the low. But it closed close to 418. It closed at 413. So the next day, the price went from 418 high to 479. So I always like to close at or near the high of the day, people, okay? And then look today. It came out of the gate at 434. They dropped it only 6 cents, and then it rose to 4.56, and it closed 1 penny. It closed at the high, folks. That's why you want to hold this stock. This is the only instances where you want to hold some of the stock when it closes at or near the high of the day. All right? And now you can see it's still rising even in the after hours, BYRN. Now, you would be also smart if you went back to this day where it closed near the high of the day. And you would be wise, I believe, if you looked at, for example, right here, when it closed at, let me see here. Yes, when it closed 5 cents off from the high, how high did it go the next day? From 413. From the closing price, it went up to 479. Well, how much is that? I bet you it's 66 cents. Hey, Alexa, what is 4.79 minus 4.13?
4.79 minus 4.13 is 0.66.
Huh! What do you know? 66 cents, Savannah. So here's my point. If this one closes at 4.56, then what is 66 on top of that? Alexa, what is 4.56 plus 0.66?
4.56 plus 0.66 is 5.22.
Well, there you go. Put your sell orders in, folks, at 5, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. All right? BYRN. Sell 513 through 522. Based on high history. Based on high history. All right? I'm just trying to teach you something, folks. George Owen says, got it. Catfish, here comes $3. Let's eat it back. Let's eat back up the truck. Sean Joseph, $3 on what? So what I'm wanting you to know, now let's go back up to that other day when it closed near the high of the day. When it was, hold on, I'll find it. We went back to June the 8th, so let's go look for another day where it closed near the high. Aha! So just be aware that on this day, when it came out at 603, and then they drove it down 13 cents, and then it went to 613. The next day after a close at 611, it only went up to 628. So that's only 17 cents higher. But the next day, it went to 655. So 611 to 655, 44 cents up, 44 cents off this. So another number to sell would be 44 cents above 513. Oh, I'm sorry. 44 cents above today's close. Alexa, what is 4.56 plus 0.44?
4.56 plus 0.44 is 5.
So $5. So you want to sell it $4.97, $4.97, $4.98, $4.97 to $5. So you should sell some there too, just in case it only repeats that rise. Okay? But I'm telling you, man, it's a very good thing for a stock to close out near the high. And I can show you that many times through history. It's a known fact. Closing near the high is a good thing. And especially on a chart like BYRN, which I just showed you what's about to happen with that sucker when it breaks through this number where it is now. And take it out. Take a look here today. Today's gain, $3,316. Up $2,700 now on CYCU. And there is the chart on BYRN, folks. BYRN. I told you this looked very, very, very good to me 2 days ago. BYRN. Yep, CYCU. I got my eyes on it. In fact, I told everybody to sell some just then. 466, 465, 464, 460. Sell it, man. Sell that puppy. Sell some. Look at my buy-sell sheet. What does it say right here to sell? Look at those numbers there. 456, 7, 460. Sell there. Sell there. BYRN is stuck there. I guess it's because they want to keep it from going over this price right here. BYRN. Now, I want to look at SKYQ as well right now. SKYQ. Ah, that looks fantastic. Look at that double dripping Madonna formation. See, these are her little things, and there's her little tassels that flap around. Woo, woo, woo. Swing around. Madonna with her little tassels on the ends of these things. You've seen it before. Am I right? BYRN, folks. John Boy says, yeah. Well, you want to know why they're holding it this price? The reason they're holding it here is because they held it there at that price and there at that price, and it stopped there one time at that price. Over here, it stopped at that price there. It stopped at it there. It stopped at it here, stopped at it there. It never stopped there. It never did. Now here you can see the green line. This green line, it came down and it stopped right there one time. $4.25 a share. $4.25. So that's why the price is there now. They're trying to hold it at $4.25. The same line that it flew right through like a hot knife through butter. Here, like a hot knife through butter. Here, like a hot knife through butter. Here, they pulled it to that line. And what is it? 425, 424. Understand? Then it goes through it again like a hot knife through butter. Goes through it again like a hot knife. Then they come here, and what line do they stop it at? 424. Understand? Then it comes over here, falls through it like a hot knife through butter. Comes up through it like it wasn't nothing. Falls to it right here. What number? 420. 424, folks. 420. Stops at 420, but the number here is 424. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason it is trying to be stopped there is because they don't want it over that line. See how they dropped it from there to there and got two tatas on it? They don't want it over that freaking line. They're going to try and hold it there as long as they can. Why 425? Well, it could be because there's some options on it there at 425 that they don't want to have to be paying out on. They may have options at it at 425. But let me tell you something. This line that it's breaking above right now, that it's breaking over, it is next going to have its next resistance at this line right here. If it comes up and breaks that one, it will have resistance at this line right here. And if it breaks this one, it will not stop until it gets to this line right here. And then this line here. And then it will go to the moon. Okay? That's what's going to happen with it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Crossing this line now, the next line of resistance is clearly right there, right there, right there. The next line of resistance is slightly over it there. The next line of resistance is slightly over that, which is right there. And ladies and gentlemen, if this price goes over $4.30 a share, if the price of the 5-day average breaks over, that's the light blue line, breaks over $4.30 share, this sucker is gone, okay? I'm telling you now. It also happens to have, you can see some lines of resistance right here that are very heavy. And it's hit that line of resistance once there, twice there, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. So that's going to be a very, very big line of resistance right there. Now, it gets over $4.30 a share. Then there's no resistance till it gets to right here. And that price is at $4.32. And finally, the last resistance finds itself at, and you can see the 432 right there too. Look at it. Look at this. If it drags across to that line of resistance, dropping, dropping, dropping. Man, they've hit that line so many freaking times right there. Gosh dang. So right now, she breaks over this point right here. She's got a nice move ahead of her. And she breaks over this line even more. Breaks this one, and then she's got a major gap up. So, ladies and gentlemen, right here is the key number, $4.33 a share. If the 5-day moving average, this blue line, gets over that $4.33 a share, you can kiss this thing goodbye. $4.33 is the breakout point right there. Okay? So watch that 5-day, because this is going to be a point of resistance. And when the 5-day gets there, you might want to sell some, because they've resisted that sucker so many times. Once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 9, 10. Holy cow. It is the line, folks. It is the line that needs to be broken, that they've stopped it at so many times before. All right, Larry Pitts, K-U-S-T. I'll write it down. Man, I'm telling you, man, this stock here, SKYQ, if it gets away from here, man, it's going to make a very nice move. It's got a lot of gappage up here, a lot of gappage if it can get over this line. There's a lot of gap here. I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of gap here if it gets over this line. 430. 430 is the key line. And if it gets over that, man, oh man, is there a massive gap here. Gapville. You're coming into Gapville. That's why they fought it so hard today at that number right there. They had to stop it there because they knew, gosh dang, if it goes over this, it's going up to here. They knew it. That's why they had to hit that so hard today right there. They had to come at that thing and get everybody out, and then double whammy here with a couple of tatas, and boom. Because they know when it goes over this line right here, it's gone up to here. They know it. They know it. You know it. You can see it. There's a gap here. There's a friggin' gap here. And she's breaking this line. And listen, I'm telling you, I think they've already fleeced this all out completely here. I think this has all been completely fleeced out right here. And now there's just a freaking gap from here to there. And then from there, a gap from here to there. And I could be wrong, but we're going to find out in a minute. Because this son of a gun is going to hit here, and it's going to jump up to there, and then jump up to there. Because look, folks. I mean, I think this is fleeced out. I think this is nakedness. Nothing here. And look at it run right through it. There should be nothing here either. This is very little resistance here. There's been very little resistance here for a long time. From here to there, from here to there, from here to there, from there. There's been nothing to stop it. And there should be nothing to stop it from rising here again now. Very little. I feel very little. SKYQ, folks, closed at 425. The bid is 429. The ask is 435. $435 is the ask. God, they fill that a few times, and that 5 day is going to be at 435. 433 even, folks. Goodness gracious, man. I'm telling you, this thing is verge of bouncing. Golly, man, that looks good. Catman, I appreciate more than I know. You have gone me a newfound motivation. Oh, man. Oh, thank you. Catman, I appreciate you more than you have gave me a newfound motivation. OTLK just got FDA approval. Thank you, Nisi Jane. OTLK. And we know that can move quickly. FDA approval. OTLK. OTLK. And I apologize. Someone asked me today earlier to look at another stock, and I forgot to freaking look at it because yesterday he had called it out incorrectly. He had it typed out as a 4-letter symbol, 5-letter symbol, and it was something like ALLLO. And I wrote it down, and then I said, man, that's not ALLOY. ALLOY. Man, he asked me about it again today, and I forgot to freaking look at it. It must be, I'm going to guess it's AOLY. But OTLK is not moving on that news right now in after hours. If it just broke, it hasn't been absorbed yet. Now, I'm going to look at ALOY. Okay, well, dadgummit, man, and I forgot. This was called out yesterday evening by someone, ALOY. They asked me to look at it today, and I never did get to it, so I apologize. Man, that made a nice move for you, whoever it was that brought it up. I'm sorry that when you put it in the chat, it was ALLOY. And I looked it up. I said, man, that's not a symbol. Yesterday, I tried to look it up, and I said, man, it's not a symbol, but I guess you meant ALOY, and you did damn good on it today, so congratulations. Shoot, ALOY. I apologize for not getting on that one. And I don't know who called it out. Twice, I don't know who did. Now I want to look at STKH. And I sold it all because I had to, and it's not doing anything. I thought that we might see this thing make a real big after-hour move, but it's done nothing. It's done nothing. And I'm holding 5 shares of it. And now as I look on CYCU, look right there, CYCU. That looks wonderful right there. Building a position on a rising shoulder 50-45 is sweet. Look at that 200 rising on it. Look at the shoulder here, folks, as this drops to it and bounces off of it. It looks fabulous. CYCU. Kiss it goodbye, man. Kissing the ET right there, or the woodpecker could also be called this formation. Man, look at that thing. Look at that 200-day just rising so sharply now. CYCU. Up to $3 high. After hours. And I'm looking for the news on that now. CYCU. Cycurian shares halted on circuit breaker to the upside. Stock now up 455%. Yep, halted. Cycurian stock explodes roughly 400% after winning biggest deal ever, it says. CYCU shares trading higher after the company announced it was awarded a 10-year contract secured through a partnership with a top 5 global consulting firm valued at approximately $54.6 million. CYCU. $54.6 million deal, and it goes up 495%. And now it is up in the after hours to 240, 241. 240 bid, 241 ask. CYCU, looking here, I don't see any news why. It says here CYCU shares increased by 52% to 245 during Thursday's aftermarket session, but it does not say why. BIYA stock rose to 421. But CYCU is definitely the biggest jumper here. And that is a very strong shoulder that it is building on right there in after hours now. Mike Larson, anyone know how we are able to short stocks on Webull or Schwab? Yeah. On Charles Schwab, now they don't always let you short every position, but I'll show you how to short right now. So right now, I've got 70 shares of this stock, SKYQ. I'm holding 70 shares. So what I could do is right now at this price, I could put a sell order in for 100 shares. And I could sell at this price 100 shares, and then I'd be shorting 30 shares right away because I've only got 70. So I'd put in a sell order at this price right now, wherever it is, and I could put it in for 100 shares, and I only have 70 shares, and then that would mean I would be shorting 30 shares if I did it right now, okay? Yes, Kim, you sure can. You did the sell on what? What did you sell and what price? Which one did you sell? Oh, okay, thanks, because it tells me I'm not able to with my type of account. Okay. So Kim, what did you sell? I see XRX. I asked today my main question, 91 votes on it. Did any of you cats happen to buy into XRX with me when it dropped to the 333 range? And I see that 20% of my viewers said yes. And out of 91 votes, that's about probably 18 people, I guess, bought XRX with me when it was at 333. Where is it at now, XRX? 347. All right. Well, it went all the way up to 349. And by the way, this morning we bought it here when they dropped it to 333. So you should have sold it with me when I sold it at 370. You should have been selling 365, 66, 67, 68, 69. Those are all on my sell sheet. Every number there. XRX. Now, unfortunately, when it got to right here, they sat it here for about an hour, and I told JP Panic to sell it because it wasn't going to go anywhere. I told him it was caught in a trap. And then I said, oh my gosh, it's breaking away. And it got to 372, and I bought my first share at like 371. And then they dropped it right back below the 366s and attacked it down in 15 minutes, man. JP, I was like, oh my God, JP. Fortunately, I only bought 20 shares there. And then I bought 20 here. Then I bought 20 when it dropped to here. I bought 20 when it dropped here. I bought 50 when it got here because I saw this line of resistance. I said, that's a good one. I'll buy there. So I bought 50 there. Then it dropped to here. I'm like, oh my God. And then I just bought 50 and 50 and 50. And I dropped my dollar cost average from 372 all the way down to where it is now, 333. Thank God I was able to, I had so much dry powder left that I could buy all those shares there. And of course, I sold it when it got here, sold some. Then I bought it again here. Then I sold it again here. So XRX I made today on this one. XRX I made how much? I ended up making $967 on this stock today, XRX. And I'm holding right now 5 shares. That's all I got left. 5. But man, I got myself in a fix when I first bought that. I was down $900, then $1,000 on it. But then I said, man, I'm just going to buy the crap out of it here because I think it's being manipulated. So I did. Ended up today up $1,700. Something must be falling now. It must be that CYCU. Oh, yeah, it's dropping like a rock. They're trying to kill CYCU down now. Well, I hope you sold it in after hours, folks. CYCU. I hope you sold it in after hours. I hope you sold it, folks. CYCU. I surely do hope that you sold it when it got up there to $3 in the after hours. I hope you sold the 297, 298, 299. And the reason I held this stock was because of what I saw going on here. And I saw it close very close to the high of the day. And I like to hold stocks that close near the high. And now, of course, they manipulate it down just to the 200 where they can buy some of that right now on the 200 and then sayonara, baby. There's a buy right there on this stock right there. And that price is 185. 185. 185. You should have bought it at 185, right on that 200-day average. And why did they come down to this line? It was never there before. It was never on this line before, stopped, except for maybe right there, right there. This might be why they went for that line here in the after hours, because this was resistance here. But no other time was it. No other time was this line resistance. No other time was this line resistance, but once right there. And here, the red line hit there again twice. The red line got there once, the red line got there twice. So why not drop it down in the after hours to that same line? Perfectly done. And now she rises off that line. And this is CYCU. There it is. CYCU. And now you know why they took it down to that line right there just now. Now you know why. Well, for another thing, it happens to be right on the friggin' rising 200-day average. That's why they did. They wanted to buy that thing on the 200-day, man. That's what market makers do. And you might want to look down here and notice that now there are more buyers than there are sellers on one of them, two of them, three of them. 3 candlesticks here out of 5, more buyers than sellers. And that's because they just drove it down to the 200-day average and bounced it off the 200 to run it even higher now. All right? And that is my call. And the after hours low was driven down to right there, the 200 there. So what do you know? In the after hours, they would drive it down to the 200, spike it all the way to $3. And then what line would they drive it down to again? The friggin' 200. The 200 again. And spike it off the 200 again. Like they did in the after hours right there. But now the 200 has gone from here and a price of 135, and the 200 has gone to here. 184. Oh my gosh. You're talking about a 50-cent increase in the 200-day average over the last hour and a half. You got it? A 50-cent increase of the 200-day average in the last hour and a half. Oh my God. And then look at it just bounce off that 200 there, just like they bounced it off the 200 here in the after hours there. All right, folks, I just show you this. I hope you can use it. All right, guys and gals. Well, I like this. Right here, CYCU. Back over 218 now. And look at this. The bid and the ask are the same, 218, folks. Both numbers were identical, 218. The bid and the ask were identical at 218. I tried to show it to you. They already dropped it a little. But the bid and the ask were identical. All right, CYCU, I thank you for calling that out today. Somebody told me about it, and I didn't write your name down. This afternoon, I said, guys, I'm selling this stock that I lost money on, and I want to move it over to a runner. Which one should I get? And someone wrote right then and said CYCU. I think it was Port Bear. Now that I recall, I think it was Port Bear. And I went over and looked at it, and I saw it was up 480%, and I went, I don't know about that. But, man, it turned out to be a great call. Thank you. Thank you very much, CYCU. I think it was Port Bear that called it out and said something to me. Well, guys, I'm going to get out of here now. I hope you guys have a great evening. I hope you've had a very good day today. I hope that you have all of your financial ducks in a row. and that you continue to be successful here with me on this channel. I definitely want to say thank you very much for listening to my music during the daytime and playing it even in the evenings, or if you're on road trips, if you choose it. Look for me on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, any music provider, Tyler Self, and you enjoy my music while you're traveling across the globe. And also, if you just want to sit back some evening and you got nothing better to do with your time, put my videos on YouTube. I've got 120 of them. You can just hit my playlist and play my 120 songs and just sit there and laugh your butt off at some of them, and some of them might make you even cry. And some of them might make you think, because I like to write songs that make you think things and make you reflect and make you maybe change your viewpoint on life. So that's it for today. Thank you for all the comments in the chat today. Wendy, do I need to rebuy back CYCU right now? And we'll resell them back tomorrow morning, please? And thank you. Well, it couldn't hurt to get a little bit on this little nut right there, Wendy. It sure looks like they stopped it right there at a point where they never stopped it before there. So I see this as a point where you should get a few shares, not a lot, but I'm telling you that this never stopped here in this region before. And so when they dropped down to it again, it wasn't going to stay there, and it's going up now. So I like it right now with the 5-day going over the 10-day here, and I think it might be okay to get a few shares of it right now, because it looks like it might be heading to even higher highs now. It looks to me like it might be heading to even higher highs, but I have no way of knowing for sure, Wendy, as always. But I do like that this low right here was just achieved, and they never stopped it here before. And the last time the price was here, where they just achieved this low, the 200-day was way down here, and the 50 was here. So the last time they were at this line, the 200 was here and the 50 was here, and now they hit this line, and the 200's up here and the 50's up above it, for gosh sakes. So I really like it here a little bit. I wouldn't go too heavy, but you might want to pick up a 50 or 100 or something, okay? CYCU here. I like it here. And the numbers that it's at is down to 220. And it was already at $3 in the after hours. So they've already dropped it from $3 down 80 cents. 80 cents they've dropped it. And they even had it further down than that. They had it here. It was more than 80 cents down. It was at 184. So they had it down $1.16 earlier. $1.16. Now listen, if you buy it here in this region, tomorrow I want you to have sell orders in at $3.94 a share. 388, 389, 390, 392, 93, 394, okay? I want you to have sell orders in at those numbers, all right? Sell some at 366, sell some at 367, sell some at 370, 72, 73, sell it at 376 and 377, and make sure you sell it at 382 and 383. And then 384, 386, 387, 388, all those would be sells all the way up to 392, 93, and 94. And from 394, it should drop back down again. Now, again, I don't make any guarantees, but I do like that they just nutsack this and they hit that 200-day average. And the last time they hit the 200, it went a long ways off that. You see that? The last time they punched that 200-day average, it went up big time off after that. And they just punched the 200 one time right there, and then it shot up. And then over here, they came over again, and they punched the 200 again. And now it's moving up. And the 200-day moving average has just crossed a major line of resistance right there. It just crossed over it, rising, and you can see it's still rising. So what I like is the 200 is still climbing underneath it, and the 50 is up above it. I like that. So that's it for that CYCU. CYCU. Yep. CYCU. Put your buy order in here at 201 and put one in here at 208. Okay? 208. See if you can get them to pull it back down one more time to 208 minimum, or 211. You can try to buy 211 here. Even 213 would probably be a good buy, okay? On this stock, CYCU. All right, everybody, I'm going to get out of here. Today, not a bad day of trading. I made take home $1,862 today profit. Not bad. Made $1,200 on CYCU. Made $967 on this was on XRX. I'm sorry, XRX. I did lose 247 on this one today, but I ended up $5.50 after I sold most of it. And I only have 200 shares left of KEEL. So I sold most of KEEL. But I've got 200 shares left, and I took a little hit on that, down $5.50 since I opened the position. But every one of my positions green since I opened them, okay? Might have had a few of them pull back today a little bit, like this one and this one. But still, I still ended up green on every single one of them today since I opened them. All right, so not a bad day, okay? Not a bad day, everybody. I hope that you made some money too. Yes, this is on paper, but over here, this is my real account right here. And, well, I'm sorry, it's already logged out, but this is my real account. And I made a nice profit today on SKYQ that I bought this morning on my real account. So this is paper money over here. I show people every day it's paper money. But I use my real account over here on my other computer, my laptop. Yep. Sector scanners, you don't understand. So just because you're new in here and don't understand, don't jump to conclusions that you don't have answers for. I don't have 26,000 subscribers because I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I can guarantee you that. All right? I can promise you I don't. And if you want to take a look at the proof being in the pudding, look at our top gainers here during this last month. Look at these top gainers that have been called out by my different viewers here on the channel. And I give them credit when they call out these hot stocks because they're using the scanners and so forth. But look at these top gainers. Look at the percentage of these gains. Hot dang, everybody. Yeah, baby. All right. Look at these gainers, folks. And I'm still not putting BYR in yet that Aaron called out because I think it's going to go so much higher that I'm just waiting. The buy was 386, BYRN. I haven't even put in how high it's going to go yet because I think it's going to soar. BYRN. But anyway, there you go, folks. And today we made some dang good money on XRX, so I'm going to have to add that one here today. XRX. I made $965 on that today. 7/30/2026. XRX. And that stock was called out yesterday by, and also, just for your knowledge, sector scanners, I want you to also know that everybody on this channel also who are members, they've all got this list from me of all the stocks that I've been holding over the last year. These are the stocks that I don't day trade. And you can see the performance of these stocks over the last year. And you can see the market cap and PE ratio. These are all the stocks, and these are the performance and the gains on these stocks during the last year. And everybody who's a member of this channel at the Goliath level has gotten this list from me, and they've been holding stocks on this list for over the last year. And another thing is over here, I actually have a dividend stock list, and I'll show you it as well. And these are all the stocks that I hold that pay dividends. And there are a total of 78 stocks on this list. And you can see how they've done over the last year. And here is their market cap, their PE ratio, and the dividend amount that they pay, and the percentage of the dividend that they pay out. And here how these stocks have done over the last year, paying dividends, okay? So I know you're new to the channel and you don't really know what's going on here. So if you want to make a fool out of yourself by making me act like I don't know what I'm doing, then, well, that's too bad for you, all right? The people on this channel, they know how to freaking make money. And they've been making it with me over the last year and getting great dividends on all of these stocks. And you could too, if you would just accept that I know what I'm doing. I'm not a newbie. I've been doing this for 26 years. All right. Now, also, I want you to know, sector scanners, that we've had a lot of people like you here on this channel many years. And I started this channel out 2.5 years ago talking about a stock that I did every broadcast on for about 1.5 years, and that was SoFi. And that SoFi stock, my friend, went from $4.66 to $32 a share. Everyone on this channel over the last 2.5 years were buying that stock in the $4 price range. And today I think it's at $16. But it went to $32 after I introduced everyone to it. And I told them all to sell it at $32. I told them all to sell it when it was at 32, and I told them to sell it when it was at 30. And now it's sitting around 16 or so. But still, for people that bought 2.5 years ago, they've quadrupled their money on it. So I don't think they're too upset. And they continue to pay their monthly memberships because they're making enough money off these dividends to pay $24.99 a month. They're making plenty of money. And off my long sheet, they're making enough off of that too. So anyway, there you go. And I don't need to try to explain to you anymore. I do this just for your benefit because you're in here and you don't know what you're doing. You don't realize what people are doing on this channel. But I thank you, all of you supporters of this channel, and including all of you that are right here on the Wall of Fame. I want to thank all of you that are on this Wall of Fame right here. Thank you very much, C. Richard, with all of your donations, Jamie Mack, Regina, Jeremy, Gwinnett, J.P. Panick, thank you for your call out today. Sorry your catfish is ripped a little. Gary Inwards, oh yeah, baby. Rusty Prater, David Garcia, David Kennedy. Thank you, all of you major cats. The big donators, man, 200 minimum, and you're on the Wall of Catfish Fame. And thank you, everybody who's been continuing to support this channel. And even for those of you that stand up for me when I get attacked by people like this one here that's attacking me now, sector scanners. But hey, today, $1,800. And also, just for your information, sector scanners, you might want to think about this. Since all these people today made so much money on this channel with me, they were using real accounts and copying what I do on this paper money and on my real account. So they just copy what I do and they make money right along with me. And if you want to try it tomorrow, you can. You're welcome to come over and see everybody calling out stocks for me to look up. And I'm going to pick the ones that are going to make money for us, just like today. All right, everyone. Thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it very much. God bless each and every one of you. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope you enjoy your meal tonight. I hope that you have a good success in all your financial endeavors. I pray that you are surrounded with good health and have great physique and health. Take your vitamins, folks. And last but not least, as always, I pray for each and every one of you that you're surrounded with love, because each and every one of you definitely does deserve that. And even you, sector scanners, I pray for you too, because that's what I do. I have no idea what he's doing. He's trying to help the channel. He's trying to add to the chat. See, what he doesn't understand is that he's helping the channel, because when people here start chatting and throwing in a bunch of chat, they don't understand how much it helps the channel, because that's what YouTube wants to see, is a lot of interaction. They want that interaction. So they're trying to be destructive, but they're actually constructive. So I thank you all, because you're here doing it for free. So thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow if you want to be here. If you don't, that's fine. I start at 7:48 a.m. Eastern time. And if one of these stocks takes off in the hour, well, hell, it's already almost 6:44, so I won't come on tonight. We've gone late enough. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, this is real money. It's all real. Everyone knows how it works. We don't have to satisfy your curiosities. Over here is where I trade with my real account right here. And I made $1,800 today trading on my Charles Schwab real account. And I also made $1,800 on my paper money account right here. Yep, that's right. So whatever I do here, I do over here. And what I do here, I do over here. That's how it works. All right? So whatever I'm doing here, people duplicate and they make money with me. Yeah, whatever, sector scanners. Have a great night. Yeah, see, you can show people that you don't just day trade, that you also hold stocks for the last 2.5 years that have gone up hundreds of %. And you can show them dividend stocks that you've been earning in your portfolio for freaking 26 years, but they still don't understand. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, thanks. You can't make him drink. You can show them all the proof in the pudding, but they still are going to argue with you. Yep. And by the way, sector scanners, I want to thank you again for your chat, but we won't be hearing from you anymore on this channel. So goodbye forever. Toodles. We don't put up with people trying to crap in the tank. If you come in the tank and you try to destroy, you end up being taught the lesson. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's make some more money tomorrow. 7:48 a.m. Eastern time. Catfish Tyler. Over and out.